All right, there we go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please, ugh. Mm, oh my goodness. I'm sorry, excuse me. I took a sip of whiskey and it went down the wrong pipe.
Oh
I am
no.
your host, Sauron, the Dark Lord of Mordor. Welcome to the BlackGate podcast episode. What episode is this? 12? I really should keep up better with those uh episode listings. But today we are going to be, since it's Halloween, we might as well keep things spooky. So today's discussion will be talking about the two, well, I say two of the greatest horror slashers ever put to film, Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees. And today with me I have my two guests, which more may be coming in later, but I'll let the two here introduce themselves now.
Hey everybody, I am Gumby, who has never seen a single Friday the 13th film, so my contribution might be slightly less than. Sorry.
I guess it's my turn. I'm Orc Girl. I really love the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I've been watching them since I got into them when I was 13. I've seen a couple of the Friday the 13th movies as well, and I like them. But I think probably most of my knowledge is going to be in Nightmare on Elm Street as well.
I mean, that's perfectly fine because, like, I even though I prefer Freddy and like Nightmare on Elm Street, I think I've definitely seen Friday the 13th films a lot more,
Hmm.
and a lot of that has to do with like, I hate to say it, but like just to get the elephant out of the room, and I'm sure we're gonna get more into it as we talk about these films, but a lot of these movies are straight up bad. Like, let's be perfectly honest. When you look at like every single film on this list, because on the screen there's the entire it's all the Friday and Nightmare on Elm Street films, and like when I was rewatching some of these, because I knew back when I first watched them, even as a kid, it's like a lot of these are not good movies. Oh, that's edgy.
Hey,
Wait,
sorry about that.
I'm still
I
here, right?
almost forgot the stream was today because I was simply playing Metroid and didn't check what time it was.
Oh yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh man, I forgot that comes out today.
Yeah, and I'm already lost.
You're
It's one
lost
of those
in
things.
Metroid, or you're lost in the street?
Lost in Metroid.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it's one of those things where it's like, I know a lot of like creatives, Hollywood's mainstream try to do it where it's like they don't want to release stuff and compete with certain things. Like, oh man, yeah, I don't know if you ever played like Titanfall 2,
Yeah, I
where
did. They
it's like
released
it's
it
a
like the
great,
same day as Battlefield or something like that.
yeah, Battlefield and Call of Duty. It came out like right around the same time, and everyone was like, "Listen, man, Titanfall 1 wasn't exactly the best game, and now you're trying to compete with these two bigger um titles, and it's like, oh boy."
And it's a shame because Titanfall 2 was actually
That truly
fantastic,
makes
but
me sad. Titanfall 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, it's just...
it's sad that it's being ruined
I
by a
also
bunch
just
of
turned on the
hackers in
comics, so I just
multiplayer,
want to
though.
say hi, Emily.
All right, let me 1 second.
So, how far into the
Yeah, I never really...
discussion are we?
Mostly it
We
was
just
just
started.
me having my bad opinions before the stream started, and then
Oh, I missed the
Orc Girl
hot.
didn't.
I missed the
Hear.
pre-stream
Oh
hot
no,
takes.
I will return to the hot takes because I am
Oh,
actually
but yeah,
pretty
but say
adamant
we'll have
about this.
plenty of them.
I
I
have
actually have a couple that might be considered hot takes on
so
on
as I
Nightmare on
said
Elm
in like my
Street, but I don't
intro,
know.
I've never seen the Friday the 13th movies, any of them, but I did spend like the past week binge watching all of the Nightmare films, with the exception of, as I already told Sauron before the stream, I didn't actually get to watch the Wes Craven's New Nightmare.
Oh, I've seen that one.
I really wish I'd
I've seen
gotten the
all of
chance
them
to,
actually.
but it was kind of a low priority for me because of just my understanding of what it is. But
Yeah, honestly, that one, like from story wise, doesn't really.
It's like
It's like it's saying the movies happened as movies, but
It's like
But
because
it's
I think
weird.
funny-
Wes Craven and Heather, like they just play themselves. in the
yeah,
real world.
like Wes Craven's writing the script for another Freddy movie, and then it's happening in real life. And that's part of what's in the script is that Freddy
That's
is
meta
like this
as hell.
demon, this like sleep demon thing that got trapped in the film, and now it's like it just likes that persona, so it's just playing with it.
yeah,
it's
So
in the
just
real
kind of,
world.
like, completely
it's
just
the meta horror before
undoes everything.
Scream came out.
Yeah, it was
Right.
trying to be meta as fuck,
Oh,
which well, we'll get into that when we get there.
All right, so
really hot
just to kind of give a little preface here, kind of the gist of this is we're going to be ranking the films. I got 4 categories. Oh, there's Soggy. Give me 1 second.
Hey, Soggy.
Soggy.
Can you hear me? I'm on
Yep.
Hey,
setup.
Sucky.
Hey, Orc Girl. Or Amy, sorry, I always call you Orc Girl.
Which do you
respond.
prefer to be called? Because
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, that is a
because I
good
wasn't
question.
sure what to call you either. And I was like, should I just call her Orc Girl? Or is that just
I just go by what the tags are. Like,
yeah? Because because some
Think or
people are like,
something.
yeah, don't use my actual name, even if it is
You know what?
public, just because.
I don't hide my first name. Like my last name, I definitely hide, except for like privately with mutuals. But like
Right, saying my name is out there for everyone to see.
Sauron.
About to say everyone, at least everyone in Middle Earth knows your name.
Uh-huh.
And they
Although
all
as of late, I've been getting a lot of hate on Twitter because for who I am.
You know what? They just hate
Wait,
us.
people are hating on you on Twitter?
Yeah,
Well, that's not
he-
surprising. It's Twitter.
I keep,
Lord of the
No.
Rings 4, Sauron gets canceled on Twitter.
So
it's funny,
the canceling of Sauron.
what's
That's the
funny
next
is
chapter in the Silmarillion.
I'm following this one dude. What's his name on there? Manlet Thorn. Like he's like.
Oh yeah.
He keeps doing like these Sauron, like beta Sauron, the Dark Lord, and like it's just one of those where it's like because I follow him and like, other people who've retweeted, it's just my timeline's full of just like, oh man, Sauron's such a beta cuck, and it's like, come on, man.
No. All you got to do is just be like, what you get. You got something against black people? You think we're all?
Oh,
betas?
I'll play that card later.
Play the race.
You got something against people of darkness? Is that what this is?
Oh,
It's so funny though because I made like a little stupid meme where it was like me going like I don't like conflict. It doesn't please me. And the minute I made that, it's all these like posts coming up, and it's like the pettiness in me wants to be like, listen here, bitch.
Didn't I like start?
I know someone in this like circle didn't help.
I did. I think I jumped in there. I'm like, yeah, no, I hate violence. Proceeds to wage war on entirety of Middle Earth.
Yeah, like
Yeah, pretty much.
because I remember when I made it and I sent it to somebody and they said like, this is not you. I said, what are you talking about? I'm a nice, peaceful person. And what's funny is like the person who like I was sending it to, they know me in real life, and they're like, no, not even internet you. Like this is not accurate to real life you.
Oh,
It's like I worked with you for 2 years. This is not you.
Oh god, man.
that's bad.
It's whatever.
Are you just
They
like
a
immensely violent? And
They a bitch anyways. All right, so back to the topic at hand. Since this is Halloween, like I figured, like
Sad
something.
Michael Myers noises because he's not here. He's
Okay,
not
so
part of the street.
the thing with Michael is like he's definitely up there. I would kind of argue he's a little bit like in terms of film quality, at least when it comes to like those initial films, his movie is probably like the best of them. However, the new Halloween movie comes out next week, so I figured it'd be better to time that Halloween focused stream. Then
Is that going on? Is that coming to like any streaming services? I don't really feel like going into a theater to see it.
Yes.
I don't.
It's gonna be on
Oh,
HBO.
really?
Peacock.
Oh, is it?
Peacock. Oh,
It's going to be
Oh,
on
damn it.
Peacock.
Oh damn it!
Oh, damn it! I was hoping it was on
Peacock's free.
HBO.
I know Peacock's free, but like,
But do you have to pay for the movie though?
They say they're free, and then you sign up, and then the next thing you know, you got emails saying like, "Hey, man, it'd be nice to have this subscription." and they just keep bombarding you.
Bro, HBO be doing that. And it's like, I already pay you. Stop spamming me.
Dude, I have my one email that I just use for any signups, and then I just like go through it every couple days and just delete everything that's not from like this one specific update.
Oh yeah.
I gotta tell Newegg to chill because they keep trying to get me to buy computer stuff. It's like, Newegg, do you realize what's going on?
Oh man.
Like, I am not dropping $1.5 grand for a graphics card right now. That should only cost like $800.
Freaking
As much as I would like to.
Yeah, it's like I'd love to, but I'm not spending $600 more than what the card is actually supposed to be sold for.
Yeah, like freaking Sideshow.
Won the
Sideshow
lottery.
Entertainment, when they do like the statues, they keep sending me stuff, and it's always the expensive shit. It's never like the simpler, like, oh, this is a $20 little statue, little nice little thing. It's like, check out this $600 statue of so and so, and it's like, listen, my bank account
Cannot take
ready.
that.
It's not ready for this.
What I like is that you'll buy some kind of regular household item, and then Amazon, like a toilet seat, okay? Then Amazon will keep sending you ads for more toilet seats.
Yes.
And I'm like, no, I'm not just going to treat myself, you know, to another.
Oh, I
toilet
remember.
I have a new one for every day of the week.
I remember years ago, like it had to been it might have been about 5 years ago.
I'm just imagining some rich guy doing that. He's just like, he just walks into the bathroom. He's like, is that toilet seat fresh? He calls his maid. It's like, change the toilet seat.
But yeah, like 5 years ago, me and a buddy of mine, we were chatting on Facebook, and I mentioned like, because I have a bad right hand. I got stabbed in my hand a few years ago, and so I like try to find like I think I was looking for, for like a, not a brace, but like something so I can use like for computers, right? I think it's like a certain mouse, and we were just chatting about that. And then like the next day, my Facebook ads were just talking about like wrist braces, hand braces, a new mouse for carpal tunnel, and I was like, "You sons of bitches!"
They know.
Yeah, I was like, "You were watching the whole time," and I haven't used Facebook since.
You still have Facebook?
It's crazy, right?
I haven't used it since, and I was just like, "You will not." It's like you could literally show me like a product that is exactly what I've wanted for years. Like it is verbatim what I've wanted. But the minute I figure out it was like some kind of like secret ploy by like Amazon or Facebook, I'm not buying it. I refuse to be your sheep.
I don't think they sell
My mom falls for it all the time.
No, that's a dark web.
All the time between Facebook and Wish.
Buy your magician waifu on a dark web with like 2.5 Bitcoin.
You know, I mean, the
She might
risk
have
of
a
human
Russian
trafficking
accent,
is there,
Yeah.
but I think it's worth it.
Oh, this just got dark.
All right, so back to the topic at
waifu.
Can I
Back to serial killers.
back to the serial killers.
I would like to just say, for the record, I do not partake in any kind of human trafficking.
Oh, I keep forgetting to say this because I know I've been meaning to put this. I was going to put this in every stream because I've like kind of looked back on some of the old ones. We said some weird shit. All right, listen, this is satire. If you haven't figured that out yet,
This is satire.
that's on you.
We need a disclaimer: satire on
Yeah,
screen
when
just all the time.
When Soggy starts talking about her foot fetish.
No,
That's not satire.
Satire,
No,
Soggy. I'm
there
sorry,
was-
we can't even.
There was one
We
stream.
No,
don't lie like that.
There was one stream. I don't know who. I can't remember what it was exactly. But we said something, and it was just dead silence for a split second. We were just like,
Was it on the this podcast or was it?
It was on here.
Dude,
it was on one of these.
I've
Just
said
like to
episodes.
point out
I-
that I'm like all the way upstairs in the corner of the
it
house.
was
I
me.
just sniff twice, and then I can smell the popcorn that is being made downstairs in like the opposite side of the house.
Oh man, I thought he was about to say like I can smell the weed.
I thought he was gonna say weed
I
too.
live alone, like with. Yeah, actually, I'm not ashamed. I live alone with my mom, so like, there's no weeds.
I mean, as far
I
as
don't-
you know.
None of
My
that
mom is
devil's
definitely-
lettuce.
there's tons
No, my
of
mom
weed
is
with
definitely
me and
not
my
a
mom.
stoner. Oh, I'm sure. Yes.
All right, so let's get back to the focus here for a second.
But
Yeah, 'cause we are going all over the place.
She's gonna bring me popcorn now, so I'm happy.
See, that's how you know we're all comfortable with each other, when we can just have when conversations just go to just nonsense. That's how you know the group of people are comfortable with each
Yeah,
other.
that's when you know you got a good group.
All right, so
Oh,
I'm just,
I
like,
love
comfortable
your
with everybody
shirt.
because
I
I'm
just noticed your
nonsense all the
shirt.
time.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
wait,
just
Oh,
noticed
nice.
your shirt.
I gotta zoom in.
Nice.
It's been through
I thought I
some
saw-
things,
see,
still,
but it's
still
glorious.
hanging in there.
I thought I saw a fedora. All right,
Yeah,
so
I think I got
basically,
this at Walmart like 10 years ago.
So
I was like,
basically,
oh,
what we're
right,
gonna
I have that
Lucky.
still.
what we're gonna be doing here is gonna be ranking
Lucky.
the what is it? We got like 9 Friday the 13th films and 12. No. Let me rephrase that. We got 9 Nightmare on Elm
8.
Street films.
8, 9,
Yeah.
right. Not
Sort of. I mean, if you
Are
want
we counting the remakes?
yeah,
Okay.
they're on here too.
Okay.
And Freddy versus Jason. And then you have
Freddy versus
ironically,
Jason,
ironically, you got 12 Friday the 13th films.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
That really bothered me when I saw that. No, the fact that it's not 13 films. That kind of bothered me.
I guess if you count, does that include the remake? Because then that would be 13. I don't know if
yeah,
that
it
would
does.
be.
That counts the remake.
Oh, that counts the remake. Okay, yeah, that's
Oh,
weird.
wow.
And it is one of those where it's like, I kind of wish they would just make
Free
one.
Jason?
So I
Yeah,
do
I was
wanna
gonna say, is
something,
that
but I'm
why-
not actually.
Is that
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, Free Jason was because
Yeah.
like the screenwriter, I think, is supposed to get his rights back, and how he did. So
Yeah.
because they were trying to make a 13th Friday the 13th movie, but that came up, so they had to wait till the lawsuit was clear.
It's the reason why the game stopped getting developed and updates.
Yeah,
I stopped
I-
playing the game.
Oh,
I never played it because I heard it was broken at launch.
It was very broken at launch. It was fun, like when it worked, it was fun. If you had like a group of people who like you knew and were like, let's say we all got together and played, it was a lot of fun. But it was one of those games where the glitches were numerous, and there were a lot of exploits that people online would just like partake in. Like there was like a glitch where you could get on the roof, and you weren't supposed to get there, and Jason literally could not get to that roof. And I remember playing a match, and I was like a counselor, and these kids were on, and it's like, hey, come on, follow us. And it's like, okay. And they were like, we're trying to get on the roof so he can't get us. And I was literally just like, well, what's the point? Like, what's the point of playing if there's no real danger to it?
Right.
Yeah, like why even play the game?
But yeah, for what it was fun. Like, you can tell who, like, what I think Ilphonic. You can tell they were.
I forget who made it, but I know it's I think it's the same people that did the Predator game,
I think so.
which
The new
which that one I heard also had problems with balancing.
Which one?
Honestly, any
Predator
game that's,
hunting
uh,
grounds.
entirely
Oh, God.
online
Oh, my
is going
God.
to have hella problems.
I won't go into that one, but yeah, that one's like functionally it wasn't as buggy as Friday the 13th was on launch, but it was still like the Predator who should be like the monster. Because one of the complaints about the Friday the 13th game was Jason was overpowered, which
I mean, he's
it's kind of the
Jason.
point. It's kind of the point. Like, have you seen these
He's
films?
supposed to be.
Like he's unstoppable until it's like the
Yeah,
last
that's right.
person, and then he somehow has trouble killing them.
Yeah, and then like in Predator, I think they kind of took that a little too seriously because the Predator is like
Yeah, I hear he's really underpowered, especially if you got a team of people that are actually communicating.
yeah, like I remember one time I was playing and I accidentally like went to attack somebody, and at first it was fine, like I was beating the crap out of him, and then the other 3 characters just turned the corner, and I'm like, oh well, let me kind of get some damage, run out. By the time I managed to get out of there, I lost like most of my health. Like it's just rained down bullets on you. Like it's very obvious that they were trying their best not to repeat that mistake, but at the same time, it's like they kind of made it worse, in my opinion.
On a lighter note, I just got past the first boss in Dread, and that was really fun. Holy
Nice.
shit!
All right,
So,
so
I would like to say
back to
something. This
All
is
right,
actually related. This is actually related, but I'm not going to say it live because I'm not comfortable saying it live. I'm going to put it in our private chat. I'm just letting you guys know.
all right then.
Okay.
So it made my
Oh, that is funny.
it made my experience over the past week a little bit meta, So,
Oh, damn.
and I didn't even realize it until I finished Freddy's Dead, and I'm like, wait a fucking second.
Oh my god.
So yeah,
I won't. That's so. That's hilarious. I want to say it, but I'm not gonna say it. That's funny.
That
You
is
know what?
funny.
Actually, every freaking town has one. So like, I'm not doxing myself. I live on an Elm Street. Like, so it's
how do you sleep at night?
Oh, that's
Good
amazing.
that's worse than mine.
It's
That's
like
worse.
It's like going camping, and the place is. Oh God. Oh, come on.
I was a kid at the time, so I don't even remember. Well, like I do, but like I didn't put the two and two together until I was old enough to watch the movies because we like only lived there when I was like 6, you know, and like years later I'm like, oh God, how did I not die? I mean,
Well, I mean, Jason, he only. Well, I know movies don't really go into it, but I know like those early films. I mean, out of Crystal Lake, you were fine.
Yeah, as
Some of
long
those
as you didn't
later
go to the
movies, they
camp,
had-
you were probably
And
okay.
then he went to New York.
And then
I
he
have
went
not
to-
seen that one, so I have.
All right,
I
we'll go.
kind of-
Seen anything?
We'll go into it because that one's like that one's an interesting one. So like I was saying earlier, we got all films here. This should be every
Low budget.
Friday the 13th, every Nightmare on Elm
Or
Street,
cut
including
budget.
the reboots, and even Freddy vs. Jason. And we're gonna do is kind of go in order and kind of rank them. I got 4 tiers here. If you think I should add one, let me know. But I got for the top tier, bloody, gruesome, and amazing.
All right.
I got a great horror flick where it's like I was trying my best to kind of be like not as good, but still enjoyable. I kind of shot myself in the foot with this third one. So bad it's good.
Yeah, because that's probably gonna get filled up a lot.
But I think what we'll do is for that one is kind of keep it to like a, because I mean that entire like title, so bad it's good, is a very subjective thing. So I feel like if there's one on here that you think is so bad is good, you kind of have to like, I'll let whoever like, I don't know, we'll see when we get to it, but like, I think like for that one, even some of the worst ones on here, I think there is some kind of charm to them. But then there are ones, which is what the last one is, where I put just trash because I don't care what some people say. Some of these are just terrible films.
Yeah.
Like
Not even-
we'll get into it as we go, but some of these are just like, what were they thinking? So, I was trying to put this in order of like Friday
release.
13th. Yeah, I was trying to put them in order of release, but this website doesn't really. I mean, they kind of let you. You have to upload them in a certain way, and it's kind of a hassle, and it's not really worth it. But for the most part, I have like the first few Friday films, and then like the Nightmare film, the Friday 13 films are kind of in order until you get to like the end, and then like there's a couple of like ones here and there in between. But for the sake of like,
I actually have a funny story when we get to Jason X, even though I have not actually seen the movie.
I'll ask you guys. What do you think? Should we go in order as the images have, or should we go in order as the films released?
Let's go with as the images are. I think that's probably easier for people watching.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Maybe.
All right,
I don't know.
Okay, then. So yeah, I think that logic makes sense.
I mean,
So
I'm a gatekeeper, so Ooh, popcorn. Thank you.
I'm a
That
geek.
transition to popcorn. You have defeated the gatekeeper by giving him popcorn.
Yes, my mom brought me a bucket of popcorn. I'm great. I like smelled it, and I just texted her. I'm like, "Gimme."
That's like what's that puzzle where it's like you gotta get past like I can't remember, but it's like you try to get past the troll on the bridge, and it's like solve my riddle. Oh, here's some popcorn instead. It's like solve.
Solved.
Just keep going, guys. You're good.
bro.
You're good.
No, I'm gonna be eating this like for the rest of. Actually, I'll probably get through this pretty soon.
Are we gonna get Gumby eating popcorn ASMR for the stream?
I would love it to just because I think I saw this on like one of Slim's streams where like he was like eating chips, or someone was eating chips, and every so often you would just hear. Yeah, I heard it for a split second. You just hear crunch, and it's just like
I did too.
It might have been one of mine actually, because he's eaten up one of my streets before, and I just thought it was funny.
yeah, it's so funny just to kind of hear like people talk, and then like you know how like when people talk and there's like those brief moments of silence. It's not even like random. It's just like the natural point where conversation kind of stops for a second, and then you just hear
crunch. Oh, you mean?
Oh no, I love
Exactly.
when I hear his bong rip.
oh my god, that was like,
The bong hit.
and then like he'll hit the
Yeah,
bong, or anyone.
I don't have
for
a
that
bong
matter.
right here to demonstrate it. I don't
mean,
have one
to be
right
fair-
here to demonstrate that noise to you guys.
To be fair, I got a bottle of whiskey here, which helped me get through some of these films. So,
Oh man, I had like some.
Through some of these, I got through all of these sober, and I feel like I should get a medal for that.
I have some
Oh,
Jack
you've
Daniels
definitely heard
watermelon punch downstairs.
oh, that
that
should
I
have
bought.
that should have been a tier, like
Dude,
good if drunk.
Can we add that
Would have
tier?
been good.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. real
Yeah, add
quick.
that tier because there's a couple. I can think of a few. It's a good when drunk.
Can you just why don't you just change the just trash one to that?
make it pink.
No, because there are some that are just
Make
there.
it blue.
Doesn't matter how drunk you are. It's just
Yeah.
that bad.
Yeah, there's not even what was that one movie I was watching where I was like, yeah, this is. God damn it, I forgot. There was a movie so bad that I was like, I don't think I could enjoy this while just drunk as hell.
You ever
Alright,
like
there we
eating
go.
popcorn and you get like one piece that's just covered in like all of the salt?
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh man, that was so.
How's that? There's that little blue.
That's good. I think just to break up.
So I can't.
There we go.
Hold on.
all
there
right,
we
so
go.
we'll go ahead and get started here because we kind of put it off long enough. So for the first
We're
film we got
30
here,
minutes late.
which oh, it's fine. I mean, it's not late. It's on our time.
Yeah, exactly. It's our show, fuckers.
Yeah.
Listen, if you came to this stream looking for
world now.
if you came to this
You're in
stream,
my world now, bitch.
if you came to this
I can't
stream
do a Freddy impression.
looking for professionalism, you've come to the wrong place. Like,
Yeah, you really have.
that's the other disclaimer with the satire.
Welcome to Prime
I'm an
Time,
adult
bitch.
man
Wait, that did not
with
sound
a-
like Freddy.
Gumby
Welcome to
avatar.
prime time,
Like
bitch.
Welcome to prime time, bitch. That's still my favorite line.
All right.
That is still my favorite
So-
line.
Classic.
To start us off,
He
we have
He
the
fucking killed Yertle Smith.
we have the original Nightmare on Elm Street film, like the original, the first
Oh
let me pull
yeah.
We're starting with that one.
the very first one, the
Classic.
80s classic. So I know I'll let Orc Girl start because I know you said you love the Elm Street films, right?
Yes, yes. Well, I mean, I am inclined to want to put it towards the top just because it was pretty groundbreaking for the time. Some of the special effects, which, yes, they're cheesy by today's standards, were still pretty impressive, like the scene with young Johnny Depp on the bed and all the blood. That was pretty impressive. Or, like, the scene with Nancy in the bathtub and Freddy's claws. That's a pretty iconic scene in horror that I think has been somewhat emulated since. So for me, I'm inclined to want to put it either in the first or second category.
I concur. Honestly,
I think that's
would
fair,
put it in
honestly.
the top category.
All right,
I would
who-
say
who-
top. I would
who-
say top on that.
because I know you, Gumby and Edgy, you I know you just watched some of these for the first time. Which one do you like? This was your first time watching this one.
I had seen bits of it, but I don't think I hadn't seen like the entirety of it. So this is the first time I had seen all of it.
I actually, during the time where the first one was on Netflix, I downloaded it and I took it to like a debate trip, and it was back in like high school, and that was the first time I'd watched it. But that was the only time I had watched any of these before this week.
For a split second, I thought you meant like you were
You
debating the film.
Yeah, for a second, that's what I thought it was too. I was like, wait, you had a
Honestly, I
debate
probably
on the
would have done better than losing every single match. So
Your Honor, let me present to you Exhibit A. So this is just a Nightmare on Elm Street. This is the whole film. Yeah, exactly. Rest my case.
I rest my
Yeah.
case. Doesn't elaborate further, leaves.
I rest my
Chad
case,
Grind
bitch.
said.
Um,
Now here's Johnny
Chad
Depp,
Vitale.
and now he's in the bed. And here's Johnny Depp, and now he's in
And
the
then
bed. There's
Now he's
Johnny
in the
Depp
bed, but it's
in the
bloody.
bed.
I
Honestly,
always
no,
forget-
like I think that movie should be top tier just for the fact that it's Johnny Depp's first movie.
Is it really his first?
Is
movie?
it really his
It
first?
is. Yeah,
Oh,
it was
yeah,
his
no,
first
that was his
movie.
first role. Yeah.
Yes.
Because I
That's
always
so
forget he's in
weird
it.
seeing, because he's like, I don't want to say he's understated, but kind
It's
of.
iconic.
Well, I mean, it's one of those where it's like everyone's got to start somewhere,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and you kind of don't really think about that
Oh.
sometimes.
Like, I honestly, if I didn't
Right
recognize his
now,
face about halfway through, I wouldn't have thought it was Johnny Depp.
Mhm. He was so young.
One of the
He's
male
so young.
models that I. Oh yeah. One of the male models that I watch currently right now, he's been doing a set that's him in like the Johnny Depp pajamas from Elm Street.
Oh, wow.
So even male models understand that's iconic.
Mhm.
You know what's even funnier though? It's and like, while Nightmare on Elm Street had Johnny Depp, and this is a kind of it's a bit side tangent, but it is still related to the topic. Does anyone remember like there's another kind of big actor who starred in like the first Friday the 13th films? He was like in the
Again,
first
haven't
one.
Kevin
seen-
Bacon.
Yep.
Wait, Kevin Bacon was in
Yep.
was in that
When he-
movie?
Yeah, and his role is somewhat
Yep.
similar to Johnny Depp's in the sense that like
Right.
he's sort of a main character, not really. He doesn't make it all the way to the end, and it's one of those where it's like, at the time, certainly this was not. I don't think it was his first role, but certainly he was not a big name actor at the time. So it's one
Right.
of those you kind of look back and like, wait a minute, Kevin, what are you doing here?
You know, it's interesting when you look back at so many celebrities who kind of their springboard was horror. Because I feel like horror has always been a place where people are willing to experiment more with no-name actors anyway. But
Yeah, there's sci-fi.
Oh
yeah, sci-fi too. So
I would love
you
to
know,
be in a horror flick.
Yeah. me too.
Honestly, it sounds like fun, especially if you're one of the people that gets killed.
Well, I think
Oh,
what
yeah.
it is that I know for a while there's like the stigma for Hollywood in the sense that like horror films just don't make that much money because they have a very niche audience. Like parents don't usually take their kids to see a
unless
horror
you're in an
film.
art.
Funny story about that. Someone
You know what I
when I went to
noticed?
see when I went to see Alien versus Predator the first time, someone brought their kid in. Their kid freaked out.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
yo, man, I was that kid. I didn't freak out though.
I didn't
like,
freak
well,
out. I was
freaked out.
I was like 9 or 10 when that movie came out. I
Oh.
think.
Oh, I freaked out, but it was more like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that is so cool. Oh, like, oh, that is so disgusting, but it's
Oh,
cool
he
though.
ripped He ripped that dude's head off. That's so cool. All right, so
That was me with Predator. I was just
You
like,
know
oh,
what?
he ripped that guy's
You know
jaw
what?
off.
You know what subgenre of horror has been doing really well for the last few years?
the ghost.
Independent art horror movies.
Mm,
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
independent
because
art
they're the only
horror.
ones. Because
The
they're the only
Lighthouse
ones
Like,
that still make it. Like,
Yes. Midsummer, The Lighthouse, the remake
I heard-
of Suspiria. Holy crap.
whoa.
Oh,
It's
that, yeah.
Well, because I know
I heard
had
mixed
this-
things about Midsummer though.
Midsummer.
Yeah.
It's
You just gotta
It's-
see
Oh,
it for
I
what
love
it is,
it.
honestly.
yeah.
I
I think
haven't seen it.
It's
I love
one
it
of those
too.
where it's like
I've seen
I
the
do
discourse.
I do think it's a
It's
bit
about
overrated,
cults. It's
but I think the fans
I love
like the fans
The
kind of
discussion around it
Oh,
kind
what-
of just ruined it.
yeah, the discussion kind of ruined it. Like,
Right.
I know there's that notion where it's like, oh, her boyfriend is terrible. It's like
Did he
what?
deserve to be murdered in like a
it's
cult
all about
sacrifice?
cults and
yeah, like yeah, he's not exactly the best person, but I don't think that was his. I don't want to spoil the movie because it is more. It's newer than
movie-
everything we're talking here, but like it's like I don't think he
I'm gonna
deserved
say this. I
that.
think the movie hypnotizes you.
Yeah.
The
I
movie
feel that way
itself,
too.
I noticed, emulates. Yeah, it actually emulates the feeling of being on shrooms because I actually talked to someone.
Oh yeah,
my
it's
mother.
very bright, and colorful, and like
I talked to her. I was like, shrooms, do they do that? She was like, oh, does everything swirl and breathe? She was like, yes.
That's what
It swirls.
my
and
college
it
roommate who
breathes.
did shrooms told me.
But you know,
Alright.
I think it's right up there in that kind of folk
Yeah.
horror, which is a kind of an underrepresented genre, and I actually really like it. You know, it reminds
Yeah.
me of The Wicker Man.
Well, 'cause I
and
think-
the original.
But there
one.
was no punching.
Oh,
There was no
yeah.
bear costume punching though. I don't think. I don't think that happened in that
no,
movie.
no, not not the bees! No, please, not the bees!
Isn't that's like a deleted scene too? The bee thing, which is sad because it's like the best scene in the movie outside of the punching.
Like Nicolas
It's from
Cage, he
the
does not.
unrated version.
Nicolas Cage does not play characters; he plays himself in different situations.
He really does.
Yeah.
All right, so
I just want to say real quick that I misheard you when you said Wickerman, and I thought you said Anchorman, and I was just really trying to understand why we were talking about Ron Burgundy.
Like, what?
Ron Burgundy versus I don't know what
Freddy Krueger.
Ron Burgundy
versus Freddy.
Ron
versus
Burgundy
Freddy
versus the cult from Midsummer.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Report on the story.
He's charismatic enough that they would all just quit and just start following him.
Oh, give me 1 second.
The cult of Ron.
One more person here. There we go.
Hello.
Oh, got a new person.
Ah, hi.
Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, happy to join. I was kind of busy, so I have no idea what's going on right now.
Oh,
we just put
we really just started. Like, we've been going on side tangents about horror movies in general, but like I think
I got popcorn.
We only got to the first movie of Nightmare on Elm Street 1, so you haven't missed anything.
You've only missed the
Now we're
hot
at the
takes.
game one.
We're gonna get to some hot takes because, like, I said,
God,
some of these-
it's not the second one.
I swear to you, man, like some of these movies,
I
especially with the Elm Street films, like the quality kind of just dips.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it takes a nose down. It's very up and
Dipper.
down in the beginning because the first.
what?
Well, we'll talk about the second one in a second.
So
Yeah.
I thought we were about to.
Are we? I don't know. I don't know how we're structured this.
I want to hear Exalted. Do you have anything noteworthy to say about like the first Elm Street film?
The only thing I have to say is probably like I saw it as a young kid, so it did stick with me. Like, it did stick with me hard, and it is genuinely one of my it's genuinely one of the most memorable horror movies I've seen. Like, it's a good film. Like, it still holds up for the most part. At least I feel. So
Yeah, I feel like that was the time where Freddy he had personality, but it wasn't like overbearing.
Yeah, he wasn't goofy. Like, he was a little bit.
Like, he messed around, but you
He
got the
wasn't
sense that
rapping
his
with the
messing.
fat boys.
His
You got a
messing
sense that
around
he was
like,
scary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his messing around was like sadistic.
Right.
Like when he like lets I'm gonna mess up a lot of names, but I know there's like a scene in the first one where he's attacking one of the girls, and like she goes to attack his face, and she rips it off, and it's just a skull underneath, and it's like he
That's
totally
like the very beginning of the movie with Tina.
with Tina, like he's totally just doing that on purpose, like
Just to mess with her.
just messing with you, like you're trapped in my world, you're not going anywhere.
And to be fair, they give a reason why he doesn't just kill them outright, which is the thing that I like because I hate when horror movies do this. It's like, why don't you just kill them outright?
Yeah.
Why are
And one
you
of my-
dragging us out?
And one of my favorite moments in that film is I think it's with Tina too, where like it's like one of the first times she's like, or I can't remember which moment it is exactly, but it's like Freddy's walking towards her, and she's like, "Please God," and he just goes like, "This is God." Like,
I'm fairly
you know,
certain
like
that's actually his
Yeah.
first line in the movie.
yeah, he's like, "This is my world. I'm God here." And that's
And he was
that's
very
terrifying.
mysterious in those days too. Like we didn't
Yeah.
really know anything about the character just yet. It was just all of a sudden we know about this really crazy guy who's in people's dreams. The one place where we think no matter how bad a dream gets, we're safe because we're going to wake up.
To be fair, like at
The
that
The only
point
thing
in
we
the movie,
learned about
did
him
we
in that
even know it
movie
was a
was
dream?
think
that
Mark-
he murdered
This movie
children. I
opened
think.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
burning
with
alive
the
was
dream,
that
so
was
like
what
you
it-
don't actually realize it's a dream until she wakes up.
when I was a kid,
Man.
when I was a kid, I saw this I saw this during like a major test at the time. So like all those kids trying to stay up, it hit like
Oh.
weirdly different in a way
Mm.
of just them trying to survive. Like the metaphor wasn't intent, like that wasn't like an intended metaphor, but it's kind of like one of those things of that that was a very resident thing of like just trying to survive. So I always remember that the most because like what the kids had to do to survive was what always stuck with me about that film.
Right.
And it's always funny because, like, especially this movie came out, like, especially nowadays where it seems like insomnia is, like, everyone's, like, go-to thing. Like, everyone has insomnia. But one thing I always say is kind of funny is that, like, even people with insomnia, you have to sleep at some point. Like, that's just how your body operates, even if it's for a brief second. And the film even has, like, moments like that where they take, like, a brief nap. Like, things like you don't really think about as sleeping. And I think that's even, like, the scene where, like, Freddy's hand comes up from the bathtub. Like,
yeah, she's, like, nodding off for, like, a second.
Like, how many, like, I don't take a lot of bubble baths, but I mean, like...
Okay, that's...
Like, you kind of get
It's funny that you guys are talking about that, and I'm... like nodding off as you guys are literally talking about.
Oh no, Freddy's gonna kill Soggy.
Oh yeah, no. With that boring.
Like,
well, wait a minute. Actually, Soggy, you're good. You're not a kid anymore, so you're good. He won't kill you. Or you're not a teenager.
Some of those later films, though.
Well,
like,
I'm a kid at heart.
Oh nope, you're screwed. Never mind.
Yeah, he makes up his own rules. Yeah.
Didn't Freddy kill like the mom though in one of them?
Yeah, at the end of the first one, he does kill the mom.
Sort of. He sort of kills them. I know it's like, I don't know if like.
And Nancy's over 30 when he finally gets her.
Yeah.
But then
it's true. Confirmed that her mom did die.
I think it's one of those he kind of prefers the kids, but not necessarily like he can only go after kids.
Yeah. He likes.
Thank God we're talking about murder and not something else.
Well, originally, the
reboot
actually originally that's what they wanted Freddy to be. Apparently,
we'll jump to the second one because the reboot's after this next one. But anyway, we'll jump to Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which like
I did not like that one. I actually was consistently bored throughout it.
Yeah, I feel like it's like it tries to tread. I think a lot of sequels kind of did this, especially like in the 80s, where it's like, well, just take what you did the first time and do it again, and change like minor things. And it's like sometimes they change just enough for it to be interesting, and sometimes they don't. And I feel like this is one of those where like it kind of teeters the line for me.
I think it had like an interesting concept with Freddy trying to take over the kid's body, Jesse's body.
I kind of like that, but the problem was like, okay, we lost all the cool dream shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And honestly,
it was an interesting concept. It kept the horror vibe.
It did, but like Freddy was barely
like
seen in it too, which kind of. And then when he takes over his body, he's just a straight up just normal slasher villain.
Yeah,
like there wasn't really that much theatrics with it.
I've only seen parts of the movie. Holy crap! It's really gay.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
It's like an insult. Like no, movie is very
until
gay.
people pointed it out. I'm like, oh, I guess you're right now.
Oh,
well, I think even like the main actor.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Yeah, the main actor I think was gay too.
Yep,
which makes
he was
it even
closeted
at the time.
He was closeted. Yeah, and there's a weird. People have noticed that the story of Freddy 2 is very much of someone who's like in the closet struggling with their homosexuality. Like Freddy is his homosexuality.
Don't be gay or else you'll kill people.
I'm not joking.
You can actually find recuts on YouTube of actually enhancing it a bit.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Which basically makes the movie
bad enough that.
Yeah, it's like I don't
the
want to.
scene with the scene with the gym teacher was enough.
Yeah.
Yes.
Were you saying Exalted though?
Well, like I said, the one I think of is when he goes to his friend and his friend's in the bed shirtless.
Yeah, and he
that's the scene that really stuck with me on that one.
Is he shirtless?
Yeah, he's shirtless.
He's wearing like a tank top. Or
there's
like
a lot of shirtlessness.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in that movie too.
There's a lot of scenes of them shirtless.
either
apparently,
way,
like, the directors swear up and down
it's
that
a-
they never intended that stuff. But
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's like
I think that was too many coincidences for that to be an accident.
no. I'm saying this that in a sense because I know it's like I don't think you want to apply saying like Freddy is a metaphor for homosexuality because
Yeah.
that's like
That's like really dark.
Like,
it can be
uh,
negative.
Like you would get canceled on Twitter so fucking fast if you made that.
that'd be the one time where I'm like,
Oh
I'm not
my
saying you should
God,
be canceled,
yes,
but I can see the logic there.
I can see why
Yeah.
someone would be angry at you.
Why is it that I'm the one who's always gonna get canceled on your show? I just feel like this is just oh, I almost said real name. God damn it.
Oh, if anyone's gonna get
This
canceled,
is
it's
the
me. I've said
Soggy
plenty
gets
of awful
canceled
stuff.
on.
Yeah, I've said plenty of awful shit that I do not care.
I
I
remember.
remember when you guys got all quiet when I said he dead. I think I've.
Wait, when
screwed
would
up
you
a
say?
few
Wait,
more
what was the
times than
context for that?
everyone
I don't
else.
remember.
No, don't bring up the context because I remember the context.
I'm not bringing
we'll
up.
just
No.
we'll leave it at that. But all right.
Curious
So
as to what the
let's get back
context
to what
is
we were saying.
now.
So
let's just
Um,
sideways.
so
it.
Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Where would you put it at?
I'd honestly put it at the. This might be a hot take. I'm gonna put it at just trash because I was so bored.
No, I
with
I
that.
agree with you.
I'd say good while drunk.
Trash.
One of those two.
Good.
Maybe
I'm
a
gonna
little
go.
bit in between.
I'm gonna go good while drunk myself. It's interesting. I'm always interested by flawed products, and it is a really flawed product that has some
Well,
interesting
you'd be
ideas.
real interested in me then.
Sure, why not?
Okay. Good wild.
Not in a
Drunk.
gay
Oh,
way.
we're making a love connection here tonight on the Sauron
No,
podcast.
I think Good While Drunk is a good one because it's like, I mean, it's competently made, and I feel like that isn't a criteria that a lot of people like address enough when it comes to some movies, where it's like they'll talk about how bad a movie is, but it's like, but you can still see the workings, like you can tell someone at least tried to make it a good film, as opposed to some movies where it's like.
You didn't even try, did you?
Like I can
Oh, yeah,
see
no,
the
it's not
wire.
really
Like
well.
I can see the wire in the film. I can see the mic, like stuff like that. I'm not saying these films have moments like that, but I've seen some stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I think Good While Drunk is a fair enough
There
point.
was an attempt. They attempted.
Yes, to me that says a lot when a movie at least makes an attempt to make a good film.
Honestly,
And when, like the story has like some cohesion to it.
I will give it the slightest bit of
Uh,
credit that's like Freddy is still like straight up scary or trying to be.
I did look up.
Like I said,
I did look up.
Oh,
I did look up who the because the gay subtext stuff became a discussion point for a while, and I ended up looking up the documentary. The writer did intend it, apparently.
He did because I heard
Yeah.
that too. That he did intend
Oh.
that.
Yeah, I heard that he didn't. Yeah,
I heard that he
Apparently,
did intend it. I'm sorry.
or maybe
I-
not as popular to admit
the-
it. No, sorry.
the writer did, like the
Okay.
screenwriter.
Oh, yeah, because that's right. Because writer and director is very different, especially
Yeah.
even screenwriter is a little bit different.
Apparently the producer didn't know, but when he noticed, it was kind of like way too late to do anything about it.
Like, ooh,
So, that just happens because
awkward.
a lot of people forget. Like,
You know what?
the movie came out really quickly.
Maybe instead of if this really is like a gay metaphor, maybe originally in the party scene, Freddy came out and went, "Everybody, I'm here to party. I'm out and proud." No.
No, because I remember, he said like this movie's made quickly, and I know that's like, I know a lot of like, especially 80s movies, but these movies in particular, especially like the Friday films, a lot of these movies were like, the first one was such a success. It was like, all right, make another one, like hurry up before people like lose interest in this. So
like
I can kind of see that.
they were yearly or 2 years apart from most of each other.
Yeah,
Like not all
like
of them.
stair steps.
Yep.
Like I hate using them. I hate like saying like Call of Duty, but very similar.
Oh no, that is
like-
actually. I think that's a pretty fair.
That's a good comparison.
Yeah.
Like these things were just kind of
Ubisoft of movies.
Like,
The Ubisoft of movies. Yep.
The Just Dance of movies.
And
Let's not
if
talk
you
about
think
that.
about it, like, had there
Just
really
Dance,
been much in the
bitch.
way of sequels for horror before that? There hadn't been that many. Like, you saw sequels, like, for other movies like sci-fi and things like that. But I think this was, kind of the beginning.
And even
of-
then, they weren't like yearly like that.
Yeah, these were like the start of straight up franchises here.
Yeah, this was so new. They didn't really. How do we do a sequel? I don't know. What's a sequel? Let's figure it out.
Well,
let's do
like
everything.
the killer comes back and kills again. Like that's essentially what a lot of these are. Well, what if Blank didn't actually die?
And then the killer goes to the Leatherman Club and dances a little bit.
they're
Wait, what?
they're very
And then spanks the gym teacher's ass with towels and then murders him
all like
in the
whole thing
shower.
is- well, the whole thing is these are films from a very different time when you could have small budget movies end up being pretty big.
Yeah.
Like, because nowadays, unless you're like a mega budget film, like a lot of these like
Oh
a lot of these
my
films,
god. Remember Malignant. Fucking
Yeah.
Malignant.
Oh God, that movie.
I loved Malignant.
The
It was so
$100 million
dumb.
remake of Basket Case.
I need to see that
That was a
film.
remake?
Really? I didn't know.
I think
that.
she's
but it
joking.
No,
No. The best example
Okay,
is
so-
what do you call it? Paranormal Activity. Paranormal Activity. Well, I know it's years later, but Paranormal Activity is probably like the best example where it's like they made that movie like what $100,000 or so, and it made like
Oh, yeah.
millions.
Oh yeah,
Box stuff. It's like it's ridiculous how much
Those were so unplanned.
money that movie made. Hell, I think even
Blair
like
Witch.
I'm gonna pull it up real quick, but I think even like the original Nightmare on Elm, the original Friday the 13th was like it was stupid how much money they made. Not saying like the movie's bad or anything, but
Paranormal
It's like
Activity.
temporary.
The original
that
Halloween.
was
And
Paranormal
the-
Activity was not good. I'm sorry.
okay. So here's an
it was
example.
so bad.
Here's an example I have. I've just looked this up on IMDb. So the original Friday the 13th had a budget of $550,000 roughly. Opening weekend made $5 million.
Is that adjusted for inflation?
Probably not. From what this, because it has the date of 1980. So it's
Oh,
probably
okay,
not.
so probably not adjusted for inflation.
But that's still ridiculous. Like,
Yeah, that's a serious return on investment.
because
That's-
I know the average is like, if you at least make double your budget, like that's considered success. I know that's like the baseline.
If you make double your budget, that's a little successful. Not super successful, but if it's more than that, then sequels get considered.
Mm.
Profit,
You know.
like that's the main goal, obviously. But like, from 500,000 to 5 million, that's insane.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
big.
All right, so we'll jump to the next film, which I tried to put these in order, but obviously that didn't work. So now this is probably going to be one of the hot take ones. So this is the Nightmare on Elm Street remake.
I'd put it at.
Trash.
I actually would put it. I actually wouldn't put it at trash. I actually did like that.
I
Yeah, think
like.
this is where- I think it's where a lot of debate's going to come up.
Here comes my hot take.
Okay, who wants to do hot take first? I
I'll
think
let
Gumby
Gumby go
should.
first real quick because I know he just watched this.
I just watched it last night. And the only thing I really knew going into it was that it was pretty much universally hated, except for by like 2 people. The only people that I know did not actually liked the movie. And it's not even necessarily liking the movie, it's just liking, like I know Jackie Earle Haley really liked playing Freddy Krueger.
I actually liked his take on the character.
Robert Englund himself
Signed
actually
off
liked
on
the
it.
movie. He was fully supportive of Jackie Earle becoming the new Freddy, but he, as I understand it, he actually liked the movie.
Okay.
And I freaking loved the movie.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that actually
Oh.
liked it.
Oh
Love.
my god, like
Love, that's
it-
okay.
I will straight up say it. I love this movie. It is my second favorite Friday or Nightmare movie. I place it above every single sequel.
Wow.
I don't know if I could place it above the third.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Um,
wouldn't place it
Elm
up there.
Street
Barely
movie.
beats out Dream
Oh.
Warriors, but it is above Dream
They-
Warriors. It is not above the original.
Can we talk about? Oh yeah. Can we talk about the music when we get to Dream Warriors?
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
I know Exalted was about to say something.
I'll say this, like I remember I mostly associated weirdly enough with Watchmen at the time because Rorschach's actor was coming off of that.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did play Rorschach.
That's actually
Yeah, he did.
what got Robert
Yeah.
Englund to support
Yes,
him
he
as Freddy.
did.
Yep. So I remember.
Yeah, that's why.
Mhm. Yeah, I remember that more. I remember that more so than the movie itself at times. So I'm maybe this might be a movie I have to go back and give like a critical reappraisal to, since that was also a time when I was like, because that I was it the one that started the trend of all the slasher remakes, or
I think
No,
that was
would've been
Friday. I think
Friday
that was.
the
I think that was
13th, because
Jason.
Friday the 13th came out in 2009, and Nightmare followed it up in 2010.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
it was Jason.
So yeah,
It was-
Jason
it was
started
like
it,
an
and
era
Freddy
where it's
ended
like-
it because it just got so much backlash.
Yeah, the Jason one was oof.
I think what
You
doesn't
know-
help. So here's my thing with it, because like, I will admit, because I don't hate this film. I know I was kind of giving shit to Gumby earlier, but I don't hate this film. However, I cannot say I like it, and I do think like part of it has to do because again, effort was made. I will say that despite certain things, I do think an effort was made there. Oh god, excuse me. What's his name? I can never say his name because I know you're supposed to say all three parts of his name.
Jackie Earl Harry. I messed up.
I'm just gonna call him. I just know his first name is Jackie. That's
I'm gonna
it.
say Jackie. Freaking
Rorschach.
Jackie. Rorschach. Yeah, Rorschach. Screw it. Because
Yeah.
Rorschach, he does a
Jackie
damn
Shack.
good job as Freddy. I don't think he does as good of a job as Robert.
No,
Englund, but
I don't think
only-
anyone could
No.
top
to be
England.
fair,
No one can top
It's a different
that.
type of
To
Freddy.
be fair, yeah, he's a
It's
different type. Well,
Such a
That's a
mistake
tough
to make
act
him
to
an
follow,
actual.
to be fair.
my problem is that like, while
It was
because
such
yeah,
a
because he's
mistake
not the
to make
same
him an
Freddy.
actual.
Whoa, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah,
we'll get to that in a second because that to me that's a whole that's a whole another can of worms.
Can of worms.
But because to
Yeah.
me, like, yeah, he is a different Freddy. However, at the same time, Freddy is so iconic. It's like that's not like I get you don't want to be like a carbon copy, but because of that, you're always going to be compared to Freddy. And it's not like with Jason where. Not to
Yeah.
say anyone can wear the suit and be Jason, but because so many people have worn the suit and been Jason, and you don't really get to see like the person underneath,
Right.
you don't have that same distinct personality.
Also, Jason
that you
doesn't
have
talk, so
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have that same
Well,
distinct personality like you
Yeah.
have with Freddy.
With
Robert
Jason-
Englund was basically synonymous
Well, you know
with
what's
Freddy
you know
Krueger.
what's funny, guys? People were actually really mad at Freddy versus Jason for not casting
because they didn't have Kane Hodder.
Yeah, we'll get
Yeah.
to that one though, because that one to
Yeah.
me that's a whole again that's another whole can of worms I want to kind of save for that one.
I'll say this. To me, Jason is more like Godzilla in the fact that you can ignore a bit who's in the suit sometimes. There are some ones who pull out great performances out of him, and Hodder is one of them. He's a really great he's always been a great Jason, but like you can kind of ignore anyone who takes up the mantle to an extent. You don't necessarily think that's that actor.
You're like, that's not Kane Hodder.
Yeah, like you don't
Yeah.
like
Well,
I mean, I'm sure
know.
there's people who
yeah,
are like that. I was just
I
joking.
get because you're not wrong at all. I was gonna say something, but no, you're absolutely right because it's like because I'm a Godzilla fan as well, and it's one of those where it's like even though multiple people have played the role underneath, it's like there's not the same. There's a different face you associate with. Where with Freddy, the face you associate with and voice is Robert Englund.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
even like when he shows
Yeah.
up at other stuff, it's usually a reference to that. Like freaking Injustice 2, he was playing Scarecrow.
I was right about
Yeah.
to bring that up. Actually, he was
Like-
fantastic.
It's like it was one of those where it's like this is such an obvious like I remember people kept saying like it's such an obvious like have Robert Englund play Scarecrow, a guy who's all about fear and stuff, that you don't think about it. Like it's like all these years, how we have not had this man play this role. And it's
Right.
like,
He's perfect.
he's
for it.
synonymous.
Yeah,
with
he
his
would
life.
be pretty good as that. I would love to see
I
that in a movie.
John Noble's portrayal, to be honest.
Oh,
Rob-
fucking
Robert
hey!
Englund. Oh, sorry.
They also put Freddy in a Mortal Kombat.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was in Mortal Kombat 9.
That's right. I
And they
remember
used to reboot Freddy too. I remember that.
Which honestly, I'm not mad about, because honestly, I think Jackie's version works better in the Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, because he's way more like. I wouldn't say he's kind of more malicious because he doesn't joke, or he doesn't joke quite as much.
Well, I
As
mean,
Englund.
in that
More of
one,
a
it's like
sadist.
Yeah,
because I know the Mortal Kombat games, they usually put the characters in as like basically advertisements.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was right around the time the reboot was coming out, and I know when they added Jason, at the time there was supposed to be a Friday the 13th movie that was coming out, but it got canceled. So
Due to the rights dispute.
yeah, so
Oh.
for the sake of, because I feel like it's one of those where the reboot, when it comes to Rorschach's portrayal, like it was kind of like one of those where it's like there was nobody in the world who could have like no matter who you got to play that role, if it wasn't Robert Englund, they were always going to get that comparison. And
Yeah, you were always going to be shafted with whoever you picked or compared to England.
like you could take any actor, I don't like whoever you consider to be the best actor in the world, and you put them in that role, they would forever just be like the general consensus would be like they were all right, but they weren't Robert.
They weren't England.
They weren't England.
God,
It's kind of like with Wolverine. Like I feel bad for whoever has to play Wolverine in the
I just
MCU
had a horrible.
if it's not Hugh Jackman, because it's like they're going to get compared to Hugh Jackman.
I just had
That
a
is-
horrible thought, or
Yeah.
a great thought. I'm not sure yet.
Hmm.
Michael Cera as Freddy Krueger.
Oh my god,
Oh, what
that'd be
the-
hilarious.
I said everyone would, no
Yo.
one could beat England, but he might be the man.
That would be hilarious.
I would go into it. Just I have to see this performance.
Honestly,
You know who should play him? I know we were talking about him earlier. You know who should play him? Unironically. Like I'm being dead serious.
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage.
honestly, I would.
That would be
100% get behind that.
entertaining at the very
If
least.
you've seen Ghost Rider, you know exactly
Yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Those moments where he's like turning into
Oh.
a writer and he's literally just rambling nonsense. That's terrifying.
Nicolas Cage.
Even like the
Oh.
transformation scene in the first one, it's like that was kind of painful, but so over the top looking.
Yeah,
When he's
the
like
transformation
laughing and
scene in the
screaming as his
second
face is
one
burning up.
Is the transformation scene in the second one? It's so stupid.
Yeah, the
But
second
it
one it
worked
got real stupid, but the
really-
first one was over the top, and it's like, well, that still looks painful though.
I still like the second one because of how he sold it. Where he just like
Mhm.
sometimes I'm just sitting there and he's just got to come out. like
He's
a
scratching
I
at the door.
freaking,
I'm just
freaking
imagining-
drug addict.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the thing. The Nicolas Cage one would be so weird because Nicolas Cage tends to play protagonists. He makes it a thing in his contracts, not villains. So
Oh, that
I
could
feel
be
like
kinda
he should
interesting,
play
though.
villains more.
Well, that could be kind of
Um,
interesting. Like it's a movie from Freddy's perspective.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That would
actually.
be- I like
Freddy,
A
Freddy is
drama about
revealed-
Freddy.
no,
Freddy
it's a perspective
is fighting
film.
alcoholism.
No,
It's the new AAA film from the creators of Joker.
Yeah.
Like,
Fred.
what were you saying, Exalted though?
it reveals that the teenagers are secretly evil all along, and Freddy is just trying to protect the parents before they destroy their lives.
No, so here's the thing.
Oh no,
So,
because like
no,
the
no,
reboot-
like no. That's what I'm gonna go into. Imagine them actually doing like a Joker-esque Freddy reboot. Just call it Fred, and it's just about him as a
Fred.
normal guy. He's
Fred.
like he volunteers with his kids. Yeah, Fred.
Hi guys.
And-
He just
That's
had a
so
really
funny.
bad
we
day.
leave him buried. We leave it buried. But imagine, like, because in the reboot,
Oh,
it's
man.
like Sauron was about to say, they like implied that it might have been like the kids might have lied.
Yeah, they play
about
around that idea, which I
Freddy.
actually like that idea because
I would've
that's something that you might actually think.
Yeah,
As a kid,
And-
like you, not as a kid, but as an adult, looking at, you might think, like, did that actually happen?
Exactly. And we could see like them actually lie, and so like Freddy gets basically lynched, and he comes back to take revenge like on the kids and on the parents, and that's when he becomes, you know, the whole Joker moments. He becomes Freddy Krueger, and I don't. I want to see, yeah, Fred.
You know what's funny about that is like I could see that like they would never do it, but I could see like you advertise
No.
it as like
I
No,
won't see this.
nothing to do with Freddy Krueger. Like it's just called Fred. You show all his life beforehand, and you frame it like a movie about a guy getting wrongfully accused of something, and he's like trying to deal with that. Like the entire trailer makes it look like it's just that kind of drama. People
Bonus
go
points
see
if
it.
he's autistic.
People go to see it, and then like halfway through the film, when he gets burned alive, it's like, wait a minute.
This
Like,
is Freddy.
no. It'd be like a brief second where they're like, wait a minute, what kind of movie is this? Like, I thought this was, I thought it was gonna be like courtroom scenes, stuff like that, dealing with lawyers, and then halfway through, it's just
Lynch
Freddy
mob.
Krueger saying, "Welcome to
Oh.
prime time, bitch."
Now
You get
that
what
is
I'm
not
saying,
that is not something you can get away with today with like how trailers are done.
No, you could
Oh.
not.
No,
Oh, no, you could totally not get away with
Malignant. Fucking
I
Malignant.
didn't even see the
did.
trailers for that.
Malignant.
I
okay,
only-
so Malignant is like, I gotta be honest
Malignant
with
is a
you.
multi-million-dollar remake of Basket Case. I've seen Basket Case. It's
Like,
a
'cause
movie
I know
about
what
a
you're
guy
talking about.
who's
'Cause it kind of does do that, but at the same time, and this might just be me because I watch a lot of horror movies. But I saw the twist coming.
Yeah, I did too.
I saw it come. I don't want to say what it is because I know Malignant is a pretty.
I didn't expect it to get as nuts as it did with the
They were
twist,
gonna-
but
Yeah,
it,
I will say they.
Oh.
Did, I think they kind
Oh
of knew
my
that.
god, yeah.
I think they knew that some
I-
people were going to get the twist, and they tried to like.
I have not seen a movie.
I keep forgetting that James Gunn got Warner Brothers over $1 billion with frickin' Aquaman. He could do whatever the hell he wanted.
James
so he
Wan.
fucking made 100.
James
James
Wan,
Wan.
not James Gunn.
James Gunn did Suicide Squad.
No, did I say Gunn?
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
thought
you
I
said Gunn.
Wan. I thought,
Uh-uh.
damn it.
It
James
happened.
Wan can pretty much do. Yeah.
James.
He made so much money with his. Yeah. James. Bleh.
All right, so
Look.
let's address the last elephant in the room when it comes to this reboot, because I feel like this is where a lot of people's hatred kind
Oh,
of
yeah.
plays into it. Is that, spoiler alert for anyone who's never seen this movie, but in the original Friday, I keep saying it, in the original Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy was just a child killer. Like, he just killed children. That's all he
Yeah.
did. He just
Yes.
killed them. In this one, however, in the reboot, he doesn't just kill them.
I don't
And-
think he actually killed any of them.
Yeah, he
that
actually
one.
didn't kill
for the
any
sake
of
of
them.
YouTube and Twitch, I'm just not
No.
going to say what he. I'm not going to say the exact word.
They
I'm
were
gonna-
abused,
Yes,
Uh,
he abused them in a very specific way.
and there were
And-
pictures
A
involved.
Chris Hansen way.
Chris Hansen would
Yes.
be on him,
Dun dun.
And-
Dude, it
Ooh.
and
It
it's
shows
one
to
of those where
me
it's like
that
I think
they making
saying
him
Ice-T would've
actually
gotten
that
involved.
is a mistake. And I
Well, here's the funny thing about that,
and
and I was going to bring this up earlier.
I
Apparently, that was the original plan, but the reason they didn't do it in the first one was because there was like a big case of that happening
Ooh.
recently, so they didn't want to make it seem like it was in bad taste to flat out make him that.
like to be fair, there's
Plus
always
also-
been,
what are you saying, Salted?
there's always been kind of like a discussion of how far Freddy ever went, but it always kind of kept it because here's the thing. Now, of the films I've saw, like I think the only one I haven't really seen is For That Much. Like that one, just I never was able to sit down and watch it completely. Of the films I've saw, we never really go into Freddy's original murders too often, so it kind of leaves it ambiguous of how far things went. So while they don't say anything really, you could imply a lot of darker stuff possibly, but they never outright say anything in the original film.
Yeah, because they just say that he
Personally.
murdered children. They never said like, like how or why.
Yeah, and
I
think
I think
I think it makes
making
it
him one of
creepier if you
those.
don't
I was about to
know
say I
for
think it
sure.
makes it kind of scarier where you don't
Yeah.
know for sure.
When you can just ooh.
If,
Well,
Yeah, I could see that argument that it was better when you didn't know
I
exactly.
think
And what I also think it doesn't help when it comes to the reboot is that at that point in time, Freddy was iconic, and even I won't say because
it makes him less
anyone who
likable.
I was about to say anyone who identifies with Freddy is a maniac, and that's just crazy. But I do think there were people, they genuinely liked Freddy Krueger. Is oh, he's cool,
Yeah.
he's a pretty cool guy, like character. But then when you add that element, it automatically makes people kind of go like, I
Mhm.
like. It's one of those where it's almost like a natural reaction. It's like you don't want to
Yeah.
call that cool. Like you don't want to call someone who
Yeah.
does that, even if it's fictional.
Yeah.
It doesn't sit right with a person where it's like, ugh.
Right.
Like,
Whereas, like, a lot of people
You
like
don't
the
want
character
to idolize.
as he was originally.
You don't want to
Yeah.
idolize the. You don't want to idolize a diddler.
it goes
Yeah.
far.
I think that's.
I don't think you should idolize Freddy
I
Krueger
think it's
regardless.
better to keep him.
I mean, you
Yeah.
probably
Yeah,
shouldn't,
Yeah,
but
I-
you
I-
know.
I- you get what I'm saying though, where it's like, it's one of it's like a certain like, because to me there's certain lines that I think are almost you can argue are like universal, where like no matter what culture you go to, except for like maybe very specific, there's like for example like cannibalism, for example, it's like almost every culture in the world is very anti cannibalism. Like even a lot of animals don't partake in it. So it's one
Yeah.
of those things where it's like I won't say it is a natural thing to people to be averted to, but I do think you can make the argument for it. And I think child predator stuff is one of those things.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what shot this film in the foot, was that like a lot of people kind of almost instinctively didn't want to like it.
I can
Not
see
necessarily
that.
for a bad reason
Yes.
either. To be
And
honest.
my whole thing is that is it's like, well, to be fair, it is a horror movie. The whole point is to kind of make you uncomfortable
That
to
is
some
true.
degree.
Yeah.
Like that's
To
the
be
thing I
fair-
think a lot of horror movies don't do anymore is they're not trying hard enough to make
Yeah,
you
because like Gumby
uncomfortable.
said, you're not supposed to idolize Freddy.
You're not.
It's kind of like this on some level.
Doesn't.
On some level, there's kind of like always been a huge thing in slasher fandom of how scary versus how fun a movie is. Because a lot, like some people just enjoy the slashers for the personality of slashers, or
Just to kill scenes.
Yeah, the kill
Yeah, that's true
scene.
too.
And that's,
I mean, that's the
a
only
fandom-
reason Jason movies have any real like entertainment value after like the third one.
I like 4.
Yeah, but I say some of those we'll get into the Friday, but like, yeah, some of those movies they do genuinely get better. I think.
Yeah, but like, I'll say this. Then again, I'm a Jason X apologist, so
Same.
uh,
I'm not ashamed to admit that. I love
I
it.
haven't seen it, so I can't even really say
I
anything
haven't
about
seen
it.
it, but it seems awesome.
but
It seems like it's just so stupid that you just kind of have to.
Very
That you
2000.
kind of can't help but laugh at
Wait,
it.
wait.
Very
one of the-
early,
it's
er-
one of those
very
films
early
where
2000 heavy metal soundtrack.
it's one of those films that it's one of those films. We'll focus on this one right now. Let's kill this one first.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So where do you guys say? the
Um,
reboot-
I'd actually put it in great category.
I absolutely would put it in great.
I couldn't put it in the
We
the
have
highest category.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
two
put
for
it in
great.
great. It's not. I put
Oh,
it in
three
great
for great.
myself.
I guess I'll put it great horror flick, but not necessarily a great Nightmare on Elm Street flick.
That's
Okay.
fair.
That's fair.
Mhm.
All right. So
I
I
will
think
accept that. I don't
You know
think
what's
highly
actually
agree,
one
but I will
last
accept
thing?
it.
You know what's one thing that actually like pissed me off one time I was watching someone review that movie? They complained that the
Oh, yeah?
Freddy makeup looked like ass, but then what they did was they kept showing like it not in the lighting of the movie. They kept showing it like test lighting, which is not test lighting, like just they're applying it, and I'm like, well, he's supposed to look like a burn victim, right? Like he looks like an actual burn victim,
Yeah,
and apparently it was supposed to be worse, but the producers told them to tone it down
Yeah,
because I think
like-
they were
people
going to
are
get an
looking
NC-17 or something.
Well, yeah, because like the burns on Freddy in the original series, like I've worked medical, they're not exactly what.
Yeah, they're not medically accurate
They're
at
not
all.
medically accurate at all. and it's one of those,
No.
it's perfectly fine in my opinion. But
I mean, it's fine. You don't have to go. I mean, it's a guy who kills people in their dreams. So
I'll say this: sometimes iconic trumps accurate.
Yeah.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'd say I kind of like the look, especially if you're gonna try to make him look scarier.
It's one of those.
Make him actually look like a burn victim.
You can see the logic that they went with, and you can understand it too.
Mhm.
It's one of those where it's like, I get what you were going with, and it's one of those where it's like, because in my opinion, even when the people say it looks awful, I never saw it as that. I don't like it as much as the original, but I don't think it was awful.
Yeah, I think it looked fine. It's like, yeah, he looks like something you wouldn't want to actually look at. Because I hate to say this, but it's like, if you've ever looked at like an actual like third degree burns, like, it makes you uncomfortable.
It's scary looking.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that to be like an asshole to people who have that.
I mean, it's the truth. It's pretty horrific.
I might be weirdly desensitized, but I'm like, okay, it's there. I
mean, some people, yeah, it's like they don't. It's fine, but it's just other people, they see that, they kind of visually up. I don't, because that sounds kind of mean, but it kind of visually upsets you.
No, I mean that's not mean. It's a very natural thing. You don't want to see it degloved. Like that's
look. I'm perfectly okay if people get uncomfortable by seeing certain things. I perfectly understand that. But like, to me, I never with the newer look, I'm like, oh, okay, it's there. I don't hate it, but I don't necessarily love it, and I was always just very neutral on it.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. It's like, I'm not seeing the hate. Like, I just don't. I can't say.
Yeah, I don't understand people honestly like, I hate it. It's like, I actually thought it looked fine. That's just what they were going for.
I'm gonna let you guys chat about the third one. I gotta do something real quick, but basically, we're moving on to what I think a lot of people kind of consider to be, aside from the original, the best sequel to Nightmare on Elm Street.
It's like the best of the sequels, I think.
Oh my god,
it's definitely the best sequel.
I actually saw that one before the others. That was the first.
Actually, same. They were doing a marathon of the Elm Street movies one year on like IMC, I think, or something like that. And I tuned in for this one because I had to go somewhere, so I only had time to watch this one. And I was like, oh, this is kind of fun.
Yeah.
This one.
Oh, it's so great.
This one is.
The Kincaid dude is hilarious, though. It's just the way he says shit. Let's go whoop this motherfucker's ass and stuff like that. Next time I go out the phrase, like, this is Freddy you talking about. Like, the only Freddy movie it's not even a Freddy movie I had seen before this was Freddy versus Jason.
Right.
Which we'll get to that later.
What is this? My god, now I get to talk about the music. Dream Warriors by Dawkins is so amazing. We are the Dream Warriors.
When you think about it, it doesn't, like, it makes sense. It doesn't break the other movies too much. The idea that it's like, oh, people have like powers when they're dreaming.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, you normally do shit that you wouldn't normally do in a dream.
This feels like an 80s Marvel
I could fly,
comic.
and then I cucked a dude. So, stuff that I would never do in real life.
You're right.
You're right. It does kind of feel like the start of a weird, like, 80s Marvel thing.
Yeah.
Well, like,
Freddy's like the first villain they deal with.
To me, it feels like an old school, like, X-Men spinoff at times.
Yes.
Kinda, yeah. That's actually not.
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
That's not that far off.
The characters are very relatable, if flawed. Like, all the kids, like, like, okay, there's like the one girl who was a junkie. There was the one character who was kind of the nerd who played D&D.
Who was paralyzed from the waist down.
Slightly less me.
There was the girl who wanted to be a TV star and would, to keep herself awake, was burning herself with cigarettes. They were very sympathetic.
Hey.
To be fair, she did end up in a TV.
Yeah.
Best line, best kill, and best line in the.
Yeah.
It's prime time, bitch.
Apparently, that line was ad-lib too, which is even funnier than the prime time part. Which makes it 10 times funnier. It's like, yo, you ad-libbed that? Because I thought that was in the script because it's too perfect.
This is also. This is also the only I niggle in this film, and this is more like in hindsight, is like some people really don't like talkative Freddy.
Yeah,
I know.
Freddy does become more silly.
I think this
Yeah,
is
this-
around the time where Freddy became more iconic.
Freddy.
Yeah.
And
And it worked
I
with
think
the
the Friday
tone
the
of that
13th films do
movie.
something. I think a lot of slasher films, especially as a late try, at least they try their best to get something similar, in the sense where, like, if nothing else, the killer is at the very least memorable, iconic to look at. And I think this is kind of where that started for Freddy, where he was already interested, even in the other films, where it's like, even like especially like the first one and the second one, where it's like he's interesting visually. The little bits of personality you get are interesting. So at this point in time, I think they kind of realized a lot of people were coming to see Freddy, not so
Yeah.
much as just the film itself. And I think the later movies definitely go harder into that. But this
Oh,
first
yeah.
film was kind of where it started.
Right. And it really worked for the tone of the film, too.
Yeah, it
Whereas-
did.
Yeah.
And Freddy was still kind of scary, but not. Well, he's trying to be.
At that point, to me,
Well-
Freddy was like, I'm not saying he wasn't scary. I think he was more villain.
Yeah,
I don't know if
that's
that
probably
makes
fair.
sense.
villain.
You could also argue it gave him something to be really different in the market because
That is true
look,
too.
Mhm.
like slashers were coming out all the time,
What year was
and-
that? That was
and
87.
having the slasher be talkative over just, hi, I have scary music, I don't talk, and I just stand around.
Yeah, I just slowly walk after you, even though and keep up with you, even though you're running.
Right.
Yeah,
how
'cause,
how
like-
does Jason always catch up to people?
Which they
Yeah.
kind of explained it in the game, which is funny, is that he teleports.
You tell me.
Because I know, like,
no,
I have a different theory.
he has tank treads.
Heelys.
Healy's.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm reminded
Obviously,
of like the
Heelys.
Pepe Le Pew
His
cartoons, where like the girl character's always running, and here's Pepe Le Pew just kind of skipping along and manages to always catch up to her. Like,
are you saying Pepe Le Pew is a slasher villain?
I mean,
I'd watch it.
I'd watch it.
Yo,
So
if you look at it in that dynamic, it's kind
yo,
of
that's a
funny.
Looney Tunes reboot I pay to see.
That's
That's,
our,
why. That's why they cut him out of Space Jam.
Yeah, he was
But
too
they
busy
love-
murdering people.
They didn't just-
LeBron James.
They
LeBron
They
James.
didn't
This
just
guy's
cut
too
him
scary.
out.
LeBron James, like
James.
you've
They
seen,
cut out
LeBron
the
James, like the
cat
black guy always
character,
dies
too.
first.
They didn't just cut out Pepe.
This
They
is- no,
cut
this
out,
is
like,
the-
Petunia also.
this is the new Todd
They've-
Phillips cinematic universe. We got Oscar, we got Fred, and now Pepe.
Jesus Christ.
Good
Don't
Lord.
lie to me and tell me you wouldn't watch it.
Listen, I've
just-
seen some really stupid movies, especially this past week alone. So I'm willing to watch anything.
That just reminds me of that one Scooby Doo comic where like it's the apocalypse and Velma
Oh god.
is like
Velma's
the
a
only
midget.
survivor or something. It is a midget for some reason.
I
Oh,
actually
God,
have that
yeah.
comic sitting on my shelf, and I have yet to
What?
read it. I really
Uh,
want to.
Yeah, there's a comic where Velma is a midget for some reason.
She's like
It's
the
an
smartest person on
odd-
the planet. She's a little person, and like Shaggy's like a hipster, and like it's basically like all five of them in like post-apocalyptic setting.
Look how they-
It's
Shaggy as a
really
hipster
wild.
is just look how they massacred my boy. Look how they massacred my
It-
boy.
It's an odd book. I'll say that. It's not the worst thing I've ever read, especially from that line. But it's also it also lasted long. It was 36 issues.
Really?
Like,
It's one
Wow.
of those where it's
Yeah.
like, this is
It
dumb,
lasted longer
but
than
you're committing to the bit,
Flintstones.
and I respect that.
Right.
Yeah.
I can
You know,
respect
I'm
it.
gonna step away for just a sec because I really need to drink after this giant ass bucket of popcorn that I just consumed.
All that
Um,
salt.
Yeah, all that
easy
soda.
living.
Yeah,
It's not easy living with all that salt, is it? Y'all
You know
call me
what?
a fool for it, but
you would know. You were salty to the point where you existed for how many years as just a fucking eye because you were bitchy about losing.
No, my blood is literally salt. Like, you cut me and it's not even liquid. It's just grains of salt. They thought I was a
Right.
mummy for a second. It's like, no, that's just salt.
Okay, well that's gross. I'm gonna go now.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know.
I'm going to grab some Jack Daniel's watermelon punch.
Hey. All right, so
Hey.
where do you want to put Dream Warriors? Because I'm biased when it comes to Dream Warriors.
I would
Dream
put it
Warriors
probably.
Great.
Conflict.
I'd
I'd
put
probably
it.
put it in grade at least.
I'd put
Great.
it.
It's definitely one of my favorite it's definitely one of my favorites of the Nightmare on Elm Street films. It's a great horror. Let me put it this way: it's a great, enjoyable horror film. But it's definitely one of those things of I would definitely put it as the top tier of the Nightmare on the Elm Street series. But but yeah, like I said, it has.
It's one of those.
I would say
where
as far
like,
as sequels go, it's probably the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where it's like I could see someone liking Dream Warrior, but not necessarily liking the original. I don't know if that makes sense. Where it's like they're almost two. I won't say they're two genres, but
they're like two completely different films, pretty much.
There's kind of like a rebootish, like honestly, if 3 came out today, people might describe it as like a weird reboot.
Yeah, like a soft reboot or something.
A reboot. A sequel,
yeah.
A sequel reboot. A sequel.
I mean, that is kind of what it is, though, too.
Yeah.
That's kind of what Terminator Genesis was.
Oh Lord,
that movie was awful.
Oh Lord, don't bring up memories of that Terminator. Oh God,
I'm back, motherfuckers.
What was I trying to remember?
You've been back too many times, Arnold.
I'll be back. No, you need to leave.
If I remember, Dream Warriors is done by the guy who did Dreams. There was this guy who did another movie about dreams. I think Dream Journey or Dreamscape.
Dreamscape. Okay.
And New Line hired him. Yeah. They hired him to do.
I'm about to say, if it's the same director who did Dream as us, that was a bit
Dream
of a.
Warriors.
That was a slight downgrade.
All right, so. I put it above the Elm Street reboot. I think that's
fair.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
That's very fair.
Right.
Yeah.
So now we're treading to territory where, I'll be honest, I did not get to watch one of these films. I just straight up did not get to watch.
Okay.
And I can't remember which one.
I binged all of these all of the Freddy ones.
So now
because
I've watched them, so I can give my opinion.
Which is the Dream Master.
That one just kind of felt like a rehash of 3, but not as fun.
They kill off the cast of
they killed off everyone in the third movie too. Which
why did they bring him back in the 4th only to kill him off in the first 30 minutes?
Yeah.
To be fair, from
at least with Nancy in 3,
value, that's pretty that's a good way to show that the new characters aren't safe. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
I thought it was funny that
pissed me off.
Kristen was the only character they recast. The other two still had the same actor.
Yeah, but Kristen was a totally
that was pretty weird.
That really threw me off in the beginning.
This would be the same person? Okay.
And then it's oh, it's Kristen. I'm like, oh, no, it's not.
No, you're not Kristen.
I didn't find any of the new characters in 4 particularly memorable, though.
Yeah, they weren't. With the exception of the girl at the Alice, that was it.
But that's only because she was essentially the
was Alice the Roach Girl?
Yeah, there was Alice.
Alice wasn't the Roach Girl. Alice was the one that ends up beating Freddy.
Alice was the new main character.
I hate that Roach scene.
That Roach scene was probably the best kill.
Well, it's a
that
good
movie
kill,
had.
I hate it because I just hate roaches.
Me too.
Right? It's serious body horror, Cronenberg body horror.
Kristen's boyfriend, and he was the karate guy.
Yeah.
This is.
But they just weren't very memorable. I'm sorry.
This one's definitely.
I remember there's a scene where she wears all their stolen shit and she's like, I got powers. She pretty much does the Keanu Reeves, whoa, I know Kung Fu before it even.
Yeah, but she's inherited every power from every person she's pulled into a dream and gotten killed.
What were you saying, Exalted?
This one definitely has. If I had to say this is the Nightmare on Elm Street 2 to Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Not without the case.
Yeah,
where it's the one before it was so great, and then this one it's
what the fuck is this?
It's not even Because I mean, like, it's not even just a downgrade; it's like such a significant downgrade too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't fully
I
finish
feel
it.
like
I
it'd be
was so
fun while
pissed off.
I had a hard time finishing this one. Honestly, I kept looking at my phone.
Maybe fun while drunk.
Yeah.
Like I got level with you. Like I was looking at my phone constantly throughout.
So
I
now
do
the
that with
question.
pretty much anything I watch.
So now the question is, where would you rank it?
I'd probably put it in
Good while
the
drunk.
yeah.
Good while drunk.
I'd probably say good while drunk.
All right, I'll
Yeah,
put it
because you
below.
at least find it's
Yeah.
so campy that if you were drunk, you'd find it funny.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's close to trash to me, but there
It
is
is.
definitely
It is getting kind of
I-
close
It's-
there.
I'll be sure to like
I
put
think
it
Yeah,
I
there
below
we go.
as we kind of go.
I agree with
I'll,
that.
Yeah.
I'll say
I
this.
think
There's definitely
I
one.
think I need. Oh,
There's definitely one. There's definitely one nightmare film I'm definitely gonna put into trash, and I know what it is.
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about too, but we'll get to it in just a second. If it's the same one. So now we're on 5, The Dream Child.
This one.
That
Really
was a
deep.
little bit of a step up from the Dream Master, in my opinion,
Yeah.
because it actually did something new with it.
Yeah, I like the twist that Freddy was like the reason why Freddy was killing people back was because it was using her onboard child since the child is perpetually, dreaming.
That
Pretty
was
much.
creative. I did like that. Angle.
That was a neat idea, and it honestly was kind of scary. It's like, wow, Freddy's an asshole.
It was interesting, but like again, it suffered from a lot of the same stuff that number 4 did. In that nothing about it was really super memorable. Like it was just
Yeah,
kind of was
outside of
there.
that, it really doesn't have much going for it.
But at
The
the very
kills were
least,
pretty
it
boring.
introduced
is
a
that the
new
one
idea.
with the pizza
and-
face?
Yeah,
No,
That's the one with the
was in
pizza
4.
face?
Yes.
That was pizza. Was no, I thought the pizza with the faces on it was a number.
That
4.
was in 4,
No.
I think.
Yeah.
Are you sure? No,
Oh,
that
that
was
was 4?
3.
No,
That was 4.
No, that
in
was 5.
number 5, there's a scene where they stuff a girl's face with food, and it's not even scary though. It's mostly just kind of campy.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
one's just
Oh,
campy. Are you
yeah.
talking about because there's a scene in 4 where Freddy like pulls a girl into a TV or not TV, a movie screen there in a diner, and he's like the pizza's got like screaming faces on it. And he's
Yeah,
explaining
it was-
that her whole thing is that, oh yeah, you bring people in so I can kill them.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it says a lot that we can't.
Oh
remember
yeah, that would
scenes
have
from
been
this movie.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really does say a lot.
I think
We've been
it's a lot.
confused.
Where we're legit like, wait, what
'Cause
happened in
4
this
and
film?
5 pretty much are like basically one movie.
Yeah, they pretty much are just.
Yeah.
Which is funny because technically you should count 3 in that, but you don't.
No.
Like when you think about
No,
it.
because the recast.
Like when you think about how
Kirsten-
the stories are presented, 3, 4, and 5 should all technically be like clumped together.
Yeah,
But
because they're like
because
a
3 is more
trilogy unto
memorable,
themselves.
You don't really do that with 3 because it's more memorable than the other
Yeah.
two.
Right. So as
I
far
would
as what-
probably
Three
put
gets to live in its own special category.
the only
Yeah.
thing
Three
I will
gets to live
say
in its own
about
special category with its own address.
actually was 4 the one where Freddy kills the guy in his water bed, like he drags him through, the bed turns into water.
I think that was
Because that kill was kind of cool just from an effect standpoint.
Which one was it? Sorry?
right.
There's one, I think it was either I think it was 4 where Freddy kills somebody by dragging them. They're like sitting on a water bed, so he kills them by dragging them
Oh,
into the
that
bed,
was-
and the
yeah,
bed
that
becomes
was
water.
Yeah, how's that for a wet dream?
One
it
of
was,
them
the,
had
it was
a-
the mute kid from the third
Literally.
one. Like
Yeah, okay.
the hot chick from his poster appeared in his waterbed, completely naked, and then it just like I don't think and then Freddy just kind of pulled him into it, and then
Yeah.
his mom like walked into the room and couldn't find
Guys.
him, was like bitching about
And
him,
there he is.
pulled back the covers, and he's like drowned inside the water.
I will say this, and this is the thing for a lot of like slasher movies in general. Like this kind of a genre-wide thing where like sometimes even the worst slasher movies, they usually kind of save themselves when it comes to like the creative kills.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Some of them
So-
do.
I feel like the Elm Street films, especially, they kind of like even the worst ones, kind of like they have that one kill where it's like, oh
Mhm.
man, like that. Even if the rest of the film is awful, like that kill was amazing.
Yeah. So another
What
good wild
dream
drunk,
scene?
perhaps.
I don't even know for 5. I don't wait. We
5
talked
I
about
would
stuff.
put so bad as good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're right.
'Cause
I
it's
don't even
not
know if I
like-
could do that because I kind of was just bored
It's-
throughout.
Yeah,
We-
like I
we
mean,
should have a meh category.
I mean,
yeah,
Yeah,
the
if we had
meh-
a meh category,
Yeah.
it would
Should I add
fit.
a meh?
Yeah.
honestly, wait. Meh
Yeah.
is kind of a good while drunk.
No, because to me, good while drunk is like meh is okay. So to me, meh is kind of like boring. Like
Yeah, meh is
boring.
like a step
Right.
Good
just
while
below.
drunk means it's
Well,
stupid, but
so
if you turn
here's
your
the thing.
brain off, you can have fun with it.
Here's
Yeah.
the thing, though. 5, it had some fun kills. It actually had like the motorcycle kill, the very first kill from the movie. I thought was very, very interesting at the very least. It was.
You know what's
highly
one thing that
entertaining.
bugged me about that?
Hmm.
Because it confused. Like, was he asleep when that happened?
Mhm.
Because when did he? Because I'm trying to think of like when would he actually have fallen asleep though?
He fell asleep while driving.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like in
Okay.
those movies, he
But,
was
like,
basically
it's a
just
PSA.
attacking people in reality through the child's dreams.
Because
Because that was
Freddy
the whole
was.
thing, is that they're
Yeah,
like
that's true,
they're
too.
attacking us
I
in
forgot
broad
about that.
daylight.
But the
So
weird
how
thing
about
was,
this? I'm gonna
like in number 5, Freddy, when he would kill them, it's almost like he would force them to go to sleep. Because although he could come out into the real world, it's almost like he was more powerful he was still more powerful in the dream.
All right, so
Um,
There was that one scene with the comic book artist guy who turned into his
Yes.
comic book character to
That
try to
was
kill Freddy.
cool.
all right, so
Okay.
and then Freddy became Super Freddy.
Yeah, that the Super Freddy part was where it got real corny. But it's like the part where he's like, okay, he turned into his comic book character. That's kind of a nice payoff to the fact that he draws comics.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Alright,
I
So
do.
naturally, he would do something pretty nuts in a dream.
I made a meh. I'll put it there for now because I do think there is a
Yeah.
distinct difference between a movie that's like meh and a movie that's because I think technically speaking, any movie can get better if you're drunk. Like if you turn
Yeah.
your brain off to it. However, you shouldn't have to if that makes sense.
There are some movies I do watch inebriated, and
I mean, I've
So-
watched most of these movies inebriated. Like there was a point in time where like, and this I don't.
Let's be
usually go
honest.
to
I
my-
feel like you do most of your stuff inebriated.
That's not actually true. Like, to be fair, I was about to say like,
No,
I know
actually.
most people assume that, but like when it comes to like my daily life, this is like I don't drink that much. However, there is a certain point where I was marathoning these movies, and I remember there was a point, and I rarely do this. Usually when I drink, I do mixed drinks because it helps me control my drinking. There was a point where I was just drinking straight whiskey,
Damn.
and I
I can see
Oh,
that.
wow.
you know,
think
with some
I
of these.
think it was Jason Goes to Hell, but I remember very distinctively looking down at my cup, and I was.
I did
just
not
like,
have time to watch that before the stream.
oh
God,
god, damn.
you should be happy.
Though I have watched this is YouTuber like Decker Shadow. He reviewed all these movies.
I'll say
and-
this.
His on Jason Goes to Hell, like he was trying to be nice to it, but he really couldn't.
I
He was
no,
trying.
but it's
I'll be back in a second,
it
guys.
goes to hell and
Wait,
takes Manhattan. Those are the ones.
Yeah.
But
All right, so I'm gonna put I think I already did. I put 5 in meh.
yeah,
All right, so now this one, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Next one we got is Freddy's Dead, which is basically Freddy's Dead is the final nightmare.
I hated this one.
I hate this movie.
Trash.
Mm.
To
Dumpster
me,
trash.
this was like even the previous movies, like 3 to 5, you have that like campiness where it's like it's a fun campy,
It's still
and
charming.
there's still charm to it. This one was just stupid.
I'll
So-
say this.
Can I like offer some pros and cons here?
Sure.
Go ahead.
So pros, it had a cameo from Johnny Depp, which I loved.
Okay.
Pro, it had the whole video game kill scene, which I thought was actually kind of entertaining.
That went
if
on
it
for
was-
so
It was
goddamn
way
long.
too drawn out.
Mhm.
If they had cut that a lot shorter, it would have been pretty great. As it is, it's entertaining, way too drawn out. But also, it introduced the whole like Freddy having a kid of his own thing, which I thought was interesting, and it could have been done better than it was, but it was still a decent idea.
It's a decent idea until you kind of just think like, when would this man have had a kid? Like,
Oh.
when did that happen?
He was
I'll
married.
say
child,
this like with this film.
And who
It was
Still-
definitely an afterthought.
Yeah.
The weird thing about this feels like a TV film.
It
It
kind of
does.
does.
It really does. I don't know why I kept thinking like,
I feel like I feel like there was a Friday the 13th TV show that was kind of like a weird horror anthology thing. Feels more like it was made for that.
Yeah, because I always forget like that show didn't really have anything to do with like, excuse me, Jason and all that. But
there's also a Friday the 13th one, but that one's a little weirder.
So now I'm gonna move on to the cons of Freddy's Dead, the movie.
All
Just
right.
a movie.
There it is. That's the con.
It lost me within the first scene.
It was just like, well, so I was like, okay, interesting. We're dealing with Freddy's kid. That'll be cool. And then he's on a plane, and then you see Freddy riding a broomstick.
I think,
and I realized, oh.
I think this movie is one of those cases where it's like, because okay,
can't even drink right now because I have to go to work.
I am a hard defender of the 90s. Like, I love the 90s. I love the cheese of the 90s. However, I do think that this movie is like a victim to the worst of 90s cheese, in the sense where it's like, I feel like to where the 90s was an era where it was like a lot of things just didn't take themselves seriously. But with a lot of the fact it was like the charm to it, and I feel like this was like, it didn't really have that same charm. It was one of those, let's be corny and cheesy because no one cares, as opposed to some of the other ones where let's be corny and cheesy because we're having fun with it.
Yeah, and again, the kills go on for way too fucking long.
It feels like weird obligations, low budget, and it's just... And
that's the thing. It apparently had like one of the highest budgets, though. That's the weird part.
I think this is one of those cases where it's like, at this point, Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street, it is a certified franchise. It's certified
hood classic.
Yeah, it's hood classic. Jesus, it is a hit. It's one of those films where it's like, by all measure of the means, should be popular. It should be good, and I feel like
are we talking about
I feel like that's where the budget comes from. No, we haven't gotten to a New Nightmare yet, but I feel like that's where the budget comes from, in the sense where it's like, this is Nightmare on Elm Street at this point now. It's
and not even just that; it's supposed to be the last one.
Yeah, it was supposed to be. Technically, it still is.
Technically,
well, no, I take that back because I looked at what we have next.
Well, it's technically the last one out of the original continuity, I guess.
Yeah.
Before Wes Craven decided to do the metafiction thing.
Well, even you go ahead.
Never mind it. Go on.
Well, I was gonna say because we'll get into it because it's the next movie. But what do you guys want to put Freddy's Dead?
Trash.
Like,
oh man.
Even when the daughter kills him, it feels so anticlimactic.
Because again, it was just way too drawn out.
My Switch just hit my desk.
Like that she used his own glove against him. That is
the only part I unironically like is the credits.
That's bad.
No, because here's the thing. Now that says something, but at the same time, they were running over a lot of good moments from the previous films over the credits.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So it was good because it had references. It had clips of the other films.
To better movies, therefore it was
a best of.
It was the greatest hits montage.
It was the best of
I make that joke all the time, where it's like the credits were a nice way of letting me know that the assault to my senses was finally over.
The torture has ended.
That too, but I will say it has a little bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, it has that god damn, what do you call it? A nostalgia bait to a degree, just to a bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna put it as trash because I do think, if at the very least, this was one of those where I think they kind of assumed that it's Nightmare on Elm Street, therefore it's gonna make a profit. We don't need to try too hard here.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're getting to what is arguably probably the most successful of these films, and it's also probably one of the
so
weirdest when you really think about it. It's one that technically never should have happened. Freddy versus Jason.
Yes.
Now, the thing I
I've
was
not
saying
seen
before,
this one.
the thing
Oh,
I was
I've
saying
seen this
before
one
about,
way
like,
too many
the,
times.
So the weird thing about this one
Oh, I
is
just
that
realized we've reached the limit to what I've actually seen.
that's fine because I've seen more Nightmare. God damn it, I keep doing it. I've seen
do
more
the same
Friday the
thing.
13th films than I have with the Nightmare films. I'm more familiar with the Friday the 13th films. But this is one where it's really weird because like it's a bit it kind of plays it kind of like ambiguous, but technically the movies like that came before it are canon to it. Like they kind of make some small references to it, especially with the Nightmare on Elm Street films. And I think is that like Freddy was quote unquote defeated, but they don't really allude to it being specifically like Freddy's dead. Like it wasn't necessarily that event, but they even show scenes from like Dream Warrior and stuff like that. So it's very clear that they were trying to at least invoke some kind of continuity between them.
You think maybe it was the same
Yeah,
continuity as like the original
say-
5, but not the same continuity as Freddy's Dead?
I think.
I think that's what they were going for.
So as of now, there are 4
I
Nightmare
wish this-
continuities.
Sure, why
There's
not?
actually one other thing that
I think this is a case. This is a bit of a side tangent, but I think this is a case of Godzilla Final Wars, where I don't know if any of you ever seen it, but it's like
Love Final Wars.
the entire film. It pays homage to past Godzilla movies, but technically speaking, none of those movies are canon to this one. It kind of just like plays on your knowledge of said universe, but without ever really it's not officially canon to it.
It's why Minya's there. But
the character everyone totally loved.
Yes, the little adorable little bastard who, for some reason, just won't go away.
Why won't you just die, Minya? No one likes
of
you.
all the monsters who could have shown up in this movie, not a single monster from the Heisei era.
No, that was what bugged me.
you
I
gotta
wish there
have
was more
Minya.
Heisei. I wish there was something from Heisei in that movie.
On some level, I kind of get it because a lot of these monsters have not been shown off in years, so might as well show off the old new dudes, you know? Like, give them their chance to shine again.
Let's be honest, though, Monster X was just a boss in that movie.
Yo, that oh god damn it! I hate it when people do this when they bring up Godzilla, because it completely changes my mindset. But that final fight between Godzilla and Monster X / King Kaiser Ghidorah, that's anime.
Yeah, that was some anime shit right there.
They literally stand there. They literally stand there staring at each other for a brief few seconds, start charging at each other, and do like a samurai clash.
Yeah, that movie is so fucking ridiculous.
I love it.
All right, so back to Freddy versus Jason, because this is an equally stupid movie.
Here's the thing though, they actually did a good attempt with explaining why they would fight each other.
Well, because what's funny about this movie, this is a movie that was in the works for like years.
Yeah.
Like even before Jason Goes to Hell. This was something like God damn, what's the company that owns Nightmare on Elm Street?
I don't know.
New Line
I think
Cinema.
New Line?
Which,
New
I think
Line.
it is New
which
Line.
Warner
So,
Brothers owns.
Yeah, New Line.
So like New Line, I think they bought the rights to Jason, which is what led to the legal dispute years later. That there's a bit of foreshadowing there. But yeah, they bought the rights to Jason, and part of the reason they bought the rights was to have this film be made. Not necessarily this version of the film,
But like
have
a
it
version of
crossover.
it.
Yeah, so that was like the point of them buying it. And even at the end of Jason Goes to Hell, like there's literally that scene where Freddy's finger gloves comes out of the ground and drags Jason's mask into the dirt.
Yeah.
And ever since then, people were like, when's Freddy versus Jason coming out? And then it came out.
Never.
and I maybe it's because I'm biased because this is the first like Friday 13th slash like Freddy movie I'd seen, but I really liked it, even though it does have some issues.
It's
For one, the fact that they made Jason afraid of water seemed really freaking weird.
Oh, it's stupid.
Like, it was so
definitely
dumb.
stupid.
It's so
Yeah.
dumb.
When you watch these films, it's like this man has never been afraid of water.
Yeah, it's like he
thrives
spent
in it.
Yeah.
like there's an entire ending where he spends like implied months just trapped underwater,
God damn
and
it!
he's fine.
Jason
like
takes
his
Manhattan
first,
literally on a boat.
Yeah,
like honestly, his first appearance in film ever.
That's
is
right.
in water.
He busts out of the
Right.
water and grabs the chick in like the jump scare, like the ending scene. Like he literally comes out of
Like,
the water.
It's
Even though it's a
It's one of those
hallucination.
honestly like with Jason,
Jason's
it feels
a
like
water
water should
baby.
like. It feels like Jason is the Aquaman of slasher villains.
It's one
He
of those.
really
where-
is,
I think
honestly.
it's one of those where it's like,
That's really not far off.
and I think the reason why they did that, and this is just me pure speculation, is because, it's one of the cringiest lines in the entire film where the chick says like, "Wait a minute, Freddy died by fire, Jason by water. How can we use that?" And I feel like somewhere in the writers' room, they were going through the history of these characters. Someone saw that and was just like, "Let's run with it." And it's like, that doesn't make any sense though.
hold
But
it.
let's run with it. But that doesn't
Hold
make
it.
sense. Do it.
Oh my God, it's
I can
Martha.
tell you that
It's Martha.
Oh my god, it is.
Martha.
It's the Martha of it's the Martha of Freddy versus Jason.
It really is.
Well,
So I
if
will say Freddy
remember
versus Jason is still a
correctly,
better
this is,
movie.
If I remember correctly, this is done by the same guy who did Bride of Chucky. He just seems to not
Yes!
like horror movies, and he comes up with the weirdest ideas.
Okay, so I will say this. Okay, so I'm gonna address something that I love about this movie. And when I was rewatching it, what's his name? Ronnie Yu, and he does. Okay, so this is so stupid because I remember I was doing like I can't remember exactly what I was doing, but this guy's done a lot of like Chinese, like sometimes like more action based kind of films, right?
Yeah.
And I will say this, and this is one thing I'm always reminded of when I watch Freddy vs. Jason. Despite all the shit that happens in between, the fight scenes between Freddy and Jason are actually legit pretty badass.
Yeah,
and I
they're
don't just
awesome.
mean like I don't just mean
I
like
agree.
it's brutal. I mean like Freddy's throwing like fight combos, like he's throwing elbows and shit. Jason is like taking Freddy and smashing him through windows, dragging him across it. It's so stupid, but at the same time, it's like even without the context of who these characters are, just well choreographed. Like,
And then they both ended up in Mortal
legitimate fight
Kombat.
Yeah,
scene.
I agree with that.
Yes. Let me put it this way: the actual versus part, yeah, freaking. Look, the actual fight is well done for what it is. The rest of the movie, you could honestly tweak a lot of stuff about it to make that more better.
Oh yeah, but one thing I do like, and I thought this was actually kind of genius, was the reason they're fighting. I like the fact that it's like Freddy's whole thing is like, okay, they forgot me, so I'm not powerful enough to anything, so I have to wake up Jason, trick him to go to Elm Street and start murdering people, so they think I'm doing it, so I can get my power back. But then Jason starts killing too much.
But there's like a particular like I gotta see if I can find it. But like it's the scene where like it's like the scene when the final fight happens.
You know,
And like
that's a weirdly meta thing because if you
Here we
actually
go.
like look up the dates of, there's still more Friday movies than there are Nightmare films.
Yes, that's why I thought it was kind of genius. The
oh yeah, because
idea.
Friday was a full franchise before Nightmare on Elm Street was even made.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
see if I
yeah.
can-
Well, not even that. It at least had another film. It had at least another film beforehand, you know, with
Right.
with Jason X Jason
yeah,
X is just
because that was part
four.
of the whole it took too long to make this film.
Yeah, so they ended up making Jason X because they were like, okay, this won't contradict. This shouldn't contradict because it's so far ahead, like in time and stuff.
Look how this is shot. First of all, Freddy's face is priceless there.
Yeah, he has the most
First
old
time I've actually
shit.
seen him look
Yeah.
afraid.
He has the most old shit. And I like how they have the little the guitar and they did the Jason shit.
Well, because it's like
Because first
they
round,
know what
Freddy
you came to
won.
see.
Did he just kick him in the dick?
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
He
and it
tried.
didn't do anything.
Because remember, this is undead, just turbo Jason.
Look
At
at
this point,
This is like some WWE.
Yeah.
this is WWE shit with a higher
I added an
budget.
extra W there.
Now I'm just
Let's
imagining.
see if I can.
WWW.
God, I'm just imagining the Booker T, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, here we go. I'm gonna jump ahead just a bit.
Yeah, he does the elbow drops and shit.
Look at this shit.
He's going full combo.
When did Freddy learn this shit?
Yeah, he's going full elbow drops and shit.
He learned it from the martial artist
Doing
guy
them-
from
them high kicks.
4.
It
Got all
makes sense why they put him in Mortal Kombat now.
Yeah, he's doing all them high kicks and shit.
And then
This game's Looney Tunes as fuck right here. I'm sorry, but it's fun.
Yeah. I think that's the best way to kind of describe this movie. It's like, well, it's bad, but it's fun.
Like they knew what you came to see, and it's like we're gonna give
Yeah.
them just the most ridiculous fight.
yeah, I think that's where it really comes into play here because on paper, the story is actually really good in my opinion.
On paper, that's what I was trying to say. On paper, it actually makes sense.
Mhm.
Freddy's been forgotten about, so he finds, and I think he even says in the film, he searched the depths of hell for the perfect killer, and he found Jason.
Yeah.
And so he brought him back to life, released him on Elm Street, and just let that kind of
Now,
build his legend
Well,
again.
It
Now-
was more implied that Jason was asleep and that he talked to Jason in his dreams by
Yeah, because he was
pretending
pretending to be his mom
Mhm.
and told him to go to Elm Street to kill the teenagers and stuff.
And what's
Kill
funny
him
was
all,
they were supposed to
Jason.
Kill
They were
her
supposed to
mother,
get, what's her-
Jason.
they were supposed to get what's her name, the woman who played Pamela Voorhees in the first film. She was supposed to play that role, but she didn't want to do it. She,
Aw.
Mhm.
Yeah,
'Cause
she
there's a lot-
never
there's a lot
liked
of
that role.
yeah, there's a lot of Friday the 13th actors, and who were just like, I'm done with this shit.
Yeah.
And I think she was one of them.
to be
Mhm.
fair, I can't really blame them considering how that franchise kind of is.
Oh, if you hear some of the behind the scenes stuff when it comes to the Friday the 13th films, especially those first few, it's
Because I know the writer of the first one, he hated the idea of Jason being the villain. And the
Yeah, there
sequence,
was
he
even-
called it stupid. He was like, I fucking
well, no,
hate
I was
this.
talking about there was one where it might have been part 3, where one of the guys was nervous about doing his role, and so one of the crew gave him some coke.
Holy shit.
They
Oh.
straight up
Oh my God.
it was they were doing coke on behind the scenes, and there's a scene
So
where
my mind just straight went to Coca-Cola, and I'm like, oh, that's nice of them.
That is,
I mean,
that is the most 80s thing ever.
Yeah, just
Either
do some
way.
coke. Don't worry about it. Just do some coke.
Look, tired,
Yeah,
tired of
I
feeling
don't-
nervous in a slasher film? Do some coke. It'll get you through the day.
excuse me.
That just reminds me of God, there was some other. This is completely unrelated, but this right through this rumor about the channel Awesome People with Spoonie, where apparently for one of those movies he was off his bipolar meds or something to play a character or something. They made him not take his meds because they needed him to be crazy.
Wouldn't
Wow.
surprise.
No, that
It was like the
Wouldn't
rumor. I don't know if
surprise.
it's true.
It was like
That
It was the first one where he turns into the insane doctor guy.
Oh
The
no,
first
that's,
Fight
that's not,
nostalgia critic at one point.
that I know is not true.
Oh, that's not
first
true, 'cause
kill
I've heard-
in the Friday or the Nightmare on Elm Street reboot. The guy in the diner. Apparently, he stayed up for 3 days before filming that scene in order.
When he's
to,
tired.
Yeah,
That's dedication, man.
right.
She
Like
is, yeah.
he's barely in the movie, but it's like, damn, that was some dedication.
Yeah. good
One
job.
thing I will say about Freddy versus Jason, I know this is where a lot of people kind of like got turned off by it, is because at that point in time, Kane Hodder had he at that point in time he had played Jason the most out of
Yeah.
any other actor, and yet he didn't get the part for Jason in this film. And part of the reason why is the guy they got. Let me see if I can find his name real quick. There's no hate towards him because he did a decent job. Ken, oh Jesus, Kurzinger. Like, I think he's like he's taller than Kane Hodder. Like he's bigger than him, and I
Yes,
think
he
that's
is.
what they were going for.
Because they needed someone taller than
Yes.
Robert Englund.
Well, because I think Kane Hodder is still taller than Robert Englund, but I think they wanted someone even taller. Like they really wanted to drive home that like.
They kind of were they were like, there's that fire and water contrast, but there's also kind of like that more
Brain versus
mental.
brawn.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
like the old Dracula versus Frankenstein movies. It was kind of the
Yeah.
same concept. Dracula, resurrects
Yeah.
the Frankenstein monster and kind of uses him, and then Frankenstein monster turns on him, and same kind of
versus
thing.
Predator.
Speaking of height, I would also like to point out that in the reboot, Jackie Earle Haley was shorter than every cast member except for Rooney Mara.
That's
So
funny.
They had to actually give him certain special boots or use
Oh my
certain
God.
camera angles to make him.
Oh, they
seem
gave
taller.
him
The Top Gun treatment.
the Tom
Yeah.
Cruise.
The Tom Cruise.
They gave
Tom
him the
Cruise
Tom
special.
Cruise and the Mark
Oh,
Wahlberg.
more you know.
Would they
They had
do that
to
for
use-
Mark Wahlberg too?
Dude,
They had
Mark Wahlberg is
They
like.
did that for Robert Downey Jr.
Let me state this first. I love Mark Wahlberg. I think he's an awesome actor. I even in Transformers 4 and 5, like I hate those movies, but I'm not gonna say I hate him.
Yeah, I
However,
can't
that
say I
dude-
hate him, but
Ironically,
those
That
movies were
man
terrible.
is short.
How short is he?
Let me see if I can find his height, and I if it's too low, I'm not gonna say it out loud. I'll say
Just let me know if it's under 5'7".
Please
Mark
tell me.
Wahlberg's height. That's one of the first things on here.
I mean,
All right, let me see if I can
I mean,
find it.
like,
Oh, it's not
on
that
a side,
bad. He's
on a
only,
side tangent, like people.
okay, he's only 5'8". It's not that
Okay,
bad.
so he's 1 inch taller than me.
He's not that bad. Okay, but it's funny because like
Yeah,
He's
think
he's
1
not
inch
that short.
taller than me.
I think he's the
Whoa, I'm
shortest
tall.
among his family. I think.
Whoa, I'm taller than most Hollywood actors.
I remember laughing when
I
I
mean,
found out what Wolverine's canonical height is. It's like, well, I'm taller than Wolverine. What the fuck?
No, oh my god!
Isn't he canonically like?
Oh
5'3"?
my God.
Yeah, he's
his
like
actor
5'3" or
is
some shit.
Yeah,
he's my height.
5'3".
He was born in a
5'2".
time period where people were
He's
naturally
5'3".
shorter.
Yeah, that's
Like-
true.
Yeah.
I
His
remember that being a
defense.
thing where Hugh Jackman was playing Wolverine, and people were like, "Yo, man, he's way too tall." And
Yeah, it's like
people were
Wolverine is short.
and
Right.
I remember that being a kid, people were saying like, "What do you mean, like Wolverine's like? What are you talking about?" And it's like because in the cartoons they don't really, in the cartoons
Yeah,
and even in the comics they don't really point it out too much. It's
Yeah, you
just,
don't really notice that he's that short.
Mhm.
Yeah, like he's one
It
of the
doesn't
shortest.
help. It doesn't help that people don't check canonical heights often. Sometimes, so
Yeah, that's
characters
true,
like
too.
so when Hugh Jackman took over and everybody ended up loving Hugh Jackman, they went to that portrait. So they're like, "Oh yeah, Wolverine's just tall," and then it's like, did you guys realize one of the reasons he's called Wolverine is 'cause
Wolverine
he's-
is like a manlet. Like, unironically a manlet.
And no hate to no hate
No,
to
he
short
is-
dudes,
he-
'cause- but
he
Now
is
please
the
don't disembowel me for saying it.
no, he is the ultimate manlet.
I was about to say like he's
He's
like
the apex manlet.
pinnacle of it. Alright, so back to Freddy versus
Back to
Jason.
Freddy versus Jason, though.
So, yeah, a lot of people were pretty upset about Robert Ink. God damn it! A lot of people were upset about Kane Hodder not playing
Hodder.
Jason, and I do think that a lot of it was missed because, especially rewatching these films in order, you can tell when
When Kane
Hodder-
Hodder's playing a
you can
character.
tell when he's underneath Jason. Like he's very
Distinctive.
emotive. Like oh my god, like if there was like you can see the anger. Like he breathes really heavy. he's just more aggressive in a lot of things he does. And in this film, Freddy vs. Jason, like, he doesn't, like, what's his name, Ken? He doesn't do a bad job, but there is a lack of emotion in, like, some of his more basic movements.
Yeah.
And so I do think a lot was lost by not
Okay,
having...
one last little side tangent. I just
From
thought of
what
something.
I heard, he was directed to act more like Frankenstein than Jason in the first place.
Yeah, I do remember
They
that
told
too,
him
where he's
move like Frankenstein.
Yeah, they told him to be more stiff. I think they were going too hard with that, like, him and Freddy are polar opposites angle.
Yeah.
What were you
Yeah.
saying, Edgy?
So you remember Alien vs. Predator Requiem? How, like, the guy who played the Predator for that did a really good job. I was like, I wonder if he's tall enough to play Jason, because I feel like that actor could play Jason.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because most Predator actors are really tall.
Yeah, because he had like that attitude as the Predator in that movie that a lot of that like stood out.
Well, because even like the original Predator actor Peter Kevin Hall, he was like almost 7 feet tall.
Yeah, that dude was a giant.
Like he like the Predator is canonically like 7 feet
yeah.
tall, and if I remember correctly, it's like he wasn't that far off, and that was one of the reasons why they had him do it.
Also, apparently he was like they wanted someone tall, but they could also move around.
Oh yeah, he was like a dancer too.
Yeah, so he kind of brought that to it, which is what they wanted.
They wanted someone who could be really tall, but at the same time very nimble.
Yeah,
Limbo.
Limbo.
That film?
Rush Limbo.
Limbo.
I forgot he's dead. I'm sorry.
Now I'm just imagining.
Dude, Dominic, you just took me back. He brought up Marky Mark.
Yeah.
Apparently, Mark
Funky
Wahlberg
Bunch.
gets
Oh my
will
God.
like get mad at you if you mention that.
Yo, man, I'll call him Marky Mark. What's he gonna do?
Punch you in the face.
Yo, man, I don't give a shit.
He's gonna get the
Right.
Funky Bunch to kick your ass.
I just look at Mark Wahlberg and I'm like, yo, I'll just put my head. I'm tall enough where I could put my hand on his head and just push him away. Like,
The disrespect.
Like I'm gonna be perfectly real here. Like, there's some actors, actresses, I love them to death. I think they're cool. I would love to like see them in real life and all that jazz. But I'm never gonna sit here and like treat you differently because you're rich or famous, man.
Yeah,
like,
nah.
Like I remember when I was in the Navy, there was like a moment where I got to go to like I was in Japan and I went to like an Air Force base where the president was doing like a speech, and they give you like this little spiel about how you're supposed to behave. And I remember telling somebody, it's like, "Yo, man, if the president walks up to me, I'm gonna look him dead in the eyes, and I'm gonna be like." I'm gonna look him dead in the eyes.
oh god!
So I voted for the
You
other
just
guy.
reminded me.
But you're pretty cool.
I forgot to bring this up during the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street, but my aunt actually worked on the Halloween reboot movies.
Oh,
the Wop
Oh.
oh God.
Oh, nice.
Oh
You know-
Lord, that's a whole other can of worms, Rob.
How
Sorry.
about that? That's a whole nother. Like,
That's a whole other
That's
stream
a
and a
whole
half.
other-
Because
that's a stream for another time. Halloween and
Yeah.
Rob Zombie.
oh my God.
All right, so for the
Oh
sake of
my
this one, I
God.
think it's pretty unanimous that we're gonna say Freddy vs. Jason bad, it's good, or
Yeah.
what?
I think that's
Yeah,
fair.
so bad.
I think that's fair.
So
Look,
bad.
it's-
Good.
It's a wrestling pay-per-view as a movie.
Yeah, but just it's a really expensive pay-per-view wrestling
Yeah.
event.
No, you're right, because I remember
Yeah.
a group of friends of mine. We
I would-
did like a horror movie night where we were watching like these horror films, and that was one of them. And one of my friends, he's a hardcore like wrestling fan, and he even says that like this is a WWE match if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
They're trash talking each other. The entire film is them building up to this final fight, and then when you finally see it, you don't give a shit if it makes sense. You're just
Yeah.
watching them kick the shit out of each other.
I
And
feel
also,
like-
funny story. There was apparently like multiple versions of the ending. One of them was that they both ended up in hell, and they're about to fight again, and then they get tied up, and it's Pinhead from Hellraiser there.
Yeah, I remember that.
There was another one where apparently Ash from
Yes,
Evil
I
Dead was
remember
going to
that.
show up. And I was like, yo, I would love to see this shit.
There's even a comic book where it's Freddy versus Jason versus Ash. I've seen
That
it. I
was
didn't
pretty
read
fun.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't got a chance to read it. It's on
Yeah.
my list. I want to find it, but I want to buy it.
I know,
don't wanna
I-
just
That's
read it.
that's a fun,
No,
it's a
I'm ready
genuinely
for it. It's in,
like
All right,
it's not
I-
look
I read-
look a lot of the comic tie-ins. No, sorry.
Listen, when it comes to crossovers, I'm gonna be real with you. Anyone watching this right now, if you go into a crossover expecting a coherent, well-written
High quality story.
I'm not saying you're not gonna find it. I'm saying you're putting your expectations a little too high.
It's like
Especially if it's not a
not
series
Jake-
that already is in the same universe.
Hell, even
Like,
like some
look.
Alien versus Predator stuff, when they basically retcon them to where they always existed together. Some
Yeah.
of those stories get fucking stupid.
If I had to think of what possibly is the best crossover, I would say is well written. Probably JLA Avengers. Like that's
Well, I was
the
gonna say Batman.
best,
versus
and that's
Predator.
like
Did you see the short film, the
Oh,
fan film?
Yeah.
Batman.
I've
Dead
seen that.
End.
Yeah,
To me,
Yeah.
the comic is
Sauron?
perfect because it's What's up?
I'm gonna get going, okay? I'm gonna get going, okay?
okay, fair
see
enough.
you, Soggy.
All right,
Bye,
Bye,
Soggy.
Soggy.
It's just
Bye,
getting a
Soggy.
little late for me.
see you,
Thanks for
Soggy.
coming.
Night. Plus, also,
Night.
it's nice being on. It was nice seeing everyone. Yeah, I'm just gonna let you know I know nothing about the Friday the 13th movies,
No.
That's
I mean,
fair.
and it's really
Guy
late for me.
in hockey mask kills horny teens.
Well, no. First, it's his mom. Remember?
Well, I was gonna say
Kevin
that's like
Bacon
half the
shows
films right
up.
there. Kevin Bacon gets
All right, I'm
The
gonna get
weird-
going.
Oh, that's right. Kevin Bacon was in that too. What the fuck?
Kevin Bacon gets got.
Kevin Bacon got killed by Freddy and Jason.
When did he get killed by Freddy?
No.
No, wait, wasn't he in one of the? Wasn't he in one of the?
No, he was
No,
like,
that was
I think he
that
was.
was Johnny Depp. We were talking
That was
about
Johnny Depp. Sorry, I thought that was.
no,
That's
no,
what he said.
Bacon, Johnny Depp, same guy.
I thought somebody said Kevin Bacon
I'm
was.
confused
In
with
a,
my continuity.
I thought
He
somebody
was
said
in,
Kevin Bacon was in a Nightmare on Elm Street
No,
movie.
Kevin Bacon. He
No,
was in
Friday
Tremors.
the
Though.
13th.
He was in the first Tremors.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I put Freddy versus
Well-
Jason in So Bad It's Good. All right, so
I
now
think
we've pretty much gone through most of the Nightmare on Elm Street. Now we're shifting over to Friday the 13th, which I think as a whole, as much as I love these films,
They're a mess.
I do think most of the
Yeah.
the majority are objectively worse.
Like, say what you
Look.
will about Freddy's sequels. Like, these movies are a mess.
Mm.
I would
Hey,
even
wait,
argue
wait.
that a lot of these movies don't get good until the fourth part.
Wait,
Like-
actually, there is one. There's one more. Not right. The Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
Yeah, but we're going in order as the images popped up because
Yeah.
I'm not because this system is kind of ass.
Mm.
It's kind of
Yeah.
scuff.
It's very
so, but
I
luckily,
just learned what scuff meant. The other
God damn
day.
it, I was about to say,
I'm so
luckily the Friday the 13th films are in order, but they're not. So fuck. All right, but
Oof.
we do have the first one. So the original Friday the 13th. Now I know a lot of people view this as like very iconic because it's like the first one, and to be perfectly fair, the twist of like it's a twist that works better in retrospect because as you watch the film, there's literally nothing to suggest that it might have been Pamela. Like it's one of those where it's like it could be anybody,
Yeah.
and the red herring that they give you is one of those where it's like when you really like they give you the red herring of like the crazy dude who's always like you're old dude.
Yeah, it's too obviously. It's obvious that
Yeah.
it would not be him.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those where it's like, why would it be him?
Right.
Because he's crazy. That's it. That's
I'll say this.
nothing.
There is kind of like a weird meta thing to it that is only possible because of how the other movies went. Is you don't know if you go in, like let's say like you know about Friday the 13th from just pop culture because you probably do know it from pop culture.
That's
Like,
pretty much the only
I've
reason
seen
I
Jason
play.
parodies in anime. Like you know he's at iconic, but
Yeah.
when I first saw this, I didn't know about the mom thing. So it was a genuine shock to me when she was the villain. Like, you know, so it honestly is a weird thing because of how iconic Jason is. the twist with the mom can kind of hit you. Like
that is, but the problem is that if you go into that movie just looking at it as is in a vacuum, the twist is kind of since most movies the twist makes them. The sign of a good twist is like, okay, the movie makes more sense when you rewatch it knowing the twist. Kind of like it's like, that makes sense now why this happened this specific way. And things like that. But with the Friday 13th, it's like it doesn't feel like that to me.
Oh, that's totally fair. Unless you like consider that maybe she's a mutant too, like Jason, and she has weird like super slasher powers. I don't know. I get what you mean though. Like this movie, it is a perfectly schlocky movie.
It is.
In terms of just like that vibe of like seeing like these old like schlock movies in theaters, it's perfect for that. It feels like, you know, like you want something with some nudity, you want something with like some good blood, some good kills, like the scene where Kevin Bacon gets his neck shafted, as it were. That kill still sticks with me, but it's not a good movie on its own necessarily. Like, I wouldn't say this is like one of the this is a perfectly fun movie, not a perfectly good movie. If that makes sense. But
yeah,
that's
I could say that. I could see that.
Yeah. Well, how would you rank it in terms of being a suspenseful mystery movie?
I don't even think it really works on that front because again, the twist is kind of like a good mystery movie. Usually, there's like some kind of misdirection where it's like, okay, there's a character or something that you make that makes you think maybe it's this person, and it's like plausible that it could be that person, but then if something comes up and it's like, oh, it's not that person.
The way I describe it, and I'm going to use more kaiju metaphors, it's the Gamera to Godzilla, where like the focus is squarely on like the shenanigans of the kills rather than the mystery. Because like if you compare this to say Halloween or Black Christmas, which are definitely more like suspense films, this was one of them that started to really focus in on the kills specifically.
Yeah.
It's kind of groundbreaking in that way.
So I wouldn't.
All right, that's a fair point.
I wouldn't necessarily say that this is a movie all about the suspense.
Yeah, and not even a mystery, because normally a mystery is like people are trying to figure it out. And I never got the vibe that people were trying to figure out what was actually going on.
Like, the whole thing is, it's more like a survival film in a way of just like seeing these characters realize they're in danger is more the thing. And then getting the reveal of like who it is near the end when it actually matters, when people are like all caught up. But yeah, no, the entire movie is basically kind of constantly luring you into false sense of security and then just taking that out and killing someone off again. And that's kind of fun on its own. I wouldn't say like it's one of those things of it's a shock movie at the end of the day, and that's a perfectly fine thing to be. I think they have a place, believe me. So if I was gonna rank it myself, I would maybe do So Bad It's Good.
I actually would rank it at I still say it's I would say it's decent, so I don't know if I would say So Bad It's Good.
Yeah, I think it's still good. I'd put it, it's good. I'd put it maybe in the second category.
Yeah, I'd probably say it would be like it would probably be like somewhere like on the low end of a great horror film.
Mm-hmm.
I would say.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
That's all I think about Friday the 13th, because it wouldn't be on bloody and gruesome and awesome. It'll be more under a great horror flick next to the Nightmare on Elm Street remake and Demon Warriors.
Sorry about that. I had to take care of my dog. She wanted to go outside, but
that's okay. Dogs come first.
Oh, definitely. Like I've already said people many times. Like, listen, if I had to choose between you and my dog, I'm choosing my dog.
I'm not going to argue with that. Dogs are great.
I want pictures.
We'll see about that. So for Friday the 13th, I know I kind of missed a lot of discussion, but what was like most people's thoughts? Because personally, I think as much as like iconic as this film can be, I do think it's pretty meh.
That was, I could see that, and
I
it was kind of weird looking back on it, considering, you know, like the iconic thing is obviously Jason with the hockey mask, but it's like he doesn't get that till the third movie.
Yeah.
He's not even in the
Even,
first
like-
one.
I feel like
Yeah.
this movie,
Like-
it's elevated a bit more because of the sequels.
Mm.
Because of like the
Um,
history of it. Like it's like someone who knows Jason from like Friday the 13th from pop culture. You assume Jason, hockey mask,
there.
big guy, and then
Yeah.
you go back to the original film and it's literally none of that.
Yeah.
And I think that's where a lot of the interesting factors come in.
I actually said that it's a weird thing of going back to it because because it's a twist that's very well known in the fandom, but if you're dipping into the films for the first time and let's say you had very little interaction with them, the twist is a little more shocking because you're expecting Jason, not Jason's mom.
Mm.
You know, that's
yeah, like I say,
and
it's a retrospective kind of thing, which is cool in its own right. But when you really think about like a movie standing on its own, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, that's what I
Right,
was arguing, was that on its own in a vacuum, the twist doesn't really work for me.
It's like, didn't we already see that in Psycho?
That's true.
Yeah, kind of.
It's like the reverse where you kind of assume like, oh, is Jason come back for revenge? I think they even say that in the film. Like maybe it's Jason coming back maybe Jason will come back for revenge, and it turns out to be the mom. Where it's like the polar opposite of Psycho. Not to say that this film is anywhere near the levels of Psycho, other than the twist.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I think, would you say meh is a good?
yeah.
Now here's a question: is it meh above Dream
Master.
Master?
Yeah,
I
I
was
put it
below.
as Remaster.
I would put it way ahead of Dream Master.
Okay.
I could see it being like above that.
Like
Yeah.
Or is that Dream Child? No, that's Dream Child.
I don't. We just talked about it. I don't remember. That's how. Dream Child.
So
So
yeah.
unmemorable.
So we're
Remaster.
going into the stuff that I actually know absolutely nothing about, and part of me almost wants to actually save it and like actually watch it on my own.
Well, let me
And
put it
I'm
this
also
way: when it comes.
sleepy, so I'm gonna dip out for now.
Oh, okay, that's fine, man.
All right, thank you for having me on.
Thanks
It
for
was
coming
a
on.
pleasure. It's always a pleasure hanging out with y'all.
It was good to,
And-
it was good to talk to you, Gumby.
Yeah, it was good talking to
Yeah.
Let me know what
so
you think
I'll-
about some of these films because, like,
when I
these get
get
pretty wild.
around to watching them, I will talk about it on the server. Also, Edgy, I'm going as a penguin for Halloween, so you know.
you. Oh, nice.
fun
I will
time.
be. I'm gonna be
Oh,
posting
alright.
pictures of myself in my Halloween costume on my private Twitter.
cultural appropriation.
Yep.
I know,
You
right?
what?
He's going in bird face.
I was about to say,
Yeah, I
bird
am. All right, so y'all have a good night. I'm gonna finish my punch and sleep because 12-hour shift today, and
Ugh, I remember
Anyway.
those days. I don't
Yep.
miss it.
it's every other Friday, so it's not too bad.
Oh, okay.
I know. I remember it. Like it was every other Friday, and they always framed it like, "Oh, it's not that bad." It's like, yeah, but
I
it's
actually
12
like
hours.
my job, so that's good at least. But
I didn't
Yeah,
hate
as
my
long as
job
you like
either,
the
but,
job.
like,
Yeah.
it was
I,
for
I
the
wear
government.
scrubs, which is weird.
It was for the
Like,
government,
as
which
long-
makes it worse.
Uh-huh. All right, I will talk to y'all later. Bye
All
bye.
right, later, man.
Bye, Gumby.
Good one.
That's it,
All
Gumby.
right, so now where were we at? Okay, so we're at the Friday again. This I hate how this reorganized it for me, but
We're at
whatever.
the remake.
We're at the goddamn remake.
I did not like this movie.
I want to put it in trash, honestly.
Honestly,
The
like,
pacing is so freaking weird.
it's like it's one of those movies where it does like some things are cool and then other things are just dumb. Like Jason, like he's a lot more aggressive in this, and I like.
That's the one thing I liked about it.
However, like they go hard into the like, oh, he drowned, but he didn't really drown. He just
Got horribly disfigured somehow.
He turned into like a freaking mutant.
And then they had they did the mom thing where they show the mom, but then the mom just killed off in the opening, which was weird.
I really kind of feel like if they really wanted to do something interesting with this film, and this is probably how I would have done it, would be I would have kept Jason and the mom alive as just kind of like a unique, like at least get the remake something a bit more than just it's just the first one but instead we just don't have the mom. At the very least, that's that would have at least given it more its own identity in the franchise. It would have been at least an interesting talking point of does this work better or not? But
I can see that.
Yeah, like but other than that, it's basically just everything I don't like about the first film.
I hate technology.
You disappeared there for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Although for what I heard, the director's cut for the Friday the 13th remake is better than the theatrical cut.
Well,
yeah, but then that kind of raised questions like how much, because I hear that defense a lot, and then you actually watch, and it's like it's not that big of a difference.
Let me put it this way: when it comes to the director's cut, it's really just more violent. Like that's really the biggest difference between the original and the
I don't know.
And I feel like a lot of the problems come from just like in general. I feel like this movie tries too hard to like, because those old Friday 13 films, they have a very kind of like sleaziness to it, where like all the teens are like super horny.
They're all morality tales.
Yeah, they do really stupid things that like no person would ever do in this situation. And I feel like the movie tries too hard to play up those elements to the point where it's like in the 80s it's fine because you kind of expect that, versus like when you look back on it, it's one of those where, oh, okay, this was the 80s. But then you watch this one, which I think was 2008.
Yeah, this one, it was like ultra, like they were like every character. First of all, every character was unbelievably unlikable. Which
oh my god, yes, like
I fucking hate when movies do that, and it's like, okay, why are you making the characters this goddamn unlikable?
Because now we're not going to care when they die.
Yeah, because at least when you're writing, I mean, like when you're making like any work of fiction, be it a book, film, and so on, you at least want to have characters that are likable.
Like you can have one character that's just meant to be unlikable, but everyone.
Okay,
but by making, I mean, like by making like almost every character unlikable, then you are losing your audience.
Right.
Not even just that, like there's no
characters
fear
that your audience can identify with.
There's no fear. Like it's not like I don't even care if they die. I want them to die, and therefore there's no fear.
Yeah.
This seems
like the reason why.
Wait, go ahead, Exalted.
Sorry.
The way I describe this film is basically somebody heard about what Friday the 13th is like, and just made that movie.
Yeah,
I can
see
that.
But
they read the Wikipedia article and then made the movie out of it.
Google, what is Friday the 13th? No, the film.
Yes.
There we go.
No, the one that has Jason.
Yeah, I think.
And the one that has Jason with the hockey mask, yes.
Like you might as well. Sorry.
No, we're gonna go and finish. Go and finish. Exalted.
You might as well say that Jason was chosen by the hockey mask, and just like, here's your destiny, son. Now go get those teenagers.
They did. To be fair, they did start him off with the burlap sack, and then it got torn, so then he takes the hockey mask.
Kill him all, Jason.
Jason's a Pokemon in this film.
Yes.
He's
I just think like when they decided
the other thing the other thing that bugged the shit out of me, and this is the pacing thing. The first 20 minutes is like, okay, you have these random ass characters that are not the main characters of the movie. Jason spends 20 minutes killing them.
Yeah, it's like,
and then you get the title card, and it's like, what the fuck?
Like, the first 20 minutes feel like a completely different movie. You give us a bunch of unlikable assholes, then you kill them, and it's like, all right, so not only did I not care about them, I see I wasn't supposed to care about them.
And it's like, what was the point of that?
And then they had that stupid reveal where the guy's like looking for his sister, and she was one of those characters. And it's like, why do I care?
And here's the thing: like, you could have just not shown that part, and it would have changed absolutely nothing.
Honestly, they could have shown that part, but just not have it as drawn out. Because it's very clearly trying to set up Jason as like a threat. Like, they wanted to give him a body count before it started, but they didn't need to have it. And then it's like,
you know what they could have done? They could have had them go to the camp and then have something mildly creepy happen, and then we just see the machete. Like, you don't see Jason kill them. You just see the machete.
They could have shown them arrive at the camp, and then it's kind of like it just fades away, and then the entire film is the dude from Supernatural. He's the main character, and he's basically looking for his sister, where you know that his sister was probably one of those people who went up there, but you don't know what happened to her.
That's a better idea. That's
because then it leaves that little bit of ambiguity.
And there's that suspense too throughout, because you know he's gonna run into Jason at some point.
Yeah, because then you have the people who are like, who've seen the movies and like, all right, I know this is Friday the 13th, so Jason probably killed him. And then you also, but let's see what really happened, because you don't know what really happened. And or at the very least, you know he doesn't know what happened, so he's walking into danger. So there's
that dramatic irony.
Yeah, there's that drama there. And then you have the people who don't know Friday the 13th who are like, oh,
what happened?
I'm just imagining like,
and then because you need a body count, you have some normal campers that show up there at the same time while he's piecing together what actually happened.
God, this feels like it feels like the problem with it is that, like I said, Wikipedia, but because this feels like from a major studio, it feels mechanical in a lot of ways.
It does.
Like a bot wrote it, you know?
Yeah.
And the other thing that bugged me is they did the thing I fucking hate when horror movies do this. We're gonna have jump scare noises even though nothing scary's happening, and the thing that's triggering the noise could not trigger a noise like that.
Right.
The worst offender was when they find the mom's head in the bathtub or something, and it's just this loud as horror movie scream sound effect. It's like, what the fuck? Like, the scene would have been unnerving enough finding a severed head. You didn't need to put the sound effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to the point like you ask yourself, why'd you even do that?
Oh.
Yeah, it was a straight up like, why did you put that there? And that's not nothing was scary.
Right.
The closest thing that was scary was the only thing that was even remotely startling was a goddamn sound effect because it's loud.
You have to understand, audiences are like kids. We need keys jangled in front of us at all times.
Someone described it best. They were reviewing a video game, but they said that a jump scare noise is like a laugh track for horror. It's like a horror movie laugh track.
That is a reasonable comparison.
Yeah, I mean, not only that they like these guys like severely underestimate like their audience. So like they're treating them as if they were kids and not as adults.
Now I'm just imagining like a sitcom version of Friday the 13th, and I'm with like Full House.
Like, yes. Jason, not again.
You know? Sick and tired of this.
Oh,
Stop kicking me out of my own goddamn internet.
It's just like,
what do I pay you for?
How could this happen to me? I made my mistake. I'm gonna stop singing this song because I don't remember the rest of it.
The light goes on as I'm fading away.
I've been a good boy.
I'm sick of this life.
I've reduced my usage of the N-word to at least a couple of times per week. For the record, I'm black, so I'm allowed to say it.
Ugh.
Not that I need your permission.
I'm trying to. That song. I remember that song for probably a really awful reason.
All right. So, because I want to kind of get through this before my internet cuts out again. Where do you want to put the Friday 13th remake?
Trash.
I kind of want to put it in trash.
God damn.
Trash.
Like we're not even gonna debate it. We're
Trash.
like,
Trash.
Would you say it's above Freddy's Dead or below?
it goes to file 13.
I'm gonna say above.
I would say above because at least like okay, Freddy's
Above
Dead
it.
is just why does it even exist? Honestly, for me,
I think with the reboot, at least this might be too generous, but an attempt was made.
yeah, they tried something.
But
And
it's one of those where it's
Yeah.
like the misses are hard. It's
Yeah,
got some
Yeah.
hard misses.
and I do like how intimidating Jason is in that movie.
Yeah.
Although one thing that's always bothered me
I
about
think-
this reboot is that the scene where they chain him up and he's like there's like the wood chipper.
Yeah, they never used the goddamn wood chipper.
I'm like, put him in that. If he comes back from that, you were never meant to live. But like at that point, he ain't coming back.
Is it bad that I was hoping that Jason was gonna shove the brother in the wood chipper?
Oh
The-
god.
Okay, so there's two sides to this. Side one is like the smart thing to do is put the killer in the wood chipper. He ain't coming back from that. And if he
No.
does, again, you weren't meant to live. Second, at least the killer uses the wood chipper is being underused. Like,
Yeah,
come
it
on.
really is.
Again, this is all
Chekhov's gun.
satire. This is all satire. But I'm just
Chekhov's
saying.
gun.
I'm just saying, when there's a wood chipper, someone should go into.
Oh,
In
god,
a horror film, yes, if there's a
The
wood
obvious
chipper, someone
solution.
needs to go in it.
God, that reminds me of Tucker and Dale
In
versus
Minecraft.
Evil.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft, yes.
God, my favorite wood chipper scene is Tucker and Dale versus Evil. That one's just so good.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Seeing it on YouTube. That shit
I
was
will
funny.
I will say this is a side tangent. I remember like I'm not a fan of new Family Guy, but I do remember there was like the episode where like Peter was like he became like a organized crime boss, and like the entire episode was just spoofs on like famous mafia movies. And one of the running jokes was they kept killing Brian and very like it was like okay, this is straight up a scene from some mafia movie. And at the end of the episode, he was walking with Lois in the woods, and he was like, Lois, I'm kind of, at first I thought you were gonna try to assassinate me in some like homage to some mafia movie. And she's like, oh, Brian, I don't watch mafia movies, but I did watch Fargo. And he's like, what? And she just takes him and throws him into a random wood chipper that just appears out of nowhere. And I was like, oh shit. But it's like, but they watch Fargo and just tosses him.
He's like, oh no.
It's like that moment where it's like, for the brief second, you see the dodgeball flying towards you. It's like you can't do anything about it, but you have just enough time to register it.
But for real though, the lack of the wood chipper kill was just made it lose like 5 points.
It's wasted potential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So now for the next movie. Now this is. I don't think I'm in the unpopular opinion in saying that. I think let me make sure this is the right one I'm looking at. Yeah, Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning. I don't think I'm in the unpopular group in saying that this is probably the worst of the Friday films, mainly because of the fact that it's not Jason or even Pamela.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll definitely say it's one of the worst ones. I'm not sure if it is the worst. But that's only because I really don't like Jason Goes to Manhattan.
Oh,
That and Jason Goes to Hell are both pretty awful.
I can't wait till we get to those, but like I do know with this one, it's like this was around the time where this was right after Part 4, which was at the time was supposed to be the the Part 4 is literally called the final chapter.
It's the final.
The final chapter in big ass air quotes.
Well, in part 4, they straight up kill Jason. Like, spoiler alert, they straight up kill him, and then the most definitive kill they've ever done on him. So when part 5 comes around, it tries this little bit of like, and I watched this film years ago, and then I rewatched it for this. I did not realize how bad the little twist was. Like, first of all, the twist doesn't make sense. Like, when you really think about it, it doesn't make a lick of sense. Like, the guy who... So, for those who don't know, the film is straight up like a whodunit almost. Like, who's the real killer? Like, who is it? You think it's Jason because technically this is in continuity with the rest of the Friday the 13th films. But again, at the same time, Jason was straight up killed in part 4. So in this film, they kind of like, there's that little bit of ambiguity. It's like, who's the killer? Who's really doing this?
Well, maybe it's Jason. Maybe it's what's his name, Tommy.
I'll say
They try to like paint it like maybe it's Tommy Jarvis, who, to be fair, they kind of painted as going crazy at the end of that one, and then someone in this one.
I'll say
because originally they were gonna do that, make Tommy the new Jason, but they got so much backlash from it that they decided not to do that.
Yeah, because narratively it doesn't make a lick of sense.
I'll say this: this is a movie that feels indecisive as fuck, because it feels definitely like it's from that era when they were just pumping these out and trying to figure out where to go.
Yeah,
and they're throwing stuff at the wall to see where to go next. And the thing is, it's like, how much do we want to be like the classic films and have our own identity? And the film never makes a good compromise with that at any point.
Yeah, it really didn't.
This feels like one of those movies where it's like they knew they wanted to continue the franchise, but they had no ideas of how to continue the franchise.
It's kind of like, as weird as it is, this is almost like a filler arc in an anime.
That's honestly not...
It's like a side tangent where it's like you could skip this and you don't lose or gain anything.
Yeah, you really could.
Like, you could actually go from 4 to 6 and get the same story arc.
You really could.
Yeah, because like, and this is one that I forgot about. I completely forgot about this. And this is the moment that, at first I was thinking, okay, maybe this film isn't that bad. Because, a lot of the films before this, again, weren't that great. But there's a moment where the sheriff, he's like investigating one of the bodies. And he straight up stands up and he's like, who could have done this? Who could have killed this person? And this random motherfucker behind him just turns around and says, you talking about me, Sheriff? And I'm like, what?
What the
It's
fuck?
like, it's literally the killer. Like again, I don't care. I mean, it's a... When did this movie come out? Freaking 1985. Spoiler alert to anyone because it. The dude, Roy Phillips, he's a paramedic. He's the killer. He's been killing people. He literally stands up, hears the sheriff say that, like, who could have done this? You talking to me, Sheriff? And I seen this movie years ago. I didn't realize how stupid that was. I was like, wait a minute. The killer straight up said, the sheriff said, who could have killed this man? And the killer straight up said, who, me? I was like, what? Like, I forgot how jarring that scene is. And I was like, they shot this film, put that scene in here, and thought that was good. Like, I'm sorry if I'm getting kind of heated with that, but I forgot how stupid this film was.
That is pretty stupid.
It definitely is one of the more stupider moments from this entire franchise.
Like, I don't know if any of you have kids, nephews, or like work with small children, but it's like you find out someone ate something they shouldn't have, and you go like, who did this? And like, just saying it, you're not really asking. And then the first kid straight up just goes, I don't know. It's like, if you had kept your mouth shut, I wouldn't have known.
Right.
Look, or it's like you say they did it and they ask, how do you know it was me?
Look,
and it's like you actually didn't know 100%.
Oh, no, it's like you
I do
find
now.
a broken vase, and your first words are like, the vase is broken, and you just hear from across the hall, it wasn't me.
Yeah, it's like, uh-huh.
So I feel like that's what that was. That was like the movie equivalent of. That was basically saying, "Who killed this man?" Well, I know for sure it wasn't me, officer. So you could just ignore me. Keep going. Go investigate.
Officer's like,
It's like it makes you wonder how these things.
It's like,
make
sir,
it past the
please put your hands in the air.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if this was like one of those sets where there was just cocaine all over the place.
Would not surprise me.
Actually, I think if I remember correctly, this movie didn't have like a solid script. A lot of the lines that were spoken were ad-libbed.
That explains a lot, actually.
Let me see if I can find it real quick, because I think
because I remember not liking this movie, the one because they did a Friday 13th marathon, and I was watching it, and I remember distinctly not liking this one.
I think if I remember correctly, this was one of the films where it's like a lot of the actors and actresses just did not have a direction, and they were just told to just wing it. And that's why you get a lot of like crazy moments in this film where it's like, this doesn't make a lick of sense. Why would you say that? And it's like, because they didn't know what to say.
Now just imagine, God, this almost sounds like a weird art film that just went horribly off the.
This movie had a budget of $2 million.
$2 million, huh?
Oh wow, I couldn't tell.
Honestly,
I'm gonna tell you right now. You gave me $2 million. I wouldn't make this. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be a
movie
good
go
film.
to fund their coke habit? Like, is that where most of the money went?
Yeah, went to the cocaine habit.
What'd you do with all that money?
Cocaine.
It's like, well, hang on.
Time to pray to my God, the mountain of cocaine I have.
I'm just remembering that one episode of Family Guy where Peter starts doing crack in front of Brian. Brian asks, Peter, what are you doing, crack? And he's what the fuck?
Freaking Pablo Escobar is like, yo, man, I help fund the Friday the 13th films.
Yep. He says that after he pulls his face out of a mountain of coke. It's like, help fund the Friday the 13th films.
He's on his deathbed. It's like, listen, I got an important secret to tell you. I'm the secret producer of the Friday the 13th film.
No. Everyone thinks it's like it's like him on his deathbed. They think he's gonna reveal like where his stash of money is or something. He's like, I secretly funded the Friday the 13th sequel. So everyone's like, you monster.
Oh man, that reminds me of a joke my friend sent me one time where it's like, she's like, I'm on my deathbed. I'm like 90 years old. I reached to the nurse and it's like, I gotta tell you something. And she's like, as she's about to die, she's like, I regret being so hateful and spiteful in my life. And then she dies, and in her hand is a note. The nurse picks up the note, opens it up, and reads it, and it just says, "Psych."
I lied.
I lied. So you think I regretted this life, bitch? Please. All right.
That's
so I think
funny.
it's safe to say Friday 5 is just trash.
Trash.
Yeah.
Now the question is it below Freddy's Dead or above it?
I don't know because I feel like it's on the same level of just why.
I think it's below because like at least Freddy's Dead is dumb in a sort of.
Yeah, I think it's below because at least
Freddy's Dead at least has one part of it I like. The end credits.
Yeah.
At least Freddy's Dead has Robert Englund to make
That's
it
true.
better.
Robert Englund does help.
There you go. Robert Englund makes it better. There you go.
Even though Robert Englund is way too goofy in that movie.
Yeah.
He was working with what he had.
Yeah.
He probably read that script and was like, well,
this is really how we're sending off my character.
Like, well, I'm getting paid either way.
Like, what the hell?
I would love to talk to certain actors and just be like, what was your thought process? But I'm pretty sure a lot of them are just going to say, like, listen, end of the day, I got paid.
That's what Brendan Fraser said about the third Mummy movie. He's like, I needed the money. Like, he was just honest. He's like, I needed the money.
I can appreciate that level of honesty.
There was an actor who straight up, oh God, who was it? There was an actor who straight up said they needed the money for a movie and they just did it.
Who played Alex DeLarge in A Clockwork Orange? I'm trying to remember his name.
Is he the guy who had the eye torture scene?
Malcolm McDowell, yes. Malcolm McDowell.
Because he actually like tore his retina or something doing that. that scene.
No, jeez.
So
A part of his eye. I don't know if it was the retina. It was something. Something got fucked up.
Eye injuries are terrible. Like that is one of the worst injuries you can get.
Yeah, eye injury. Yeah.
So, I always remember his comment sticks with me, and I heard this. I was looking at a panel, and he was with David Warner. And if you need to know who David Warner is, voice of Ra's al Ghul in Batman animated series, Tron villain, big dude. And they were discussing being character actors, and David Warner was ticked off by always being played villains, but Malcolm McDowell's like, it's great being typecasted because I know I always have a job.
That's one way to look at it.
I mean, that reminds me of I'm about to say what's his name, Samuel L. Jackson, who I think he's at one point they asked him like, why do you show up and everything? He's like, he doesn't say no to roles because it's like, money is money, and that'd be me. I swallow my pride and play a dude who gets killed in the first 5 minutes of a film.
Easy money, right?
Yeah, it's like I'm still getting paid.
It's a good point about being typecast. Because like the handsome hero, he's only going to be the handsome hero for a short time, and then he's like the dad, and then he's too old, right? But like a character actor who's always playing the bad guy, I mean,
every movie needs a bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, there's even who was it? I'm trying to remember. There was an actor who even mentioned about being typecast, and they were just like they didn't care. I can't remember who it was, but I know I've seen things where people talk about being typecast, and it's like it's almost like a guaranteed paycheck. I'm getting paid for it regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're gonna look at the very least, it's like, oh yeah, it's because it's like, oh, you're reliable, and the reason typecasting happens is that, oh, you're good at this. We can rely on you to be able to do this.
No,
like a job interview.
Who's that one Hispanic actor who's always like a side character and shit?
You talking about the guy from Ant-Man?
No. There's like a legit oh god, I can't. Okay, so there's like a legit like Hispanic actor who's always like a side character and everything, and he straight up doesn't give a shit. God, who is it? Oh man, I'm gonna see if I can find them. But like, he's like a guy. He's Hispanic. And he's always like the same role where it's like he's just a side character who just says like "holy shit," like that's pretty much his entire role. And oh man, I gotta see if I can find. I don't even know how to search that. But basically, like in every film, he plays the same thing, and it's just like random Hispanic guy. Like that's
random Hispanic guy
and
number 300.
Like, he doesn't care. Like I think he's even like stated like I don't care, man. I get paid regardless, and I don't have to do much other than say like a line. Man, that's the dream right there. Like screw the American dream of like being like some CEO of some big company. I would love to just show up to a film set, say a couple of lines, get paid hundreds of dollars consistently.
Yeah, fuck it.
I'd be into that.
Yo, I'll be the first black
guy. And you can say, hey, I got to be in these movies even if I had a really minor ass role.
Yo, I would totally be that black guy who dies in the first 5 minutes of a film. Like totally.
I'd probably end up like in the role of a Jewish lawyer who just shows up for a second.
named Goldberg.
Goldsmith.
Something gold.
Something with gold in it. Something to really drive home. Like, hey, he's the Jewish guy here. What's that Family Guy episode where he's like, the guy comes to his house? Huh?
Wish upon a Weinstein, I think.
Yeah, he's like, hello, my name is such and such Weinstein. Can I use your phone? And he's just like,
Pete does that whole song that he needs a Jew.
Yeah, like, all he said was his last name, and he's like, oh, I found a Jew. And he's like, hey.
Well, that's also the episode where we found out Optimus Prime was Jewish.
Which is weird as fuck.
Yeah, it's like so many people are Jewish. As Optimus Prime is Jewish. Like, wait, what?
I think that's like, I thought, honestly, I got that kind of at the time because if you remember the Adam Sandler songs where he pointed out all the celebrities who were Jewish, like, so it's kind of like, so, it's taking that level to absurdity.
Yeah.
Yo, let me
But,
find
yeah.
out the robot alien from space is actually Jewish. That's gonna blow my entire life.
Yeah, that's gonna get weird as shit.
Yeah. Don't you know Autobots are the chosen people? Why do you think we're able to transform?
I am Optimus Prime,
Maybe that ancient alien guy's had a point.
and
After all.
Christ is not
I-
my savior.
If
I don't know
if it's not obvious, I'm Jewish myself, so please let me have my jokes.
I mean, it's sure as shit isn't Megatron, who's literally the robot Nazi of space.
Yeah, that would get a little awkward.
Honestly, with Megatron, the thing about it is that depending on continuity, it's like, okay, are you a communist or a Nazi this time?
Man, I love that about Megatron, how like the continuity for his motivations constantly changes to where he's got some good points, and then it's like he's literally Space Hitler.
Yeah.
It's like, make up your fucking minds, man.
Look,
It's
all
kind of
I
funny
know-
in like the Cybertron cartoon. He's just straight up just no real. I don't know what the fuck his end goal was, because it was like we gotta stop the black hole, and he's like, yeah, we can, yeah, sure, but I'm gonna use these powers to
Like
cause some hell
I've literally
afterwards.
seen Transformers continuity where he's like, listen, like our species is dying, we gotta put ourselves first, and he's got some good arguments. And then I've seen points where it's like, kill all the humans because they're all a bunch of flesh bags. It's like, yo, man, that's some genocidal shit. But
Megatron. My favorite bit of like my favorite bit is I remember in the IDW comics of them trying to reconcile both characterizations in various ways of just like
Didn't IDW make Megatron and Galvatron like separate characters?
to be yeah, but
I
I'm
mean-
going to be fair to them. It was not the first continuity to do that. That was the Marvel comics.
Oh, Marvel
Right.
did that too.
Yeah, because you have to understand they wanted to keep some of the twists in the movie secret. So one of the things they did was that Galvatron and Megatron were initially introduced as separate characters.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm a huge fucking Transformers nerd.
I mean,
don't
I was for a while, still kind of am, but I didn't know that part.
Yeah, no. I
mean, like I still unironically think the first Michael Bay Transformers movie is good.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll die on that hill.
We are really getting off subject. Oh, holy shit!
All right. So, okay, for the sake of sticking the subject, because goddamn, I'm thinking like let's just talk about it. No. So Friday the 13th Part 2. In case you weren't aware, this is a Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street stream. All right, so God damn it, Friday the 13th Part 2. Baghead Jason. This is the first appearance of Jason as like the killer. Now, I know a lot of people this is the first film to have Jason in it. But again, I think this is one of those points where Friday the 13th films were just trash.
Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily say it's complete trash because it also I'm trying to think about it. Was it this one or the first film that introduced the first person POV? I think this was introduced in this one.
Where
yeah. Like, because I'm trying to remember if this one has the POV shot with the music, which is, well, iconic of the franchise. So
because this one didn't have the Jason sound effect, did it?
No, I don't think so.
I don't remember if it did.
Oh, you mean the?
Yeah. I don't think this one had it.
I don't remember which.
But I could be wrong on that because I haven't
This
seen
is
this
the
one.
one.
In a
I know
while.
this is the one that had the Pamela Voorhees shrine.
Yeah,
which
it did.
A lot of people were kind of like it's creepy, but it's really kind of stupid too.
It also raises some questions. So it's like, so wait, so Jason was alive the whole time?
Yeah, it's like, so you're telling me this kid drowned, quote unquote, in a lake, but at the same time didn't, and was just wandering around Crystal Lake, saw his mom get decapitated, and was like, all right, time for revenge. It's one of those where it's like they clearly could not use Pamela. They wanted a sequel. They clearly could not use Pamela Voorhees because she literally got decapitated. So it's like, so who makes the next logical sense? And to a degree, Jason makes the most logical sense, but at the same time, he fucking doesn't.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Look, all I can assume is that after the lake stuff, Jason was just a mutant hobo who was living in Pamela's basement, and she was just like, "Oh, I can't stand you being a mutant hobo, so I'll just kill all the children."
Oh yeah, that's right. This is
Yes.
pre Revenant Jason.
Yeah, pre-undead
he's-
Jason.
He's straight up just a dude. He's just an ugly dude running around the forest. And Jason, if you're listening to this, go ahead and kill me, because I'm not gonna tone down the insults. He was just an ugly dude with a sack on his head, running around killing teens. And it's like, you're telling me that this kid just drowned in a lake, somehow resurfaced, lived off the woods for the rest of his life, saw his mom get killed, and then decided, all right, I'm gonna start killing motherfuckers.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
It's one of those where it's like the studio said make a sequel, and the writers were just like,
Shit, how do we make a sequel to this?
shit, what do we do now?
We'll just have Jason reincarnate into something, which is let's just.
I mean, again, that doesn't come till later, so they don't even have that benefit.
Yeah,
Like
it's
the
just
thing-
he just didn't die.
Like I said, Jason's just the weird mutant child of Camp Crystal Lake.
Yo, imagine almost dying in the woods, and imagine almost drowning in a lake, and instead of going home, you just lived in the woods.
Yeah.
I
I live here now.
Like, did he go home and just Pamela wasn't there? Like, what happened? Like, why did he wait so long to go home?
He clearly Jason was just like, I'm just imagining like there's some young adult novel about Jason living in the woods. Just feeling like,
I can see that. I could totally see like there's some kind of like book that just explains all the answers to me, and it's probably like the most well-written book ever, like one of the most well-written books you've ever read. But because it's like a Friday the 13th book, no one ever bothers to pick it up.
Yep. No one cared.
the canon of the Friday. Why are there? Oh, okay, now I'm just gonna see if are there Friday the 13th novels.
There is one for Jason X.
I know there's comic books where like I know like because one of the things that was gonna be addressed in the films that never gets addressed is Jason's father. Like that was supposed to be a thing that was gonna be brought up in the films. It never did, but I do think it is brought up in the comics. In the film, it was supposed to be like his father was. I think the original one of the original scripts for Part 5 was that the killer was Jason's father. But I think they realized that, like, despite the direction they went in later, they realized that they couldn't introduce Jason's father as the killer because he wasn't a character in the first few films. Not that it stopped them. What's his name? Roy Phillips.
Yeah.
But I think in the comics they kind of just made it to where like he was just some abusive asshole, which like is to me is a wasted potential.
Yeah,
to me,
it really
that's always
is.
been a question to me. It's like Jason meets his father because, like, can you imagine if Jason met his dad and that was like the saving grace for him?
Fatherless behavior. Murdering camp counselors.
The exaggerated swagger of a fatherless teen.
Yep.
Apparently there was a series of novels for Jason that were not just movie adaptations.
Yeah, I know there's a Jason X book. I know that.
Damn it! Like,
That's how I even knew that. I didn't even know it was a movie because I saw someone reading the book of it.
What is the deal with? I've noticed this a lot, especially with like anything like early 2000s / before. It's like they weren't afraid to have a novel tie-in and just expected you to have read it or known it.
Well, here's the thing: the novelizations usually were just straight up the movie as a novel.
No, but I'm talking like they would have key elements to them, and it's just like.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that when they do that.
That's because oftentimes they're based on earlier scripts that like director's cuts and the like.
Yeah, because I remember like I know this is more recent, but like Godzilla King of the Monsters, like they have a whole the novel has a whole section about Kong and what he was doing during the events of Godzilla King of the Monsters, and I'm like, yo, man, I know why you didn't shoot this, but that would have been badass to see, because it's like Kong was in the tunnels of Skull Island and find a bunch of skull crawlers that were awakened because of King Ghidorah bitch ass being like, hey, kill everybody, and he's like, yeah, let's fight them off.
That actually would have been cool, even though I realized why that wouldn't make sense in the movie.
It's supposed to explain why in Godzilla vs. Kong, where he's the only person on there, because they killed everybody else.
Oh god, no! Like
stop bringing up Godzilla, because I'm gonna go into a whole side tangent about.
Yeah,
Godzilla.
We gotta stop doing that.
I am so look. I don't intend to keep bringing up Godzilla. I was just talking about movie novel tie-ins this time.
It just so happens there's a lot of similarities between Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street and Godzilla. A lot of people don't recognize this.
You know what? Now that I think about it, I think Transformers 2 had the same thing where they had a book tie-in called like The Veiled Threat or something like that.
Yeah, there's like a whole tie-in between back history between Optimus and Megatron and why they don't like each other, and explains why they were close to each other beforehand.
And
it's so weird. It's like, why is none of this like ever explained in the movies?
Okay. Look, I actually had a planned YouTube video at one point. Like, I'm actually scripting it out with my editor right now, and we're trying. And one of the because he wants me to either do a Transformers or Gundam video soon, and I just don't know what to do. One of the ideas we're pitching around is the timeline of the Michael Bay films.
It makes no goddamn sense.
Well, yeah, because it's like apparently, like I'm sorry, Orc Girl, because I can kind of tell from your face you're not fully on this part of the conversation.
Oh, no, sorry. I just had a notification. I was trying to click off of it.
Well, I mean, because we're going on a complete side tangent, but like this is all I'm going to say, because I know I tried this a while back. Because again, I'm a defender of the first Michael Bay film, but everything after that, I'm just like, what the fuck were they thinking? Like, because apparently, like the first film takes place like a million years after their war started. And I'm like, why are you all acting like this just happened?
Yeah, that's what's confusing me. It's like, wait, what? You guys been fighting this whole time?
They've been fighting for a million years, and Optimus and Megatron are still acting like they just met each other.
Look,
it's really weird.
Like, wouldn't you get tired of it after a few years?
You've never had a conversation.
I tried.
Years after fighting, you never once thought to say, "Hey, what if we had some peace talks?" And I'm pretty sure one of those guys looked at the other and said, "Fuck your peace talk."
At one point, Harriet Tubman was working with the Autobots, and that's canonical to those fucking films.
That is so dumb.
Whoa!
Oh my god! Is that actually happened?
Hold up! Wait a minute! All right, we're pausing.
Does that mean the Autobots allowed slavery to happen?
I was just about to say that. You're telling me Optimus Prime let my ancestors stay on that cotton field?
Because that's some dark ass shit.
Look, guys, you don't understand. According to the films, god damn it! I just want to.
Well, to be fair, actually, according to the films, Optimus isn't on Earth yet.
Optimus Prime said, "Freedom is the right of all sentient beings."
Except unless you're black.
Look, all I can assume is that Harriet Tubman was working with Autobots at one point, and they were like, "Yo, let's." I don't know what they were doing. Maybe she.
Okay, I have another question. Were the Decepticons in the South?
Robot. It was just like, "Yo, man, this is just part of the course."
So does that mean there were Decepticons fighting Autobots in the Civil War?
Look, we already have like some confirmation of World War II, so maybe like there was like Southern Decepticons.
Oh
my god! Just Starscream with a Southern drawl.
You're telling me an Autobot saw? I'm paraphrasing here just a little bit. You're telling me an Autobot saw my black ass on that cotton field and said, "Yo, man, he's fine. We got bigger things to worry about."
Yeah, he's fine.
The irony is, it was Jazz.
Oh my god!
That's why he had that personality in the first film. He's like, to pay homage to the people I failed to save, I'm gonna be the most stereotypical black guy in this team.
I like how they highlighted that in the movie, where like Sam was like, when did you learn to talk like that?"
The internet.
The internet, son.
And then he was the first and only Autobot to die. Not only was he the closest to a black Autobot, he was the first and only one to die.
Yeah, he really got done dirty.
I hate
God damn it!
saying
You're making
this.
me feel bad about defending the first Transformers film.
Look,
It was a
man.
pretty good film. Why the one black guy died? Well, I mean, you win
Well-
some, you lose some.
Well, look, if it makes you feel better, you can recreate that with the Masterpiece toys because they come with accessories to recreate that scene.
What?
Would you like to rip the black Autobot in half? Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, no, like it literally comes with the spine. Make it-
Oh my god, that is hilarious.
It comes with a robot spine, so you can really drive home that evisceration.
I am not kidding.
That was one of the most brutal just character kills.
Yeah, the movie Masterpiece toy is not so much a toy; it's an accessory. To make
All right,
it
god damn it.
God damn it, we are just-
Friday the 13th too. Where are you putting it?
I'd probably put it under the drunk one.
Okay,
Good while
Good
drunk.
that's good
look-
enough for me because I'm losing my mind right here. Would you
I'm
put it
gonna-
before or after some of these movies?
Hmm.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't even tell which movies are which now because the
So we-
posters are so weird.
I think
we-
after.
I'll put it.
That's a good spot for it, right?
I think
Yeah,
that
I
is
think-
a good spot.
I think as bad as like Friday the 13th, or god damn it, as bad
Nightmare
as
on
the
Elm
Dream
Street,
Master, as bad as the Dream Master might be, I think it does give a better effort than Friday the 13th Part 2. All right, so now we get to a fun one. Friday the 13th Part 3, the original appearance of Jason's mask.
The only thing I don't like about this is the fact they did the 3D thing and it's blatantly everywhere.
Yeah,
That's the one thing I don't like about it. That and good God, the characters are so goddamn stupid. But I know that comes with the territory.
Look. At this point, the only thing you can do is not say they're stupid. You just have to point out if someone is stupider than usual.
Yeah,
Like
that's
at
true.
that, like, look, we know this franchise. We know what we're in for. We know what we're consuming.
I kind of want to see a horror movie, a slash movie where everyone acts smart,
Look,
and just see like how hard it would be to work with that.
Isn't there
I've
like an
seen-
insurance commercial for a while? They're like, if you're in a horror movie, you make bad decisions, and it shows
Yeah.
like these teenagers. They're like, oh, should we get in the running car? No. Let's go behind the pile of knives.
I
Let's
want
go
to
hide.
I want to see. The only thing about that is that as cool as that sounds, that has the potential of ending up being weird meta bullshit, and that can sometimes, like, I would love to see like smart but unself-aware, if that makes sense.
No, that's what I mean. Like, it's not even self-aware about it. It's just like it's 100% played seriously.
Yeah, that would be cool. But yeah, no. This one's fun. This is probably where Friday the 13th establishes its identity. Basically, it's like, I know what I am now.
Yeah,
I
they
have-
figured it out.
I
Formula.
have become a man, and I will now step out into the world.
They took like what kind of worked in 2 and just did it a little bit better. So like I said, the 3D the 3D gimmick thing kind of hampers it since no one has a 3D TV.
Uh-huh.
And it's not like they show the movie actually in 3D anymore.
Yeah. I would definitely love to see, like, I don't know, like, the thing about it is just that the 3D effect, yeah, the gimmicks to it, but that comes with the territory with it.
Yeah, it does.
But it's like, okay, you needed to sell a gimmick. I get it. Blah blah blah. At least the movie's fun. It found its own identity, and Jason gets the mask. At the end of the day,
It's so weird that the mask that is associated with him again only comes in the third film.
I will say this about the movie. Sorry, I had to fix something real quick, but one thing I find really funny is there's a certain kill where he kills someone with a harpoon gun, and then there's this really weird shot of him just walking away so nonchalantly, and the camera stays on him for so long, where it's like, it's one of those where it's very obvious that they didn't need to do that.
Yeah, I remember that. That was
But
weird.
at the same time, it does a really good job of showing how little he cares about killing people.
Yeah.
Where it's so awkward because he just walks away. He kills someone with a harpoon gun. It shows them getting killed. It shows them like freaking out with the harpoon in their head, and he just turns around and just walks away.
Now,
And it's just literally a guy walking. It's just a guy walking. That's all the scene.
now I'm just imagining like Jason's just. It feels like Jason's like a like he has to punch his clock out. It's like, oh, okay, this is done. Now time to punch my card out and leave for the day.
It's like that song, "Cool Guys Don't Look at Explosions." It's like, cool guys don't look at murder.
Cool slashes don't look at their kills.
Yep.
It reminds me of again, we're jumping ahead, but in Jason X, where he's literally awoken from his 1,000-year slumber to the sound of sex.
So is that premarital sex I hear?
Yeah, he's laying down dead on the table. He hears a woman go, ah, and he just rises up with the Michael Myers torso lift.
Good old Myers.
Like, I don't know if anyone has ever seen that, but this is an actual workout too. Like, this blew my mind. It's an actual workout where you lay flat on the floor and you just raise yourself up, your entire front half of your body with nothing but your core.
Oh,
That sounds really hard to do, actually.
It's not. Well, I don't want to say it's not that hard, but I mean, like, it's not that difficult. But every time we did it, I was like, "Oh man, I'm training for my Michael Myers moment," because that's exactly what they describe it as, like the Michael Myers sit up.
That's cool.
The horror movie "I'm Not Dead" sit up.
You thought I was dead? Think again.
Jason's just no, but this is where I feel like Friday the 13th gets its identity officially. Like, for better or worse, here the movie's official. Like, this is what Friday is at the end of the day. Like, honestly, to the point of you can almost say this is like the first real film.
Yeah, I was about to say that because, like,
yeah, the Friday the 13th you're thinking of starts here.
It kind of establishes Jason as
the mask, Jason's personality, the side characters who aren't really important, but at the same time have very distinct personalities to them.
Yeah, like,
and they brought back the one character from the last film, even though I'm like, why the fuck are you back here?
Look,
like why the hell would you come back here?
One of the side characters, like,
they offered the actress coke.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, I remember reading about that where, like, the actress was like, "I'm kind of nervous." It's like, "You want some coke to help you calm down?" It's like, "No, I think I'm good."
Hey guys, I hate to do this. I think I need to tap out for the night. I'm fading fast.
All right, you're good.
But thanks for having me, Sauron. It was nice talking to everybody.
Oh no, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, this was fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'll catch you guys later. Thanks.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, so we'll go ahead and finish this up. So, part 3. Would you say it's so bad it's good, or would you say good while drunk?
I would say good while drunk.
Good while drunk. At the very least, beer goggles might make it feel like 3D.
That's true.
Would you say it's above? I mean, obviously it's above part 2, but is it above Elm Street Part 4 or what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. I would watch.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna move this.
I have to. Besides that, Jason gets his mask in that film. Like that.
It's got a lot of memorable moments in it.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. At the end of the day, it's just a much more memorable film. So, yeah.
All right. So, part 3. I moved meh to like the second tier because to me personally, I think even if your film is, I think a film being meh or average is worse than being trash because at least the trash film is remembered.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
I can see that.
All right. So next we have, I think this is Friday the 13th Part 7, Jason Lives.
Oh, this is my...
This is part 6. This is part 6.
Which one is part 6?
So, okay,
part
so this
6
is
Jason Goes to Hell.
No.
Oh.
That's part 9.
Oh, fucking A, yeah. I keep forgetting.
Okay, so part 6, the best way I can remember it, part 6 is the official Jason is a undead revenant. Like, that is the official.
Is this Jason Lives?
Oh
Yeah, this
no,
is Jason
yeah,
Lives.
Jason Lives.
Mhm.
This
Yeah,
is the
no,
this is the
This is
official
probably
Jason is
the-
an undead monster.
This is probably the best one.
yeah. Out
Because
of
this is
all
just when
the,
they just were just having fun with it 100%.
Yeah,
Even though
yeah.
I will say some of the kills are just kind of boring because it's just Jason just walking up and just killing people.
I
Like
think
there's
this
no
one,
like build up or anything.
kind of helps drive home the idea that Jason's just an unstoppable monster, and because he's officially undead, there's no real ambiguity as to how he's doing some of the stuff he does.
I do. I will
Yeah.
admit, I did like a bunch of the characters. Like, I actually kind of dug Tommy's.
Yeah,
stuff
Tommy
in
I
this one.
liked.
Because I know Tommy he's like this is the kind of the film, was it Tom Matthews? This is kind of the film that kind of like cemented him as like one of like the main characters aside from Jason.
Yeah.
Jason's arch enemy.
Yeah, even in the game where like he's the hero character who spawns with a shotgun and has higher stats than everybody else.
Yeah, you call Tommy to try and kill Jason.
So, Jason is the Luke Skywalker.
And he technically does kill Jason. Like he's technically the guy who does it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tommy is Jason's destined mortal enemy.
You know what?
Like,
for the sake, I'm gonna say.
I will say, is this the one where they beat Jason by tying a anchor around his neck and putting him in the ocean? I mean, not the ocean, in the lake. That was a good takedown.
Sort of, because they also do that in part 7, which is like, I know that's a criticism because it ends the same way as part 6. But
wait, is part 7 the one with the psychic chick?
Yes.
That was supposed to be Carrie, actually, at one point.
Yeah,
oh my god, that makes much more sense.
I heard somewhere that was originally supposed to be Carrie.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
Wow.
I think that's the next. That's the next movie. Ironically, because that's should have
Carrie versus Jason.
But yeah, that movie started off as being Carrie versus Jason, but then they couldn't get the rights to Carrie, so then they just made it generic.
Generic white girl with telekinetic power.
That's also the first movie in which Kane Hodder played Jason.
Okay.
Oh, he didn't play Jason in 5?
Nope.
I thought
5
he
or
did.
6. He started in 7.
I don't know why I thought he started in 5.
Nope, he started in 6. He started in 7. Which is because that's the thing I noticed. A lot of people kind of assume that he's been Jason's actor for a long time, but he hasn't. He's done it more consistently than everybody else, but he still had a kind of a bit of a late start. So before we move to New Blood, where would you put Jason Lives? Because I think it's a great film.
I'd probably put it there.
I would put it. Yeah, I would put Jason Lives on a great horror flick.
All right, but I'm gonna put it above the Nightmare reboot.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, so that was part 6. Now we're on part 7, which is the New Blood. So this is the one that started off as Carrie versus Jason.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I will say this. I do like the fact that the slasher villain has someone who actually is a threat to him in it.
Yeah, because I think this is also one of the ones where they really sell home that the Jason is undead. Because I think there's a moment. First of all, his design I think is the best in this one, where like his back is pretty much just skin and bones. You can see like his rib cage, and then when they reveal his face, it is very clearly not a face of a man. It is the face of a zombie.
Yeah, he's very clearly undead.
Yeah, I mean, like his body's been decomposing for like a couple of years, so it would make sense since he's now a revenant.
And this is honestly where,
not to mention, he also spent that time underwater too, which
because this is
fucks you up even more with decomposition.
This is post Tommy Jarvis kicked his ass.
Yeah,
this is one of those films I unironically say is a good film. Like I will. I will stand by that.
I will say this: I do like the fight at the end with legally not Carrie and Jason.
Honestly, the
Go
idea
ahead.
that it's supposed to be Carrie kind of makes it like, okay, that makes a little more sense on how this ended up happening.
Well,
Because
the question is though, like, how would Carrie, how is Carrie still alive? Like, because like, we know like, what happened to her in the
I think
books
this is
as well as in the movies.
I think this is more of a case of like they didn't care the logic behind it. They just wanted
Two
people
superpower characters to
superpower
fight.
characters to fight. Because I think this is also around the time where the concept of Freddy versus Jason was born as well. Let me see real quick. What this was 1988, and then yeah, so this was probably around the time where the idea of Freddy versus Jason was born, or at least before that, because Nightmare on Elm Street started in '84, so this is a good 4 years after that. So there's a chance they were kind of just in the general sense of like, we don't care how they fight, we just want them to fight.
I'll say this, like, at one point they were developing a Carrie TV show that they were basically going to be like, here's how she survived at the end of the film.
Okay, yeah, I do remember that too.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
they were gonna do a Carrie TV show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
basically.
that's where one of the sequels comes from.
Oh yeah, Carrie. What's it called, like Carrie 2 to Rage or something like that?
Yeah, where it's basically the same movie.
Oh no, I know
the
that
Rage.
one. It was not. It
Yeah,
was
the
actually
Rage
not.
Carrie too.
Carrie 2 was actually not meant to be part of Carrie. It was actually going to be its own thing until like one of the producers noticed how similar it was to Carrie. I was just like, make it a sequel.
Okay. There was I know there was a Carrie project that I think I remember where it's like
It was a TV movie remake of the first one.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And the idea was that it was going to lead into a series.
Okay, I do remember that.
And also the 2001 remake of Carrie is more faithful to the books than the first movie.
Yeah.
All right, so Jason Lives. I think it goes under great horror flicks. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
I'm willing to put it there. Like,
yeah, I'm fine with putting it there.
Yeah,
Now,
like,
the question is,
like,
I think this is the first Friday the 13th movie I actually watched, so I kind of have a bias towards it.
Put it above the remake of Nightmare myself. That's me.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Would you put Jason Lives?
I would put it slightly above it.
Yeah.
Because I think, like, as much as it sells its idea of Carrie versus Jason.
Wait, are we talking about Jason Lives or New Blood? Because I'm getting confused now.
So, Jason Lives. Okay, so I'm asking, where do you want to put New Blood? Above Jason Lives or below Jason Lives?
I'd probably say below. But just like slightly.
All right, I'll put it below. Because, I mean, I can't do slightly, so I think, by default.
We just that's fair. We put
to be fair, if we could put them like one on top of the other, like they are equal, I think that would be a fair.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we start getting to one of the more interesting ones in Jason Takes Manhattan, which
oh god, this one.
Now I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. This is a terrible movie. This is a bad movie. It's awful. It probably shouldn't have been made.
Yeah,
but I love it. But I love
it. So in other words, it would be like so bad it's good.
No, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's so bad it's good, because to me, so bad it's good still has like.
I remember the little bit I saw this one. I remember being just bored consistently throughout.
Honestly, I think the scenes of like the highs of the film are really high, but to be fair, there's not a lot of them. Like, I like the concept of Jason not being in Crystal Lake. Like, I like him technically expanding beyond that. I like the idea of Jason in Manhattan, even though the film, from a budget standpoint, could not utilize it. I think the little bit they have of him in New York is good. Like the scene of him, like, looking around at Times Square, and the briefest moment of humanity in this character, he's literally mesmerized by Times Square itself, but immediately goes back to killing people.
Honestly, if this was a short film made up entirely of those scenes, I would probably enjoy it a lot more.
Yeah, and then I know this is the film that kind of cements him teleporting, where he's like chasing this one chick. She literally runs into a room. He's standing there. She turns around and he's standing there. Then she turns the complete opposite way and he's standing there. Then she turns around again and he's right in front of her and starts choking her. And it's like, all right, this man's teleporting. Like, there's no other way around it.
Jason's just like, I finally upgraded. I found the teleport power up.
I've been watching. I've been watching Star Trek. But
It's his
I
mother's favorite show.
He's
I
like he learned the Batman technique.
I was trying to think, like, who's the character that teleports? And yeah, he learned the Batman. He's been reading some Batman comics, and was like, all right, I finally got it figured out.
Or read a couple of X-Men and one or two from Nightcrawler.
Oh, that too. One thing I was gonna say though, because there is one moment in this film I think is one of the best moments in Friday films, and like, it's the boxer who like tries to fist fight Jason.
That is probably the only scene I thought was good.
Where
Yeah.
it's kind of like again, like, you know, he's not gonna do anything to him. You know, he's not really gonna beat him. But the fact that he even says, like, all right, let's do this. He starts punching Jason. And if I remember correctly, like, he was like, the actor was actually punching Kane Hodder. Like,
Oh,
Kane
shit.
Hodder, he was wearing pads, and Kane Hodder said, "Give it the best you got. Like, just punch me." And he did. He punched him. And the scene, when I remember, like, from watching it, it was actually really good. Like, he was actually like punching him. I remember, like, I'm pretty sure it was all effects, but like his knuckles were bloody. He was all sweaty and tired. And you can tell, like, at least from a character's perspective, he was like, all right, I'm going to take this guy out. He punched him as best he could. He kept hitting him with combos. Nothing happened. And then finally, when he was fully exhausted, he was just like, all right, give it your best shot. And to me, that was like the moment where he was like, all right, I'm dead. I'm just accepting it. And Jason knocks his head off in one clean uppercut. And I'm like, well, I was like, that's one way to cement someone's death.
Yeah.
Yep.
It also like brings back memories of Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
I remember that movie. Oh, Lord.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's a movie where, like, to me, and it goes with this one, I think, like, don't get me wrong, this is a bad movie. Its highs are really high, and its lows are really low. But at the same time, I cannot tell you that I don't love it.
Okay.
But I'm a sucker for movies that are bad.
All right. Fair. I'll say
Yeah, it
this.
is a bad movie. I don't particularly.
I'll say I almost want to say trash to me to an extent, but maybe a high trash. That makes sense, but
Yeah, because I was gonna argue good while drunk, but again, like, I'm willing to admit that, like, I love it more than the average person.
I'll say this.
I mean,
like,
I would honestly put it as like good while you're drunk.
yeah.
I mean, I
If
guess
all-
you could go there.
Because I think it's better than part 2. Because I know
Okay.
we 2 under good while drunk, but I think it's definitely better than part 2.
All right, then. I'll go for it.
All right, I'm gonna put it above part 2. Good while drunk. But, you know, again, keep in the context, this is not a good film. You got to have a lot of drunk in you before you can really enjoy it. All right. So next we have, again, I hate that it did this, but it mixed the order all up. But next we have part 4, ironically titled "The Final Chapter." Spoiler alert, we just got done talking about freaking part 8. It wasn't the final chapter.
Are you
it
telling me
felt-
the film lied to me?
You have to
Hollywood
understand,
lied to me?
clearly we're watching it in the order of it's both a prequel and the last movie. That's how that no.
It's even funnier because part 6 literally refers to it, so therefore it wasn't the final chapter.
It's the final chapter.
Part 6 literally tells you it wasn't the final chapter.
That's funny.
Part 5 you can kind of get away with it. It's like, oh, it's not Jason, it's a completely different guy. But part 6 straight up tells you, oh no, that wasn't the final chapter. We lied to you.
I actually like the final chapter a lot. I think it's a very enjoyable film, and I do like the final scene where Tommy's wailing into Jason a lot. So but you know,
I'm trying to remember what how this movie ended because I honestly don't remember this one.
It's the one where Tommy like tricks Jason by shaving his head, and
oh yeah, and then
tricks him into thinking he's like a young version of him. And then when Jason's down for the count, he like stabs him in the head with a machete. And there's like that really awesome scene where Jason falls on the machete and it kind of slides deeper into his face. And then when Tommy goes to hug his sister, but like it's all over, and Jason twitches, he then goes crazy and starts just chopping Jason to pieces.
Yeah, he went beyond a double tap with that, and I do like that scene. He's like, yeah, no, that's how you deal with Jason.
Yeah,
and yeah. There's the scene at the end where he's like, die, 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 and that literally that entire scene is what leads into the twist of part 5 and like. Him like, oh, is he Jason? Did he go crazy? So like, you know, there's
originally they wanted to do that too, have him actually become like the new killer, but because part A New Beginning was so poorly received, they were, and that ending where they teased it was so poorly received, they just decided not to do it.
Yeah, which
I'm honestly relieved that they didn't do that to Tommy, because he's been through a lot as a character, and it makes sense for him to like finally deal the killing blow to Jason, because he was set up as the protagonist.
Yeah, I just think that's a little bit weird.
I mean, he's killed Jason twice technically. 3 times if you want to count his role in part 5, but yeah, he's killed Jason like 3 times.
Yeah.
Twice canonically. Part 5 it wasn't really Jason, but you know, you get what I'm saying.
It was Jason in air quotes.
Well, I do think this is one of those films where it took themselves seriously enough, in the sense they understood the legacy that they had to compete with, and they understood that like, hey, let's at least give it a chance. Like, let's try to make this coherent enough.
Yeah, there was an attempt.
Honestly, I think I would put it under great horror flick, but I think I would put it underneath Jason Lives and New Blood.
I say that's fair.
Yeah, I can see that. Because
like an attempt was made, but it does have some, like plenty of flaws, and I think some of the flaws do come in from like the future films, but still.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be fair, it's the final chapter, but it's not actually. Not even close.
It's the final chapter in a 10-part series. It's part 4 in a 10-part series. So take that, make that of what you will.
Yep.
All right. So now we have what is probably one of the like. Jason Goes to Hell.
Trash.
Yeah, like
trash.
Like Jason's not even in it for most of the movie.
Yeah, that's the thing that's wild about it.
Yeah, it's
there's no way. There's no way going around it. It was just really bad.
look,
like-
this is one of the cases of it's the least respectable Friday the 13th movie, and we have Jason Goes to Space in this list.
Yeah, because it's like one of
Jason
those
X.
where it tries so hard to be like smart with its horror, but at the same time, it's really, really dumb. Like, Jason gets killed in like the first 10 minutes of that movie. Then it's like some demon slug that travels from person to person. And the people don't look any different. They just look like their regular selves, just killing people. Like, for a long time, he's just like a mortician dude who doesn't look any different than what he did when he first started in the scene. And then it's not until like the very end does he become like
Jason again.
Jason. And at that point, it's like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
I will
Like
say
it's
this.
so far removed from being Jason.
Now I'm just. This is the movie about Jason getting his groove back.
How Jason got his groove back. I had to find my demon slug, and only then could I get my groove back.
Oh, and it gets even weirder because the only way he comes back is he possesses the body of like another Voorhees that's already dead.
Yeah,
That's a girl. That's a woman or something.
They pulled the Freddy's Dead, where like I think this is when New Line Cinema bought Jason. I think this is like the first New Line Cinema Jason movie, and they pulled the like, oh, he secretly had a sister, which like, you know, from retrospect has never really worked out for any slasher villain.
Yeah, just period, having a character have a secret family member that you never mentioned is just generally not.
Look, that's kind of like the run out of ideas train.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, New Line Cinema bought it. Like, Part 8 was Paramount Pictures. Part 9, which is Jason Goes to Hell, was New Line Cinema. So yeah, it's clear that they kind of didn't know what to do with this character once they got him.
Honestly, weirdly enough, this feels like at times like it's a retrofitted nightmare film. If that makes sense. At least
Yeah,
that's
it
what I
kind of does,
feel.
because this, like, as much as like Jason being brought back from the dead, like, aside from that and maybe the psychic chick he battles, there wasn't really a heavy supernatural element to Friday films. And then this movie comes along where it's like, no, he's not just a supernatural revenant. No, he's literally like a demon who infects people by eating his heart. And it's like, this is unnecessary. Like, you don't need this. You don't need this to describe Jason. And I don't think it helps that, like, again, he doesn't show up until like the final part of the film, which I guess you could kind of see it as like, oh, they're building up to Jason. It's like, yeah, but you don't really need build up to this guy. Just have him chasing people.
Like,
and having him get killed in the very beginning and just the whole body swap thing was just weirdly unnecessary.
Yeah, and they blow him to pieces too.
Honestly, it feels like this movie just didn't really like, because this was the first New Line one, and they clearly were like, and this feels like at times it's trying to make a statement with Jason. We have him now, and we're putting our stamp on him. You know, like, it's a new. This is the new 52 Jason.
You know what it
Pretty
feels
much.
like? You know what it feels like? It feels like setup to Freddy versus Jason.
And isn't it also like now tied with Ash from Evil Dead? Because isn't there like a Necronomicon in there at one point? Because I remember hearing about that.
Yeah.
No,
No,
just
No. Let me see if I can find it. I think he's right. I think there is a reference to the Necronomicon in it. Because again, remember the original idea for Freddy versus Jason was to have like a bunch of characters tied into it. Oh shit! Let me see if I can find it real quick before I just say
fucking
this.
fucking A. Well, I'm so glad like they didn't try to come up with a cute name for a universe for these characters.
All right, so I can't
Call
really
it the
find
Slasher verse.
I can't really
Something.
find it, but I do. For the sake of like being fair, I do think that was an idea they had, and I do think this because again at the time, New Line Cinema owned a lot of horror franchises, and so
That's true.
like, and I know a lot of people don't realize this. Spoil like this may come to a shock to some of you, but the MCU was not the first to try to tie in a bunch of cinematic universes. It was
Yeah,
Oh,
probably
no,
the
no.
most successful
No.
at the very least.
I
But yeah, like a lot of film studios tried their best to tie in a bunch of shit with each other, and I know this was definitely one of them.
Also, Bride of Chucky. Like in the opening, like there are tons of references to to other various horror movies from Friday the 13th to Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street.
If I remember correctly, and it's been some while since I've seen this, so I'm taking it with a grain of salt. But if I remember correctly, the Necronomicon was meant to be like the tie-in glue. Like it would get referenced in other films, and that was going to be the thing that tied in blank to blank. Where it's
Yes,
like,
that's correct.
yeah, it's like, oh, none of these film franchises have any connection to each other. Well, they all reference the Necronomicon, which is, to raise the dead. And that was going to be the connective glue.
oh my god, the Necroverse.
The Necroverse?
Unironically, that would have been kind of cool.
It would honestly, if it was executed properly, that would actually be pretty neat.
Like,
would-
imagine
it
a
would
universe
also-
where Chucky, Freddy Krueger, freaking Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, they're all in the same universe and they're all competing with each other to get the most kills.
Well, it would also explain for like how these slasher villains started out as human, but eventually they become more supernatural as time progressed.
Oh my god, damn it! We're just writing hack slash.
Oh God! Don't bring up. Oh God, hack slash.
What is hack slash? I have no idea what that is.
So hack slash is like, it's basically like, imagine like, she's like this chick.
The final girl.
She's the final girl, but instead of like surviving her own horror movie, she goes around hunting down other horror movie villains, and pretty much every villain she fights is like an homage to like other horror movie villains.
It's kind of like, it's a bit like, look, it's Buffy versus slasher villains essentially. It's a fun comic for what it is. At times,
it's straight up a parody. Like it's hardcore a parody.
I was about to say that sounds like it would be a pretty awesome parody.
I remember in high school we had a guy who was hardcore into hack slash. Like it wasn't even funny. Like he was my first introduction to hack slash.
I am so sorry. I am guessing he was a bit of a waifu dude. Because the thing about hack slash is that it's pretty famous for its main character Cassie, who's like this hot goth chick.
Oh boy,
yeah. So
the issue I have with hack slash, and I don't say this uncommon because I don't give a shit. Fucking Tim Sweeney is a fucking bitch ass nigga.
Oh, Tim Sweeney wrote it.
Yeah, it was Tim Seeley. He's also the same guy who worked on Nightwing, and he also did Revival for Image Comics, which is pretty much Resurrection, but in a more horror bent.
I'll say,
go ahead.
Tim sometimes has some good ideas and some good writing. I will admit that. So I'm just gonna. I'll say that, but the guy can be an inconsistent fuck.
Yeah, which pretty much makes his work hit or miss, and also like whenever like he interacts with people like what he says or expresses, it rubs them the wrong way.
He oftentimes doesn't express himself like to the point of like if this was a culture war, it's like Tim Seeley, he's basically wild card at points. Like he tries to go like he tries to go left at times, but it's his whole thing is like I don't know what. Like the thing about Tim is that he just is a very inconsistent writer, and keep in mind, I'll say this: when he's good, he's good.
But the problem is he's not consistent
I mean,
with
a
that.
broken clock is twice.
Right, twice a day. Yeah.
Twice a day.
I'll say like he doesn't go as low as Mark Millar can go sometimes.
Oh Lord.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Mark has gotten better over the years. Like if you notice, like in his later works, he's been writing more hopeful, uplifting stories, and this is actually due in part to him like watching Man of Steel from Zack Snyder.
I'll
My
say
issue-
this: my big issue with Mark Millar is right now. I'm tired of reading his comics and knowing their movie pitches and feeling that
That seems like a problem with a lot of comic book stuff nowadays, that they just want it to be a Netflix pitch or something.
Yeah,
Millar.
and with Miller, he was in a way a precursor to that, because in the past, like he used to be very passionate about the comic book medium, and he started off like being an optimistic writer. However, as he grew up, he became more famous with his independent works like Wanted, Funnies, and so on and so forth, and it painted him as being this like edgy writer.
Yeah, like it really depends on Mark Millar. Like I said, I described him on my Twitter as basically like you're playing Russian roulette, but 5 of the barrels are loaded. Sometimes with him, and he's not like, I'll say Mark Millar is also not the worst writer, but yeah, no. But yeah, well, let's get back on topic because
Right. Because I'll just say this, because I could go into a whole tangent on why I don't like him, but I'll just end on this. Like this isn't about comics, so we'll just move on from that. But like, we all have our own opinions. But Jason Goes to Hell is one of those where it's like, it's one of those. It's got moments I like in it. Like, what's his name? What's the bounty hunter's name? Duke?
Dog?
No, he's the Black Duke. Duke, I think he is.
Like, yeah, something like that.
He's easily one of the coolest characters in the film, but his character doesn't make a lick of fucking sense.
Apparently, his entire backstory got cut.
Yeah,
from what I heard.
Yeah, his entire like in the movie, it doesn't make a lick of sense why he's so dead set on Jason, how he knows all this shit. But he was easily the coolest character, even from without that. But at the same time, it's like, it's kind of like, I can't remember which movie exactly we said, but like the highs are, Jason Takes Manhattan, where like the highs are really high, the lows are really low. To me, it's a bit more like there's a lot fewer highs in this film.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like they tried too hard with the supernatural element without establishing the supernatural element.
Yeah, like I'll say this, like this movie is a bit much, and it has major identity issues at the end of the day, which, for me keeps it from being like really good. I'll say that, but especially because I can see why the original films kind of like why it took so long to get to Jason X. This one, but that's just my opinion there.
I mean, I only watched Jason Goes to Hell once, and
I've only seen it once, and I just did not care for it.
Yeah, I did not go back rewatching it because it was just that bad. But I will say that Duke is I did like him as a new addition. However, he came in too late. And
I feel like if you're gonna do, like, especially this is supposed to be the last story, like, I feel like introducing a new character who just magically knows all this shit is kind of bad. Like if it was Tommy or something coming back and knowing all this stuff, it's like, okay, it's Tommy.
It would have made more sense if they introduced like Duke like early on in the movies and have him like meeting Tommy and them teaming up and putting down Jason for good.
That would make a lot more sense.
They clearly needed to like make. It feels like there should have been like a part 8 or like there should have been like another movie which established Duke as like, I
hunt Jason.
I hunt Jasons.
Because that actually is a cool concept, having a guy who like maybe survived the serial kill, the slasher villain, now actively hunting him.
Yeah, like that.
Like he escaped once and then is like, okay, I'm hunting this guy now.
I'm going to. I swear, if I had the power, I would. I don't know. I would punish all internet providers and just like make your shit work.
When I was working at AT&T, it was special.
Okay, so for the sake of me being annoyed, I'm putting Jason Goes to Hell in meh.
Sure.
I'll put it above the original just because it at least try some crazy shit, which I kind of appreciate when it comes to stuff.
Okay, fair.
All right, so now we're getting to the last two, and I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you guys. To anyone watching this, Jason X is unironically my favorite Friday the 13th film. And before you even ask, yes, it is probably the dumbest film on this entire series. It is probably the just absolute stupidest thing you could possibly watch.
I honestly, if it's when it was on TV, I would always stop to watch. For a long time, it was actually in my guilty pleasures list of movies that I just love because, like, it basically is one of those things of it felt like everybody involved knew they couldn't win. The premise is goofy. They're making a Friday the 13th film. Like basically they were just like, let's just go all in. Let's just have fun.
Yeah, that's honestly that's how I feel about it. It's just like it's bad, but at least it's trying to have fun with it.
Yeah, because like to me, I think that's one of the reasons why I like it is because like it unironically kind of goes into its gimmick of Jason in space. Because in case you didn't know, this entire film's premise is Jason in space. Like it's unironically Jason in space. And
I do find it funny though that the military was able to capture Jason, and it's like we can't kill him. No, we can't figure out a way to kill him.
Oh my god, I love that scene where like they have him in like this. Like first of all, I've seen military prisons. I don't know what the fuck they had.
Yeah, I don't know what that
it's just
was.
a big empty room with just a single dude in the middle of the chains. It didn't even look like the middle of the room. And the guy's like
I felt like I was looking at like something from a superhero comic.
Yeah, that's really what that was. That was like a superhero comic villain prison.
The guard's like, "Why did you wear this, you ugly bastard?" Tosses a blanket over him, and then when the military officials show up, he's just been replaced. Like the guard is in the chains instead of Jason, and it's like, how the fuck did that happen? Where could he hide?
And they even explain that Jason just regenerates.
Yeah, where he's just like, oh, he regenerates tissue, and they don't explain why. He just does.
It's
actually a place up of the fact that he is a revenant, because like he does have regeneration capabilities.
But the fact that you acknowledged it kind of raises the more questions that you like explained it.
Let me put it this way. As I was saying, Jason's just a mutant. Charles Xavier just keeps missing him all the time.
Oh, can you imagine that crossover?
But does Charles want want to find Jason, considering he is a supernatural serial killer.
Oh my god!
Freaking Xavier puts on Cerebro. He's like, all right, I gotta find me some new mutants. He goes to Crystal Lake and just sees Jason slaughtering people. And he's like, you know what? I don't even think Wolverine can handle this guy. Let's just leave him.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna pretend. I'm gonna ignore that one.
I'm gonna pretend. He's an Omega level threat. I'm just gonna leave him alone.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
Now I'm just
He's happy
imagining
where he is.
Now I'm just imagining Magneto trying to recruit him, being like, Jason,
He goes to stop Jason swinging the machete by catching the magnetism, but for some reason, the machete in Jason's hand ignores magnetism and cuts off.
You have to understand, Jason has the power of the machete force.
Oh my god!
Freaking the Watcher is standing above Magneto in the heavens, just like, oh, Eric, you've made a grave mistake, and he cleaves him in half. It's like Jason's metal is immune to all laws of physics.
That explains how he can just cut through everything.
You might as well be fighting the one above all.
Oh.
You've heard of One Punch Man? Meet One Slice Man.
Pretty much.
Wait, actually, no. I think Saitama can take down Jason.
You punch him, he'll die, and then he'll just come right back.
Yeah.
Where it's like, even Saitama will be like, why don't you just die? Why do you keep coming back? And Jason looks at him with dead silence, just shrugs his shoulders like, I don't know.
Hold it. It would end up, if it was One Punch Man, it'd be like, you don't understand my pain. Those teenagers keep having sex in front of me. It's weird.
I keep telling them put on a condom, but they don't seem to understand. Apparently,
I keep telling them don't have sex, they'll get pregnant and die. They don't listen to me.
To the chest doesn't translate to don't have premarital sex.
Or better yet, he's somehow found a way to become the ultimate life form without the stone mask.
Oh God!
Oh,
he is the one above all.
Okay, guys, we are.
God damn it! Yeah, all
we
right,
are going off on tangents again.
Jason X is unironically my favorite Friday the 13th film. Yes, it's bad. Yes, it's stupid. Yes, it is probably the dumbest film out of all of them, including Jason Goes to Hell. However, it commits to the bit harder than any of the rest. When they said Jason goes to space, they meant it. Jason went to space and he never came back.
I honestly give the film credit for it going through the absurdities after accepting it, because they're pretty much in the mindset of since they're doing this, they might as well go out with a bang.
And they unironically have one of the best kills in the entire series, where he shoves the chick's face in the liquid nitrogen and then smashes their frozen face.
Let's not forget the sleeping bag one too.
Yeah, and the enhanced sleeping bag, because the sleeping bag one appears, I think, in Jason Lives, but in that one he just gets the girl in the sleeping bag and slams her against a tree once. In this one, he takes like the two chicks in the sleeping bag, beats one of the chicks in the sleeping bag to death with the other one, and then finishes off the one he used as a weapon on a tree. And I'm like, if you're ever going to one up a previous kill, that's how you do it.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Basically, this entire movie, it commits to the bit. It's like where Jason goes to space. It's basically sci-fi Jason, and they go hard. And I don't care. And what's his name? Uber Jason at the end, where he's like the cyborg Jason, where it's like the cyborg chick gets an upgrade, literally blows him to pieces. Like he's literally in shambles. And for some godforsaken reason, the nanobot machine decides, hey, let's resurrect this guy. And it's never explained as to why the machine does it. It just does it. And to me, I'm like, this is the sign from God himself saying, you are not meant to live. Die.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
And then he unironically one-shots the cyborg who butchered him.
But
Yeah.
however, she's still alive.
She's a cyborg, so
Well, she's not even a cyborg. She's a straight up full
yeah,
android.
that's right, she's a full-on
Yeah.
android. I forgot she's a full-on robot. So like,
I
her
gotta admit,
moving her body-
I had a major crush on this actress when I was a teenager.
Oh hell
I
yeah, man!
mean,
That was like
Yeah.
top tier waifu.
I'm about to say, I mean, yeah, there's some good reason for that.
She
Yeah.
literally tried to put on fake nipples in order to impress her creator.
Yeah, she did do that. I forgot that happened.
And then, okay, I'm gonna say this: the most badass character, aside from Tommy Jarvis, in the entire Friday franchise, the freaking black security officer who said, like, I don't care if Jason is a fucking immortal cyborg, I'm fist fighting this motherfucker.
Yeah.
What's his name? I'm gonna
Dude.
find his name real quick.
Peter Mesa, I think is his name. Mensa, something like that.
Yeah, who was also in Dead Space, which, god damn it, I
Yeah,
always bring
him
up
in the
Dead
Dead
Space.
Space.
I bring up Dead Space in every fucking stream. But this guy, Sergeant Broski, Peter Mesa, this was the only dude aside from Tommy Jarvis in the entire Friday franchise who says, I'm a fist fight Jason. I don't give a shit what he is.
Yes, he's actually one of my favorite characters and heroes in the Friday the 13th series.
In my headcanon, he survived that fall to Earth.
He becomes the good Jason.
In my headcanon, he survived that fall to Earth.
He
Why? I don't give a shit.
He protects kids so they can have premarital sex.
The nega Jason.
The Jason.
Whoa.
I'll accept it.
Oh wait, no, that sounds kind of wrong.
I'm about to say, I'm gonna take back that.
No, but I'll say like he.
Wait a minute, I can
He
say that.
becomes-
Nega Jason.
Nega Jason. It's like Nega Scott from Scott Pilgrim. It's like, no, he's nice. He's not a douche. Even though he looks evil as shit, it's like, no, he's actually not a douche.
Oh shit, this man was in Witchblade? Oh shit.
Well, he's in the Witchblade TV show.
Yeah, for like 3 episodes. Holy shit, man. I'm gonna have to look up this dude's career.
3 episodes.
Jesus.
Yo, man, that's he was in the Sarah Connor Chronicles.
Yeah,
And the Incredible
yeah, I
Hulk.
remember
Holy
seeing that.
shit, man.
The Witchblade.
Oh, he's been in everything.
Yeah, the Witchblade TV show was something I was actually going to possibly make a thread on because that
Yo,
was
man. I don't know how you handle threads, but I'd be totally. Actually, you know what? I've never seen the show, but I'm a big fan of Witchblade.
No, the way I handle threads is I basically have some preliminary plans for ones on occasion, and believe me, I tend to go as much research as I can on a given subject. So, Witchblade was one I was planning on doing for like a major like adaptation type thing because I want to actually try and cover like weird comic book adaptations. And that is like I kind of want to talk about the show that ended because the actress was too much of an alcoholic.
Oh damn!
Mm.
Because it's a show I wanted to. Because I know because we like again side tangent. I don't care at this point, but
Look, it's
we
this
did a
point,
stream.
like-
yeah, like this stream is probably like 30% side tangent, but
Yeah.
I know we did a stream where we talked about Witchblade Into Darkness, and like part of that stream, I watched like the anime of it, and it didn't.
I still
occur to
have
me
not
until-
watched that yet.
It occurred to me like retrospectively, where it's like the fact that an entire anime studio did an adaptation of an American comic book is kind of insane when you really think about it. And
it's not.
well, I
as
know
in-
this.
I'll say it's not as uncommon as you think. Which
I
is
know
the
there's the
weird
Marvel
part.
animes, which are the Blade one is unironically good. I really love the Blade one.
Well, I actually finished filming a review of, believe it or not, I finished reviewing of the Toei Dracula film, which is actually based on the Marvel comic.
See,
Hmm.
this is something I've always. Now, this is something that's always kind of annoyed me. Is the lack of like interaction between Western and Eastern media, and I'm not just talking like the homages, because like One Punch Man, My Hero Academia are very much homages to like the kind of superhero genre.
Yeah.
With My Hero Academia being more upfront about it.
Yes.
But one thing that's always annoyed me is that like it's especially when I lived in Japan for like a couple of years, like they love American stuff. Like it's not even it's not even ironic. Like they straight up like they love Spider-Man, they love Batman, they love like even more obscure characters who aren't just MCU stuff, like non-mainstream characters they love.
As I was talking about in one thread, weirdly enough, fucking Dog Welder became a meme over there.
Yes. Like it's ridiculous how little interaction and crossover there is between Eastern and Western stuff, and it's like it's a market that begs to be touched upon.
Honestly, part of me is kind of glad they're separate.
Well, now I'm kind of glad, but I'm saying like early on where it's like the Witchblade anime is probably like the best example in the sense where they took a Western property and adapted it for an anime. And I'm like, I wish they would do this for more stuff. There's a Spawn manga where it's not just Al Simmons; it's literally a Japanese dude becoming a Hellspawn.
Yeah, no, I have that volume in my collection somewhere.
God damn it! You beat me in Spawn collections because I have a bunch of Spawn shit. And that's the one thing I don't have.
Look, you have more shit than I do probably because I only have like a couple Spawn collections. Like I have the first volume in my collection somewhere. Genuinely, like honestly, I have like a huge fucking comic collection, but no, like with stuff like this, especially like, there's a lot of like Western adaptions. Like weirdly enough, when I think about this, have you ever heard of the anime Irresponsible Captain Tylor? Because I actually am going to tie it back to what we're talking about.
I've never heard of that one.
Never heard of that.
One of the crew members is a legit Jason parody. It's basically like it's a send up to like classic science fiction space opera shows, and one of the crew members just happens to be Jason from Friday the 13th. So,
nice.
I had that. It's a show. Oh God, I'm losing my mind. Trigun.
Yeah.
One of the characters, one of the villains, Vash faces. Like, especially in the second half, he's straight up an homage to Venom.
Oh yeah.
Like he's straight up an homage to Venom, and then when you look at like the things they're like, oh, this was this and this were like inspired by Venom, and then you rewatch the episode and you totally see it. Like even his name backwards is Venom.
Yeah, Montov. Here's the thing. Yeah, dude, it goes crazier than that. His favorite comic is Spider-Man. So, Nightow is a huge comic book fan. In fact, one of the backs of his manga, I have like a bunch of the Trigun manga. He actually mentions that, I was going to American Convention, and you have to understand. You want to know who he got to make his action figures for him? You know who he got?
Who?
Todd McFarlane. Todd McFarlane was one of the guys.
The literal king of making action figures.
Yeah. And when he, no joke about it, and when he actually made his own Trigun line, he basically was like, I want to make something very similar to what Todd McFarlane did.
Oh.
So, Todd McFarlane is, if you want, like, a anime that's basically, like, secretly very inspired by Western shit, Trigun,
I mean, the whole thing is based on Western cowboy stuff, which ironically, cowboy films, a lot of them were inspired by old samurai tales.
Yeah,
it's one of the, it's literally a back and forth. Like samurai tales inspired Western movies. Western movies inspired Trigun, and
I feel like we need to have discussion on like another stream.
All right. Let's go ahead and finish. So, Jason X, where would you rank it?
I would put it so bad it's good.
Yeah,
so
I think
bad.
that's so bad it's good.
That is literally just made for that film.
Now, would you put it above Freddy versus Jason, or below?
Yes, above.
Above.
Yeah, I think it's a bit above because I think it sells it a bit better than Jason.
I'll say this: Jason fights a cyborg waifu. I mean, okay, sure, it's not Freddy, but yeah, like what you want in life? Plus, honestly, okay, I'm gonna mention this. I actually think Jason X looks cool. I legit.
Oh yeah, the Uber Jason, the cyborg Jason.
Yeah, that design is pretty cool.
I actually think it's legit good.
Yeah, he's got like the blood red eyes. His mask is infused into his face. He's got a cyborg like entire side of his body. His suit has been converted into like some like black jumpsuit.
Like,
And he's straight up just like rage incarnate. He punches the cyborg's head off.
he is a perfect like I'm just like, oh my god, they found a character to distill new metal and it's here. I don't think you could make anything more perfect for that. He's the perfect 2000s character.
All right, and so we can finish it off. The last film we have on here is Wes Craven's A New Nightmare.
I think it's probably like, if we're counting it like among like Nightmare on Elm Street films, I think it's one of the best. But
Yeah,
I like it, but there's also a lot of things I don't like about it.
such as
And one of those things is the fact that Freddy like really isn't in it that much when you think about it.
I think this is one of those, I kind of understand that, but I think that when he is in it, it does matter.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And however, I do think like when he and Nancy fight at the end, it's a little like, I like the set. Like the set of that is really awesome, but the fight itself is like really kind of anticlimactic.
Yeah, like
It's just kind of like that was it.
I'll say this though, as much as like it's weird that it went the meta route, since there were so many slasher films in the wake, I think this is one of those movies that was going to get made at one point either way, and I'm just kind of glad Wes Craven was able to do it, because I think he actually got some good commentary in on the genre, and I think it's kind of cool that the original actress from the first film did it. It's interesting to me. It's an interesting film to talk about. It's an interesting film to look at, like, the genre. Like, I know Scream was the one that was like the big meta one that everyone liked to talk about, but I think Wes Craven, I like New Nightmare because it's more direct in that way, you know?
Yeah. Plus, it's through New Nightmare you see fantasy crossing over to reality as the original actors are facing who somehow crossed over into the real world and breaking like genuine terror.
I like that a bit better overall. Like I said, it feels that way. You know that if they could have, they would have gotten a cameo from Johnny Depp. They were actually planning on getting him into film for a bit, but but yeah, no, like I like New Nightmare a lot. I would put it below the first one, but that's just me.
You put it below Bloody and Gruesome and Amazing?
Somewhere. Like, but
I don't know. I mean, for me, like it's either putting it next to an Nightmare on Elm Street under Bloody and Gruesome and Amazing. Yet at the same time, like I can see it be above Dream Warriors under a great horror flick.
I would probably say a great horror flick is where I would put it. Like, just under. I'd say it's probably good under a good horror flick. But like at the top, like I said, below the first one. That's just how I feel about it. Because I really do.
What's your verdict, Edgy?
Probably put it in a just great horror flick. I don't think I could put it at the top. Though we'll say I do like Freddy's design in that one, though. with the gloves. So that was pretty cool, especially since it made sense with what they were doing
Okay,
in that
so,
one.
I mean, the thing with New Nightmare, because I think I heard the last bit of that conversation. I think I know what you guys are talking about, where it's like, it's not really Freddy. It's not
Yeah.
really a Nightmare on Elm Street film. I think that's why they call it a New Nightmare. I think that's why they straight up just don't bother with a Nightmare on Elm Street, because it's literally not. And again, it plays with that meta horror in the sense that, like, I mean, because literally Wes Craven is playing Wes Craven.
Yeah.
Wes
And, like,
Craven is Wes Craven.
Wes Craven as Wes Craven in Wes Craven Presents.
Pretty much.
I do think
Yeah, and
I
you
think
have-
it is creative in what it is, but at the same time, it's like when you really think about it, it's not really a Nightmare on Elm Street film in the sense that, like, it follows up to any continuity.
Yeah, that's. Though I will say this though, it's because Wes tried this again. I think with the weird meta shit with that when we did My Soul Take, and that movie was just bad.
Well,
So
I
this
mean,
was the
'cause
better attempted like meta stuff.
to me, this was all a precursor to what do you call it, Scream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was all a precursor to Scream, because Scream pretty much plays the same game in the sense that it's like, oh, it's super meta, where it's like horror movies exist in this world, and these characters are aware of them. However, the difference is that, like, obviously, like, it's not a demon; it's just people imitating the horror.
Yeah.
Plus, like Scream like, has a story to it that plays along with the meta narrative.
Yeah, and this one does too, but at the same time, it plays that supernatural element to it. So it's like, it's meta, but you still have to accept the supernatural to it. To where
Yeah.
Scream, it's kind of like, at first, at the very least, it's ambiguous to the meta of it. So, So what would you guys say? What would you rank this? Bloody, gruesome, great horror flick, so bad
I
it's
would
good?
say great.
Great.
Now, where would you
Yeah,
rank it on great? Obviously, it's
I'll put
above
on
the
great
remake.
horror flick.
Yeah, I would say definitely above the remake.
I mean, I
don't know if I would say I
it'll
like it more than
be-
Dream Warrior, but probably I would say probably under that.
All right.
Let me put it this way: I don't think it works without Dream Warrior. Like, I don't think A New Nightmare really works without the context of the rest of the Friday franchise.
Yeah,
That's
it's.
fair.
I don't. I think you wouldn't. I think people, if they just saw that as like the only Nightmare on Elm Street movie they saw, they probably would not like it that much or get it as much.
It kind of relies on Freddy being an icon versus just a character.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So, would you say
Yeah, I
above
hear you.
Jason Lives or below?
I put it above Jason Lives.
Yeah. I would.
Yeah,
too.
I think it's above.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. All right, so this is our final listing. We got Bloody, Gruesome, and Amazing with Nightmare on Elm Street #1. We got Great Horror Flick. We got Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors, Wes Craven's A New Nightmare, Jason Lives, Friday the 13th, New Blood, Friday the 13th, Final Chapter. And this may be a hot take, but we also have Nightmare on Elm Street remake under Great Horror Flick.
I noticed we only have three Jason movies in even remotely close to top tier.
Listen, man, I'm gonna say right now, as someone who's a hardcore,
That's very telling.
As someone who's a hardcore, I love the Friday the 13th films. I love them, but I'm not gonna lie and sit here and say a lot of them are good.
Yeah.
It's better to be honest.
Look. They're the McDonald's of the horror franchise. We know what we're there for. We know what we're eating.
Listen, you know what you're here for. You're here for a good, cheap hamburger. You didn't ask for it to be the best. You asked for it to be decent.
Yeah.
And then for So Bad It's Good, we have Jason X and Friday God damn it, Freddy versus Jason, which I think, granted, I think those films, I think they came out around the same time. Yeah, Jason X was 2001, Freddy versus Jason was 2003. So I think that's like that era where it's kind of like they went for the rule of cool as opposed to like anything else. And I think the movies go hard enough into each premise, with Freddy versus Jason being slightly less good. As bad as Jason X can be, like, it at least commits to the bit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know Freddy vs. Jason has got a lot of characters who straight up are just not fun to watch. Like, I know there's that one crazy dude who's like, he knows all about Freddy, and like he gets burned alive with like the message on his back, and he's probably like the best character because he's like selling it the most. And the minute he dies, that's like the end. To me, that's like the end. I don't care about the rest of these motherfuckers. Then for Good While Drunk, we have Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, aka the gay Nightmare on Elm Street.
The gay on Elm Street.
The gay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
Nightmare on Gay Street.
Okay. Oh God. Okay, this is all satire. All right.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Just gay on Elm Street is just.
I mean, to be fair, we put it the highest of them.
It's
Like
Jesse's.
Yeah.
It's Jesse's gay.
Okay. I just remember someone cosplayed Freddie Mercury wearing Freddy Krueger's glove and hat, and it's like that's all I can think of with this movie.
I mean, to be fair, we did advocate saying that like it wasn't a good idea to make Freddy a metaphor for being gay, because then it's like implying that being gay is evil. So
look,
and it is a competently made film. I'll give it that.
Like I said, it makes the film interesting to talk about in a different context, especially because, like a lot of people, like it actually has developed a fan base because of it. So I think a lot of people are okay with talking about it that way. But I get the point. So
yeah, it's definitely one of those like retrospectively, like it's better received.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nowadays.
I would be interested to see like someone like no context, like no pre-established context, watch it and see what they say about it.
Yeah.
What Friday? What the second one?
Yeah, like no context. You don't know anything about the film series. You kind of just watch this movie as it is and then go from there. I would be interested to see that, but I'm sure that's kind of hard to find.
Yeah, because people know some context about Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Like at this point, like I remember when I first saw. I remember seeing Freddy Krueger in the toy section when I was a kid. Like, Mommy, who's that? Well, son, he's a child killer who haunts your dreams. Oh,
that was me with The Fly. I saw a figure then. I was like, "What is that?" And my dad had explained it to me.
Oh,
and then I saw the movie years later, and it's like this is one of the few movies I actually get disgusted watching.
Legit, The Fly is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's a disgusting.
I'm not even saying it's bad. No, I actually liked it, but I was like, this is one of the few movies I actually find disgusting.
Yeah, man.
It's
body horror is a very primal fear.
Yeah.
Oh God, especially because it does bring a metaphor, because the whole big metaphor of The Fly is that it's dealing with cancer. That's the whole big thing of that film, and honestly, it's.
I don't know. I worked in a hospital for many years. I don't know any forms of cancer that turn into a giant fly.
Yeah, I've never seen a cancer do that.
And if it does, I'm putting you out of.
I think
we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go out in the yard.
As I said, it's a metaphor. It's like the mutant metaphor. where it can be anything you want: puberty, racism,
Gay, because that's what the director of the live action ones kind of did.
my favorite bit.
That's my favorite. Like, mutants are a metaphor for racism. It's like, listen, man, I don't know many black people who can blow up an entire city with a mere thought.
Yeah, I don't know too many.
Well,
I mean, I could, but that's just me.
I've
In
talked about it
Minecraft.
before on my threads, but a lot of people think that the mutant metaphor was like a big thing about racism. When it was actually done, it was just applying the idea of what Spider-Man was at the time to an entire superhero team.
Yeah, that's right.
Because it really doesn't work as an analogy like that when you think about it.
No,
Yeah, 'cause I
no,
know
it really
I know I've
doesn't in
mentioned
the
this
long
before.
run.
I know I've mentioned this before, but it's like when you really compare the two, real life racism to mutant bigotry, it's like there's no, like, when you really think about it, there's no logical explanation for why a person would fear a black person in real life. Like, no, but in like Marvel, it's like, I'm afraid of mutants. Why? Well, because a mutant blew up my town. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's like I can get why you'd be a little bit afraid.
Honestly, the way I look at it is basically like this: you don't make the mutant metaphor 1-to-1. Just just make it at least understandable in some cases. Of like, I'm just a frog person, not.
I think it's more so if they just went with it as just a metaphor in general for discrimination, but not specifically what type. I think it works
to me,
better
that's
than
the better angle, because it's like when you go into specifics, it's like, because discrimination against. I'm not advocating for discrimination. Let me put that. Let me give that context. I'm not advocating.
But you can
for
understand why someone would be discriminatory against mutants.
Because like when people discriminate, they don't necessarily do it out of hate. Well, they do it out of hatred, but it's also
fear too.
They rationalize it to themselves.
I feel like it should just be a metaphor for humans being scared of other humans, and that's it.
Well, actually, if you go even further, the fear of the unknown, in addition to like outcasts, but more on fear of the unknown.
That's kind of how I always viewed the X-Men. They were like a stand for like the outcasted people that don't really fit in.
I think it's probably the best metaphor to apply to.
But
that's just me.
I mean, like the outcast and the fear of the unknown. That has been explored numerous times in various works of fiction.
Honestly, my favorite metaphor to try with the X-Men that doesn't get explored too often, but when it does, I like seeing it, is a disability metaphor. Like having an issue and needing something to overcome it. Like I always like Cyclops' glasses and him needing them to make his powers work. As weird as it is.
Yeah, I mean, like the reason he couldn't control his powers is because of a head injury that he had when he was a kid.
All right, so back to the topic at hand. Once again, we got Friday the 13th Part 3, probably the main iconic Friday under Good While Drunk. You know, Jason gets his mask. They kind of sort of establish the personality that's underneath it, but that's definitely where he gets his iconic look.
Yeah.
We got Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, The Dream Master, which personally I think is more of a hit or miss kind of film. Like, you either love it or you hate it.
Yeah, it's kind of it just kind of felt like a rehash of 3, but not as fun.
Yeah. Then we have Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, which, again, it's not a good film by any means. However, I do think the highs are really high. Like the scene of Jason in New York, Times Square, that is iconic. I think Kane Hodder is doing, I won't say his best performance as Jason, but I do think he really sells it there. The boxing scene between, I think his name is Jules. I don't know his name off the top of my head. Versus Jason, I think that is one of the more standout scenes. Basically, like all the highs, like while they don't really outnumber the lows, I think they're just high enough to kind of help elevate the film.
Fair.
Yeah, Julius, that's his name. I had to look it up real quick just to Make sure. No, I'm not gonna.
Isn't there a part in that movie where Kane Hodder ends up fighting himself, basically?
When doesn't he?
I don't think so. I
think there's like a scene where there's a guy who is like in the scenes like a cameo and it's actually Kane Hodder not dressed as Jason.
I do know there's a scene where Jason throws a guy into a mirror who would later go to play Jason in Freddy versus Jason.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah,
There's something like that.
It's ironic because, like, in the scene, again, like, he's taller than Jason. Like, he's clearly bigger than Jason, but he just tosses him into a glass mirror like he's nothing. Which, you know, I always thought was a good way to sell that Jason may not be the biggest guy around, but he's definitely the most dangerous.
Considering he's an undead guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Height isn't the biggest deal for him.
Yeah, and then we have, at the end of Good While Drunk, we have Friday the 13th Part 2, which I think is just above meh and trash. I think it gets points for being, like...
What I hated was the ending where it's like Jason comes back and grabs the girl, and then the next movie's like, oh yeah, she survived. And even she doesn't know she survived.
Yeah, it's one of those films where it's like it feels like
She just pushed him down and just ran away.
Well, yeah, because in that movie he's straight up just a dude.
Yeah, he's straight up just a deformed hobo killer.
I don't even think that version is the tallest version of Jason. Like, I don't even think it is anything you could consider supernatural about that one.
No.
At the very least, it kind of sets up what comes later when it comes to, like, the Friday franchise. Then for meh, we have Jason Goes to Hell, which, again, like, is just...
Wait, I thought we put that in trash.
Do we want to put that in trash?
I thought that was in trash.
I think some of it's...
Somebody, I think, argued that it wasn't.
I think I argued it wasn't, but
yeah,
I'm willing to put it lower. I don't know, because some of it's like high moments, like...
The biggest problem is it's just not Jason for 90% of the movie.
I was thinking about the high moments, and it was like, I don't even as I was thinking of the high moments, I don't think that outweighs the cons.
Yeah, like, the movie's a hard watch for me.
It's one of those where it's like, with the context of what comes later, I think, again, like, which to me is a mark of not a good film when you have to consider what comes next or before.
Yeah.
That's not a mark of a good film. Like, this one, it's like, you know, it kind of sets up Freddy versus Jason. The concept of, what's his name? The dude from, what's that motherfucker's name? The bounty hunter dude.
Duke.
Oh, Duke, yeah.
He's a cool character, but again, I don't think he's necessarily a good character. I think he's just fun. So I'll put him lower. Should I put him in trash, or should I just put him bottom meh?
Meh. Like,
yeah.
There's something.
I'll put him bottom meh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like, the from what I remember when watching it did have some good gore scenes at the very least.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The Fells and I were talking about earlier on how like Duke could have been like utilized better if he was introduced like in the earlier movies, and him like meeting Tommy after his final battle with Jason, and then teaming up, becoming a duo of hunting down similar supernatural killers.
Honestly, Duke should have been Tommy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he was just Tommy, that would be better.
When you really think about it, he should have been Tommy or someone associated with Tommy.
Jason least. Hunter.
Like, at the very least, he should have been like, I'm a friend of Tommy Jarvis's.
Now,
Ooh,
and
yeah.
And then you could at least have the context of like, well, we couldn't get Tommy Jarvis in this movie, so we got someone tied to him. Like, that's a bit more meta kind of thing, but still, it would have been cooler at the very least, instead of just out of nowhere, random black guy. I think bottom mess pretty good because like the lows of this movie are really low because again Jason's barely even in it.
Yeah.
So then we also have Friday the 13th Part 1, which, again, I think is better held up thanks to its sequels like that come after. But even without that context, it's all right as a film.
Yeah, it's just okay.
Yeah,
It's pretty decent.
it's an okay slasher movie from its day.
And then we have Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child, which again feels like part of its own trilogy as opposed to the rest of the series, and then being the weakest of that trilogy.
Yeah, the only good thing I liked about it was how Freddy was using the main character's unborn baby, since the baby's perpetually dreaming to attack
Warriors.
people.
Warriors to master to child.
Yeah. That's the only thing I liked about it, but the actual rest of the movie was just kind of eh.
Yeah. It exists. It exists.
It
exists.
It's a film.
That's how I feel about it.
It's a thing.
It's just, it's out there in the world.
It's an attempt.
Yeah.
It's there.
That's so dumb. just a simple like it's a film. It's an attempt.
Yeah.
Look, sometimes that's all you can really say. We live in a society where there are so many films produced that's like, it tried.
I can just imagine someone standing there. It's like, what you think of this film? It's like, we live in a society.
Yeah.
I mean,
that doesn't explain your opinion of the film. Like, that's all I can say about the film.
Yeah, because I mean, currently we're in a day and age of reboots, remakes, and sequels. But all three that we're getting are not really good.
You know, I will say that I will take a stupid. I'll take a stupid movie over an unoriginal one.
Yeah.
I'll say that because at least the stupid movie is memorable. At least the stupid movie has me sitting there thinking, I can't believe they made that into a film. At least the dumb film I can get drunk to and just be like, hey, I mean, like, it's not the best thing, but whatever.
That's like Fast and Furious. It's so stupid that it's just entertaining.
Oh God, Fast and Furious.
Exactly.
So for the trash tier, now I'm thinking about it. I'm a little hesitant on, but like at the same time, I kind of agree with it being high trash. We have the Friday the 13th reboot.
Yeah, I think it's trash. I think it's deserves a spot in the trash.
I think it has potential to be really good because I think aggressive Jason is a decent enough thing, but I think that's like the only redeeming quality. The rest of it is just bad.
Like I said, as we described it, it's basically what if a machine wrote a Friday the 13th film.
Hey Skynet, before you kill us all, I need you to write a Friday the 13th movie. Oh, okay. We won't kill you. We won't kill you with nukes. We'll kill you with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what could have made the remake better is if it actually played onto the strengths the first movie had and actually expand upon them while also improving like the flaws that it had.
It, as I described it, was basically it should have been a Jason's mom and Jason team up movie where basically it's like, okay, son, it's time we killed the teenagers together. And he's like, yeah, time to kill teenagers having premarital sex, Mom. Ah, Jason.
I think, and I think I said this before you jumped in, Exalted, but like I think what would have gone better is like at the beginning, because I know it tries to sell like what's the dude from Supernatural? He's looking for his sister. I think it should have shown her friends show up to Crystal Lake to camp. It kind of cuts to black and leaves what happened to them ambiguous, and then it cuts to the brother searching for her. That way, everyone who's seen Friday the 13th kind of knows what happened to her and knows what he's walking into. And then all the people who've never seen Friday the 13th doesn't know what happened to the sister, assume something bad, and then still watching him walk into danger. And granted, none of the characters should have been unlikable assholes. That should not have been a thing. They all should have been, at the very least, they should have been like more characters as opposed to just being unlikable. Because from what I remember correctly, like the supernatural guy, I keep saying supernatural. I don't know what the fuck his name is, but that guy, he was decent enough. Like from what he was presented as, he was decent enough. And I think the movie should at least sold a bit better on that, in the sense that like Jared
Padalecki?
Padalecki. Yeah, they should have sold it more as him as the main character, and the characters he's interacting with aren't just straight up assholes you don't really care about.
Yeah.
Like you can have one or two of those in a squad of characters for a movie, but when all of them are like that, you really have a problem.
Yeah, because then like, what's the point of caring if they live or die?
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the reasons why, like I said, it felt like a machine wrote this. It's like, all right, this is a Friday the 13th movie, so we have to have all the characters be unlikable.
And we have to have tits and ass in it, because otherwise people aren't going to care. I mean, pay attention.
I mean, on a normal circumstance, I'm not going to complain about that. But,
yeah,
like, it doesn't need to be in everything.
Well, under normal circumstances, it can be fine. It's just that this feels soulless by comparison.
It feels like it was relying on that stuff. It feels like it was relying on the tropes as opposed to the strengths.
Yeah.
Again, like a machine wrote it. Like a machine saw what was popular about blank and then went hard into it.
If a remake for A Nightmare on Elm Street could not only feel familiar from the first movie, but also like do something different from its predecessor, why couldn't a remake of Friday the 13th do the same thing?
Well, because to me, a remake of Friday the 13th should be easier, in the sense where it's just Jason killing people. Like, to me, you don't need that in-depth backstory like you have with Freddy. Like, it's unnecessary. But at the same time, it's like sometimes the simplest ideas are the ones that get fucked up the most, because people try to take it and try to add extra to it. Extra that, ultimately just isn't needed. Like, it just doesn't need to be there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so and then lastly we have Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare under Just Trash, which I don't think anyone is arguing that it should be above that.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Oh yeah. As I have described it, I don't know how a TV movie got in here.
It's kind of sad when you consider that was technically the final Friday the 13th film in the series. And if you don't want to count Freddy versus Jason, which, is kind of ambiguous.
Or New Nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, even New Nightmare is more like it's its own continuity.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad that that's how Freddy's story technically ended.
Freddy's dead.
Yeah, because it just wasn't even the showdown at the end was just anticlimactic as fuck. And the whole he had a daughter thing is stupid.
It doesn't even feel like he really died at the end. Like, thinking back on it, it's like,
oh, you just stabbed him with his own glove.
Yeah, it looks like one of those things where, oh, he'll be back, right? Right? And it's just like, no, he's dead. That's it, the end of it. It's like, that's how you kill him? That's how you put an end to one of the best slasher villains of all time?
Yeah, even like the earlier movies when they actually defeated him, like that felt more like a win than the actual movie where he's dead for good.
He felt more dead at the end of Dream Warriors than he did at the end of Freddy's Dead.
Yeah. Or honestly, even in even in 5, he felt more dead because the little kid was just like, nope, I'm taking your power and using it against you to kill you.
Yeah, like it feels.
Well, no, actually, in 5, because he actually technically alive because the nun, who's his mother, like just takes him and like absorbs him and seals herself away. I
Oh
think.
God, I forgot about it. That like aspect of the bastard son of 1,000 men. Like that entire backstory feels needlessly cruel. Like if I'm being perfectly honest, that entire like the nun getting locked in and just I'm not
Yeah.
gonna say it on a stream. Like that just feels awful. Like that seems like too much.
Yeah, that was pretty nuts.
Like I get what they were going for, but god damn man, that's just like it's not even Freddy being tormented. It's just an innocent
Yeah,
young girl.
yeah,
Just like that's just
yeah,
too much.
it was very, very brutal. Like if they could have, if they like try to give him like backstory that's similar to Dio Brando from JoJo, then they failed on that front.
Well, Dio's backstory is just that he just had an asshole dad, really.
Yeah.
And but not only that, he also had a mom who did like deeply care about him, and she was also like fortunately died, but due to the like the actions of Dario.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I get why they did it, and honestly, just kind of like, yeah, this dude was fucked up from the get go.
It feels like one of those where it's like I get what they were going for in a sense, like trying to make it dark and edgy, but they kind of went too hard into it. Like that depth was not necessary.
I
Yeah,
do like the fact that she's like more powerful than Freddy to some degree, to the
Yeah,
point where
she's trying to
Freddy's
right
actually
the
afraid of her.
wrongs.
mhm.
But at the very least, I would have liked if she tried to like I don't want to say redeem him, but at the very least, like I guess you could say save him. I don't know if that's appropriate because at that point in time, it's like
I
Freddy's
kind of like that she
saving.
doesn't try that because that would be like the cliche.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true too.
like
Again, he's not
like
really worth saving at that point.
yeah, but like he recognizes like the monster Freddy has become, so he's like too far gone to be saved or redeemed.
I did like the twist in 3 though, where she was like appearing and talking to the guy, and the guy realizes at the end of the movie that it's Krueger's mom. That's like the ghost of Krueger's mom or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, that was kind of a nice touch.
Yeah,
So
admittedly,
yeah,
it
like
was.
again, it's one of those where it's like I think it's one of those hit or miss kind of things.
Yeah.
All right, and then at the very bottom of the list, which I don't think anyone's really going to argue against, is Friday the 13th Part 5, where it's literally not even Jason.
Yeah, that
And
was
then
just dumb.
and then there's
Yeah,
that
no,
beautiful scene of the killer straight up telling the sheriff, like, the sheriff's like, yo, who could have killed this man? Sheriff, you talking to me? It's like, I wasn't, but now I am. What do you know about this killing?
Yeah, that they really did not. That really just did not need to be a thing.
Yeah, it's special.
Yeah, especially in all the wrong ways.
Very special.
yeah, we don't talk about it.
Yeah.
I think what's funny is that even in the game, like that version of Jason is like objectively the weakest. Like he can't run. I think I can't remember. I think like almost every power Jason has, he doesn't have. And it's one of those where it's like I get why you added him, but in hindsight, no one plays as this guy. Anyone who plays as this guy is one or two things. One, someone who doesn't understand what they're playing as is gonna be frustrated. Or two, it's the guy cheating and somehow kills everybody, despite the fact that like in-game mechanic wise, he shouldn't be able to do this.
Or he's just the one character who's the one guy who's played the game way too damn much
He knows all
and
the
just wants a
secrets.
challenge.
He knows damn well where you're going. Like there's no ambiguity to it. Yeah, like it's one of those where it's like this is very clearly like I give them to be fair, I will give them points for trying something slightly different, but you didn't need that when it came to Jason.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely agree on that one.
Indeed.
All right. I think we're all good with our choices here.
Yes,
Yeah.
I definitely am.
All right. So I don't care what anybody says. If you look at this now, this is the definitive answer for the ranking of all Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street films. Anyone who says otherwise is objectively wrong.
Yes.
All right. You got that seal of approval. I'm going to hit the save button.
Save.
What? Why are you asking me the tier list? You already know the tier list. God damn. One sec.
Mhm.
All right. Save. I should have downloaded the. I can download it afterwards.
Yeah.
I will say this. It's kind of.
Hello?
Yep.
Sorry, he just broke up on my end.
See, did his internet kick him out again? Oh no, it didn't.
No, but yeah. If he stopped in the middle of a sentence or something happened with his audio.
Yeah.
Ah, technology, so fun.
Yep.
Don't play this game with me, computer. All right, so I think this is a good stopping point because we're almost 5 hours in, and
Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m. where I am.
It is. Oh, you're on the East Coast too.
Yeah.
It's 10:58 over here.
like,
Oh,
listen,
fucking-
like again, I mentioned this in the earlier part of the stream. If you came here for like a professional, well organized, organized professional like live stream, you came to the wrong place. Like, I'm sorry, we're here to have fun. And if this isn't fun for you, then well, I don't know what to tell you. All right. All right, I'm gonna close that out. All right. I don't know if anyone here has any last minute things they want to like throw in or add on to the stream.
If I do, I'm too tired to think of one.
I will say that this was fun, and I'm glad that we're able to do this, and saying like what we love about each of these familiar like horror franchises that has stood the test of time.
Yeah, I will
that's
say
fair.
these are definitely like top tier. Even if you don't want to consider them scary, I do think an argument can be made is just in the sheer iconicness, if that's a word for them. Like, I don't think anyone would ever not really like when you think horror and slashers, you definitely think of Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees kind of thing.
And Michael Myers too.
Yeah, to be fair, like maybe because I know the movie comes out next week, maybe we can because I know I talked to somebody about it where like I was gonna include him in this, but it's like with the movie getting ready to come out, it probably been better to save it for that weekend. Because personally, I do love the Halloween movies, and I know for a fact that a few others have plenty to say about those movies.
Yeah, I've seen. Actually, I'm trying to think. Of this one I haven't seen. Oh, I never saw Resurrection. That's the one I haven't seen.
I
H2O?
saw.
No, the sequel to H2O. The one where Buster Rhymes karate kicks Michael Myers out of a window at one point.
I think that is H2O.
No, that's the sequel to H2O.
Let me see it real quick. I'm about to look this up because this is important.
H2O was the one where JB Lee Curtis comes comes back 20 years later, and Michael Myers is back.
Oh god, that tells you how long it's been with these movies, where it's like,
Although I'll say from the latest Halloween movie, like John Carpenter could have kept Halloween 2 because it wasn't a bad sequel to the first movie.
well, because one thing to keep in mind, and this is probably the final thing I'll say, is that like Halloween was never meant to be a single series. It was supposed to be an anthology.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Technically speaking,
Yeah, for-
Halloween 3 is what Halloween 2 was supposed to be. Each movie being a different.
Oh, I'm sorry,
horror
I didn't
tale.
see Halloween 3 because of that.
Well, yeah,
but-
because Halloween was supposed to be an anthology series where each story was supposed to be a different horror tale, all taking place on Halloween night, and that was going to be like the only connective glue. And it's also the reason why Halloween 2 takes place on the same night, because they didn't want to break that technical continuity to them. But then
Halloween-
like they made Halloween 1. The studio, like everyone loved it. The studio wanted another sequel immediately, so they went ahead and made Halloween 2. And then when they made 3, continuing with their plans of the anthology, no one really liked it. So of course, with Halloween 4, they went back to the Michael Myers thing, and then the franchise was born from there.
I'll continue to say that Halloween 3 was unfairly judged harshly because it wasn't that bad.
It's
Well,
really
the thing was,
not,
it
like-
just shouldn't have been called Halloween.
Again, it's one of those where it's like, in retrospect, it should have been called Halloween. But when you consider what their original plan was, like it made sense.
Yeah, but
'Cause
again,
technically Halloween 2 shouldn't have been Halloween 2.
though, it's just like, yeah, you established that this is the Michael Myers thing, so doing something that has nothing to do with that is just weird.
I think
Yeah,
it would have
if
been
it-
better if they just I think it would have been better if they just didn't make Halloween 2 with Michael Myers. If they had I know they probably didn't have a choice, but if John Carpenter and I think his wife at the time, which I don't know the name off the top of my head, but if they had stuck to their guns and just said no, if they had the option, stuck to their guns and said no, we're gonna stick to our anthology. I think, despite Halloween 3 not I do think it's objectively not as good as Halloween 1, but I do think it's good enough that you could have still made a horror anthology, and I think we probably could have had a long running Halloween-esque series even to today, where it's just constantly new horror themes for up and coming directors and creators making their own Halloween stories.
I mean, that's kind of what VHS was doing, but then the third one kind of fucked that up.
Imagine Paranormal Activity being called Halloween Paranormal Activity. It's all part of that anthology. I could totally see that happening. But that's an alternate universe for another. That's a discussion for another time. So oh man, I'm getting tired myself. So
Yeah, let's just wrap it
we'll
up.
go ahead and wrap it here because we could be here all night talking about
Oh, yeah.
spooky stuff. All right, I want
Definitely.
to thank everybody for coming on. Everybody, Orc Girl, Soggy, Gumby, who they're not on here now, but they were smart, called it quits early on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thank Edgy, DJ for coming on like usual, and then Exalted for his first appearance. I don't know if you ever decide to come back on in the future. 'Cause,
I'm definitely willing to come back on. Fridays are a little awkward for me most times, but I can make it on. I'll make it on occasion.
hopefully next time we can do well, I don't know about next time, but hopefully one time we can do a comic book stream, because even as we were discussing, I could tell that was probably the topic the rest of us were all more in sync on.
Oh, well, it is what it is.
Oh, we got to do a Godzilla stream. That would be the one.
Ooh.
That would be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun because we
That's like-
we could pretty much talk about Godzilla in its entirety.
That's not even that's not even like a topic. It's just four motherfuckers arguing.
Yeah.
What's the best Heisei? What's the best Showa? What's the best Millennium?
Yo, I love, like, I know I said earlier, like, I try to avoid conflict, that I'm no longer that petty person, but I would totally die on the hill that the 98 Godzilla film ain't as bad as a lot of people say it is.
I
I mean, it is
Sorry,
bad.
I'm gonna have
but
to
it's-
dip out because we is late.
Yeah,
Yeah,
alright. So I'm
okay,
gonna go
yeah,
ahead and end it here. I don't know
man.
if anyone else wants to add in any last minute moments, comments.
Nah, I'm good. But thank you. It was very fun.
Yeah, this was fun.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to be here.
All right, I'm gonna thank everyone who came on, everyone who watched, everyone who will watch, and you guys have a wonderful, spooky Halloween, October.
Yeah.
Night.
Have a nice one.
All right.